All right, hello everyone. Hopefully this works okay, and the microphone's doing great. I went back to this microphone. Guys, today we're going to talk about atheism. Today, 3 o'clock in the morning, 1 American hours. The reason I want to talk about atheism today is I came across a YouTube channel yesterday as I was just kind of flicking through the shorts, or not the shorts, but you get narrow bands of, is it the vertical? Uh, Whatever the vertical layout thingy is, you scroll through YouTube. And there was a YouTuber, this fella here, and I was listening to him, and at first I thought, you know, I feel something of an affinity for that curiosity, and also perhaps for something of the, there was a bit of acerbic wit, a little bit of venom in the fang, if you will. If anybody's been on YouTube for a long time, Venom Fang is a reference to a cringy apologist channel, one I used to subscribe to all those years ago. So this person wouldn't appreciate that. But very strong atheist beliefs, very strong language. And I thought we might listen to some actually, just to get a little hint of what he's kind of talking about.
Who's going to take the light?
God.
It's
Going
delightful.
to
I don't know if you
take
can
the
hear
light.
him.
What does that? What do you
It's
mean?
the lovely.
You know,
Like he's gonna
Mezzo,
like it.
what verse are you talking about? Let's bring this up.
Deuteronomy 28, what verse was it? Let's see, like
Deut
63.
28.
That makes sense to me because the light is
That's
the
a
physical realm.
long chapter.
If you actually understand science at all, dark matter is pretty much basically
Just
sound
as
is God,
that's
as far as I'm
so
concerned. So I call
cool.
it the
No,
God particle.
no, Joel.
God
He thinks we're
particle is
talking
pretty
about
much what makes up dark
the
matter.
light,
Dark matter is like
the
60
light, and we're
something
saying
percent
it cool.
of all matter.
Farmer,
Light
we're
matter
talking
is
about.
Okay, I wasn't watching this part of the show. I was watching another part. Let's skip over.
And yeah, we'll see if Joel can get more of that. But more than money, I know God, you're out here trying to win the souls, and that's what matters the most. Bring them to the kingdom of God. In Jesus' mighty name, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Why did it have to be?
He has to put the caveat in there for the money. Rhett,
At the end of the day, it's God's will, guys.
Dude,
Red,
man.
why don't you want me to
It's
get
his will.
35 bins? That's
His
messed
will be done.
We're just hanging out tonight, guys. No pressure. Come and go as you want. Just trying to get a flavor before I launch in. I've got a PowerPoint presentation made up, but I just want to get a flavor of this guy, right?
His will be done.
Do you do this on all the lives, by the way? Do you go to every live and they're like, the topic is God condones slavery? You come up and you're like, guys, I don't really have anything to say about this. I can't really have a conversation about it right now. I feel God is leading me just to leave, but I just wanted to let you know that God loves you. It's like, what's the most useless Christian on TikTok? The guy that like does nothing. And but anyway, Rhett, you're a nice enough guy. I wish someday you would engage honestly with the book that you believe in, because it's completely vapid, incoherent, and full of horrors. And God is the biggest villain in there. So good luck, but please come back when you actually want to have a conversation sometime, okay?
All right, God bless.
I'm gonna jump down and let you have your live back, but I just, because I know I'm not getting that 35K tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's really a
And
Skip it.
so I think that you're mixing up eternal and infinite. Just this is split. And they're also not saying which church father. All they're saying is, I don't need to worry about that because church fathers, and that's the end of the conversation. These people don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
They're just doing it.
Well, I mean, I can't control what teenagers are doing.
Hey, they're getting out of jail free. That's a good move.
Joel,
and I just want to be clear. I'm not a priest. I'm not a deacon, right? This is just my understanding of what the church teaches. And this is not how I would do apologetics with you guys. I'm just here answering your questions.
No, you wouldn't do that. I was just thinking, Joel, like, if you've ever like written a script or like, just shared an idea for a sketch or something, and you think it's pretty well, like it's pretty concise and pretty well like clear what the bit is, and then you share it with someone, and
I'm not getting a flavor. Come on, it was doing good stuff
some
last night.
people call it computer
Oh, he
money.
doesn't-
I'm 70 years old. It's that wacky computer money. He talks about computer money.
you all take this as a means to, and for good reason. A lot of
Now, of course, drowning the Egyptians.
Who killed the Egyptians?
Yeah.
So come on.
It's good and bad, right? But he could have thrown them into confusion, let the guys go, the water closes, and they go home. But either way, like the parting of the Red Sea, helping his people, like looking at that side of it, that's a good, and that in and of itself would show his power and show how great he is. He doesn't need to kill slave girls, kids. Like that's completely unnecessary for God to show his power. So this is what I'm saying. To me, it seems like this is people writing this. They don't realize how egregious this is because they don't see people as people. So they see slave girls as property and their kids as property. And that's why it's in this text, because God isn't real and it's written by people. But you, on the other hand, have to be like, good move, because now we're all talking about it. And you got to see that that's gross, right?
I don't take that view that you do. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay, I think you should be ashamed of yourself. Christianity has turned you into a morally bankrupt husk, and that's what happens when you're in a cult. I'm sorry that you can't critically think, or you've lost your empathy. So you look at this and don't think of the actual human being that would have lost their son, more than one human beings that would have lost their children, and have a heart for them. And that's Christianity. That's the love of your God. And nobody should want to follow this or follow it. And that sucks, man. That sucks, because you guys are supposed to be the good ones, right? You're supposed to be the ones that are spreading love, and it's just, you're not. You're like, it's such a waste. It's such a waste of a religion. It's just so fucking like gross.
Let me ask you something now. You said there was something that changed your perspective from being a believer to disagreeing. What was that?
So it dawned on me that Jesus' sacrifice was unnecessary. And when I realized that it was unnecessary, it stopped being a sign of love, stopped being a sacrifice. It started.
Why do you think it was unnecessary?
Because it was self-imposed, to put it simply.
What was self-imposed?
So
the sacrifice itself?
Yeah. So I'll say it as an analogy, and then we can like break it apart. But like, if I were standing, if I guilty of my sin or some sort of a crime, let's say, am standing in front of a firing squad, or not a firing squad, but somebody who's going to execute me with a gun, and they fire the bullet, but then someone jumps in front and takes the bullet, that's a sacrifice. But if it's the same guy that fired the gun, that's just stupid. And if he's the one that came up with the rule that's going to put me in front of the guy shooting the gun, that's also just stupid. It's a self-imposed thing. So no longer is it a sacrifice. No longer is it a sign of love. It's just some grotesque act of theater. And that took me out of it.
So how do you think that was the case with Jesus?
So the wages of sin, okay, I guess I'll just like ask you questions. So why did Jesus have to die?
It was to fulfill.
Anyways, it kind of goes round in circles like that. But that's the main thesis this guy comes out with. Joel reads Bible, and he gets quite nasty with his language at times. He gets quite incendiary, and I'm okay with that. I know that some people can't tolerate that kind of language, but I think anyone born in the 80s or, I just like, we're used to irreverence. All sacredness, I think, was leached out of society in the 60s. And so by the time the 1980s came around, it was very cool to be super ironic, very sardonic, very sarcastic, very just undermining everything became this the cultural language. You'll see it in Marvel films where they sap all of the tension out of a scene by having these little quirky quips, or Buffy the Vampire Slayer was the first, they say, that did it. And then it just kind of span out from there. So, I mean, he talks about Steelman and his position in the video, and you can see his point. What he's saying is he believes that the sacrifice of Christ was this arbitrary thing, that it was all very arbitrary. And then he goes into the problem of evil and he starts to describe the world and how suffering is just so arbitrary. And if indeed it's there for us to learn, then why does it have to be so hard? Why do we need to experience suffering? And he tries to formulate a world where you can learn things, you can learn moral lessons, but there's no qualitative suffering in that environment. And he says, well, that's what a good God would do. I would love that God. And there's an anger and a heat in his reaction. And maybe you could say he has a point. Maybe you could say this guy should be angry, right? Because he's probably experienced suffering like we all have in life. And he's thinking to himself, well, I've been told that there's a God that cares and I'm not seeing it. It's not apparent to me. And I think this is where we, as full preterists and thus the most correct people ever, no, but I think this is where full preterism can really reach out. And at some point when he does another live stream, I might reach out. I wouldn't expect it to go well. I wouldn't expect that, but it could. I don't know. So essentially his point is, if God is all powerful and all loving, you could prevent suffering without losing anything essential. Yet the world is full of needless pain, children dying, natural disasters, horrific injuries. If this suffering is part of God's plan, then that plan seems cruel. If God requires the death of his own son to forgive, it suggests a being bound by strange, archaic rules that a loving human parent would never follow. A truly good God wouldn't need to, engage in bloodshed in order to forgive, nor permit evil to refine us, when he could create beings who love and grow without it. That's to steelman his position. How does that strike you, a statement like that? God could produce an environment where we have all of these things. We have everything God would ever want for us without us going through suffering. And yet we are suffering. Therefore, God is a bad person, if indeed there is a God. It's an interesting question. It's an interesting problem. Well, it was when I first engaged it 20 years ago. It's not as interesting anymore. No, it's still interesting. It's still good. But I think we can work ourselves towards an answer here. So what I find interesting is that these atheists take the most wooden, literalistic read of scripture. Like, it's the most hyper like the kind of Christian that these atheists would loathe. They, for some reason, partake in their hermeneutics. So they take the most literalistic read of the Bible, the most selective proof texting, the most conservative believers. It's weird. I would say if you're going to critique Christianity, you should engage the best interpretations of scripture and not the most shallow ones. Otherwise, you're not really critiquing Christianity. You're literally creating a straw man. And it's very interesting that he, at one point, asks a viewer to steelman his position. And at no point does he make an attempt to steelman the Christian perspective. All he does is engage in ridicule, which is it's good for banter. It really is good for banter. Like that was part of the most compelling aspect of his video, was how snarky and rude he was. I think that's what generates viewers, because he got 10,000 viewers, even though he's only got 5,000 subscribers. I think also going the vertical aspect, or whatever it is, the vertical set out, I think that really helps views as well. But apparently just being a pretentious atheist helps too. There we go. Jackie Hall, like the background. Yeah, I got a little thing going on here. A little thing. I hate you, Rube. No notification you were on. I hate that too. Hola, hola. Good to see you, Grady. So we're talking, Grady, tonight about this guy over here. He's a snarky atheist, right?
Okay, well, the law was given.
Necessary. It's just a self-imposed weird theater thing, which seems more like a plot written by people that has all sorts of holes in it. That's what it seems more like. So do you have any reason for me to believe that it's necessary?
Well, I'm telling you the necessity.
There he's talking about the necessity of the atonement, right? And he's kind of positing it as a arbitrary choice by God. God didn't have to do that. He just did it, which is very menacing and mean. And isn't that indicative of a very human story then? Not something that's truly transcendent, but something of the muck of this earth. Dean says, isn't it funny how fallible man attempts to judge a just God? Well, this is the dilemma, right? This is the dilemma we'll get to. In fact, let's just jump right to it. A skuduncle, right? Responding to the atheist critique of God's morality. I've never done this before, done a slideshow on here. So we'll see how it pans out, right? Might not pan out at all. So you'll see that the title of this video invokes I can't say it. Euthyphro. So Euthyphro is the name of a man invoked in a sort of Socratic dialogue. So Plato is speaking to this individual, and they're on their way to prosecute their own father. And Plato's like, "Whoa, Euthyphro, how could you do that, bruh?" And he's like, "Well, you know, I'm a pretty just guy." So they get talking about piety. They get talking about being pious. And during the dialogue, the question comes up: is the pious loved by the gods, because it is pious? So is the pious, as in just the pious, the action, loved by the gods because it is pious? Or is it pious because it is loved by gods? Or to rephrase that in Christian language, is something good because God commands it? Or does God command it because it is good? Right? So this is the dilemma. If something is good just because God commands it, then morality seems arbitrary, right? God could declare cruelty good. If God commands something because it is good, then it seems like there's a standards of goodness above God, threatening divine sovereignty. So therein lies the dilemma. So, yeah, there's a little something going on there. God isn't like me. What an ass he must be. Kind of missed the days of lightning bolts. What humility. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that guy's got no humility. He starts swearing and cussing all throughout his video. It makes for compelling YouTube, but I don't know if it's right. So here we have slide number 1. So we're looking here. Is God arbitrary? So we've got the Euthyphro dilemma. Is something good because God commands it? Modified divine command theory, Robert Adams. God's nature is the standard of good. Without God, moral standards risk arbitrariness too. And in rebuttal, what about moral authority grounds your view, if not God? So, yeah, there's this meta ethical concern. If an atheist criticizes God's actions as arbitrary, what standard are they using that isn't itself arbitrary? Okay, so he's talking about how God gets to choose this and that. And if he just elects for the atonement to be this thing that's done, then what's happening? It's like that meme where God tries to save you from himself, elsewise you'll go to hell forever. And it just seems like this weird, screwy situation. And it's understandable that someone would be caught in what seems to be an arbitrary dilemma. What's going on there? So it comes back to that question: is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it is good? So I would say if you're rejecting divine moral authority as arbitrary, then what replaces it? If it's human reason, if it's human emotion, or simply preference, then why isn't that arbitrary? Why is your choice not arbitrary? Oh, why doesn't God just create a world in which we don't know anything of suffering? That's a complete mystery to us. However, we do somehow understand it on some level and are fully endowed with all of the goodness that God wants for us. Why not that? Well, why is that not arbitrary? Why is that any more good or better than the current situation? There's no answer. The atheist cannot answer that. They have to just rely on themselves, which Grady, you pointed out. Where's the humility in that? There's no humility in that. It's such a Luciferian argument. I would say any moral landscape that you propose in God's absence faces its own arbitrariness, right? There is an inbuilt arbitrary problem. Unless it anchors in something transcendent and absolute. If you remove that, moral judgments become preferences with no ontological weight. Dean says, God has continued to allow man his choices, hence the world as it is. Grady says, morality is faith and love. If we get confused because we don't see love in something God does, that's on our pea-sized understanding and minds, not God's. He might know something we don't. Yes, that's epistemological or epistemic humility, okay? Whereas this atheist has no epistemic humility. In fact, I would say that is the qualification to becoming an atheist. Zero intellectual altitude. You are subterranean in your capacity to, conjure an imagining that is in some way gracious and good faith in the direction of theism. And I think that is certainly a product of the passions, as David Hume would say. The reason is a slave to the passions. And you truly, truly see that. As big of an atheist as David Hume was, he understood that concept, that our rationality isn't some crystal clear, pure tool. Indeed, the tool of reason is well wielded in the hand of emotion, and you see that in the atheist. Yeah, the truth of the matter is the Crusaders thought they were moral. Indeed, this is true. This is true. So we'll move on. We'll jump on to slide 2 at this point. I think we'll smash that one. Let's see. What does slide 2 say? Arbitrary moral alternatives. So any alternative world without suffering may be just as arbitrary. Without a transcendent anchor, all moral visions are subject to personal bias, and our world may be the only logically coherent setting for freedom, love, and moral growth. And this struck me as a particularly important point to make. So in this arbitrary world, which it is, and a product of personal bias, which it is, of this atheist, right? He has posited a world that is no longer planet Earth. Now, hit pause and reflect on the potency of that argument. He has constructed another world. So it's no longer Earth with its gravity, with its tectonic plates, with gravity and all the rest of the things that go together to make this planet what it is. It is no longer human beings dwelling on that planet, because human beings have a particular set of characteristics. And if you remove suffering and frustration and limitation from an entity that is human, you shear it of all its humanity. So suddenly you have created the environment in which you could not have the freedom to conjure a better world. So it's only on this planet, and it's only as that human being, which the atheist is, that he can actually conjure a situation where, oh, imagine it was like this. Imagine it was better. And there's something about that. There's something about the liberty that's endowed in this particular being to have such an imagination. Because the entity and the planet in which the atheist has just described has none of that stuff. It doesn't have imagination. It doesn't have the sensation, the sensorial information about what suffering actually is. At least as we understand it. Perhaps there's levels of suffering that are more beautiful, poignant, terrifying. But as a human being, we experience it through cortisol, adrenaline, and all these other biochemical reactions. It's just part of what being a human being is. That we experience discomfort, I don't think negates the fact that there could be a loving God. I think that's a ridiculous statement to make. And certainly to posit a planet in which humans no longer exist, and which isn't really a planet, at least not one inhabited by us. I mean, the whole thing falls apart very quickly. The whole thing falls apart very quickly, guys. What could be more dangerous than those who believe they hold the moral high ground and set out to do God's work? Well, that is a true problem. It touches on, talking about problems. We're talking about the problem of evil now, aren't we? So how could a good God allow suffering? That old chestnut. But again, any world where you change the conditions, you no longer have Earth and humans. You've got something else. And this touches on a point from Alvin Plantinga. He talks about the free will defense, which argues a world with free creatures capable of love must also allow for the possibility of moral evil. To remove suffering entirely would be to remove freedom and thereby authentic personhood. And I think that's a powerful point by Alvin Plantinga, because the atheist would say, no, I can imagine a situation in which you still get all that granular feedback on existence, but you just don't experience it. And it's like, oh my God, can you imagine that? Like, can you? And then I don't think they actually can. I know, oh, well, God should be able to imagine that. Right, so now you're positing the existence of God, but not only that, you're telling me that you can rationalize better than God, that you have a cognition machine in your brain that has more processing power than God. And it's like, I feel that's an entirely just disingenuous, incredulous argument. I don't think that holds water at all. I'm not convinced by that. There's so much semantic sliding going on there. It's like Bambi on ice. I think atheists using the Bible is funny, because the only reason you would is to convince us of your faith and belief. Contradictory much? I don't believe, so believe me. I know what not to believe. Right, exactly. They've got this capacity not to believe they want to share with us. And they do so. I find the way an atheist wields the Bible is ridiculous. It reminds me of how Irenaeus wrote about the Gnostics and completely flattens all the nuance. Not to say there's not criticisms to be had. There are criticisms. You can engage critically with the Bible. This is the mistake that atheist makes. They go for a wooden, nuance drained analysis of scripture, and they present something cartoonish to you. And it's like, well, wait a minute, atheist. Why are you using an anthropological lens? Why are you using this phenomenological lens to grasp at God? Why wouldn't you use a much more furnished suite of analytical tools with which to conduct a hermeneutic and with which to philosophize on the existence of God? Why are you using the Bible like the most fundamentalistic, right? Who's the most fundamental? The Westboro Baptist Church? I don't know. You get those people who are so wooden in their faith, and all the atheists hate them. But the atheist conducts their hermeneutic approach exactly the same as the Westboro Baptist Church. And it's like, well, mate, you've got no nuance then. You've got no finesse about you. You've got no filigree. Okay? You are just a piece of trash. Joker, that's the way he was talking, right? No, you're not a piece of trash. I'm just playing. Jackie says, an atheist hasn't been shown a supernatural dimension yet. Well, maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I certainly think they deny it. Weirdly enough, I do hear a lot of atheists tell me they believe in ghosts. What's that all about? How can you be an atheist and believe in ghosts? I suppose you could have quite a nuanced belief there, couldn't you, where you don't quite conform to a formal theism and that you don't imagine a personable God, but you're still open to a supernatural dimension in some sense. Grr, I don't like those people. I'm joking. No, they're fine. They're fine. They're not fine. They're going to hell. I'm only joking. That's not true either. So suffering isn't necessarily gratuitous. It's the soil in which love, courage, growth, and redemption become possible. So the atheist assumes an ideal world could exist with free beings and no suffering. But such a world may be logically incoherent. A world of agents with the capacity to grasp betterment presupposes a world of challenge and moral gravity. So, yeah, the very process of being able to imagine a better world suggests to me that you're endowed with a creative potential and license that wouldn't be available to you if you were this other fantasy creature that didn't really understand limitation and hurts and pain. And you know, there's another aspect Jackie touches on there, talking about the supernatural aspect of existence. If you filter everything through the human being's lens, then you can come to the same conclusion that Paul came to. You know, let us drink and eat, and you know, I mean, why should I, Paul, do all these crazy things if there is no resurrection? You know, I should just be living it up and having a party, right? Paul understands that. But because there is more to life, because there is something a bit more substantive to the experience of existence, because life matters, Paul conducts himself in a very particular way. And I think that's pretty cool, man. I think that's pretty cool. Many atheists know the Bible. Yeah, they know more about the Bible than the Christians. They just rebel. That's true. That's true. You do see some of that. So let's move on to this slide here. The problem of evil, suffering, and freedom. So yeah, we touched on Plantinga. Real love requires free will, and thus the possibility of evil. You got Richard Swinburne, who says, and Michael Murray, suffering enables soul making and growth. And then you've got changing suffering conditions would mean altering the very nature of humanity. And we got that. We certainly touched on that. And there's something to be said about the emotional tone of the atheist as well, right? The argumentative posture, right? So the person said, very blasphemous. Well, I don't really consider it blasphemy if you swear against God using curse words. I think blasphemy is more when you say you're doing something like on God's behalf, but it turns out to be a terrible thing. Like you go and butcher a bunch of children and say, I did that for God. That's blasphemy. But this person certainly uses offensive language to describe God. I won't repeat it on here, but needless to say, it's offensive. So they use lots of phrases that would make you go, "Oh my goodness, what a absolute menace to society! What a bad bottom, you might say, a badass, right?" But that isn't rational. It's not rational inquiry, is it? So they're emoting. They're often in pain, or as Grizzly, sorry, I said your name Grizzly. I'm going to call you Grizzly. The Grizzly Bear said, as he said, it's Grady said, Grady Risley, Riley. Tell me how you say your name. I'm so bad with this. I might be Grizzly. I don't know. You tell me. As Grady said, they're in a rebellion. Okay. Now, there's something about that state of rebellion that just oozes out of them. It oozes out of them. Okay, they can't help it. They're and I'm sympathetic towards it in a way too, because they're operating, as Jackie says, they're missing something. Is it that taste of the supernatural? What is it they're missing precisely? Because I do feel like they're operating with only half the hardware. And because of that, it's just not working out for them. It really isn't working out for them. So, yeah, Nietzsche said, he who despises himself still respects himself as one who despises. Isn't that interesting? What does that mean? He who despises himself still respects himself as one who despises. So in this case, the person still attributes moral gravity to the object of their hatred. And ironically, they hold God to a higher moral standard than they hold the universe in atheism, which is morally neutral by definition. So isn't that interesting? So that you can see them emoting. They are upset at God. It's almost as if they're angry for God not existing. But I think that's a journey that maybe lots of people go through. That the God you were told existed, that you were sold, was a one-dimensional, flat, anti-nuanced, anti-gracious God, and it died. And these people get stuck in that journey. Instead of completing the journey and moving towards the one true God, they stop halfway. And they're kicking about the old rags and the old scripts that they used to believe in as a child. And they're like, oh man, this is so unsatisfying. But it's so weird that they hold God to a higher moral standard than they hold the universe in atheism. You never hear them talk crap about the universe, do you? That's all they believe in, is this morally neutral, pitiless indifference, as Richard Dawkins called it. However, they don't despair at the universe. They turn all their despair towards God. Why? Because I think they understand intuitively there is a qualitative relationship to be had with God. The quantitative relationship would be with the universe. All right, I'm going to start describing the strong nuclear force, etc. You can't really argue with that in a heated way unless you're in some kind of intellectual debate. But you can get angry at the idea of God not living up to your expectations. So it's interesting. If God doesn't exist, then calling him names or judging his morality is incoherent. So what they're doing is imposing moral weight from a worldview that they claim to reject. And that suggests that they're not indifferent to God. They're angry at a being that they paradoxically say isn't there. And that's weird, innit? Innit, bruv? I think that's pretty strange. Can I do this? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. But when I'm riffing, I can do this. Where he says, when was the last atheist you heard who didn't use the Bible? They know it and they hate and rebel against it. As I said, though, my 2 cents, yeah. Certainly, Jackie, there is that anger, isn't there? And Dean says, can an atheist be born of the Spirit and just not be aware yet? Potentially. You know, someone who would describe himself as an atheist could be completely Spirit-filled, I believe. But it depends what we mean by that term, right? Some people who fashion themselves as an atheist might be incredibly cynical and incredibly dark and twisted, right? Or if they are just I guess I'm an atheist, but I'm going to go down to the orphanage and bring everyone a meal. And I've really got a lot of love in my heart for my family, for my neighbor, and for the orphan and for the widow. Then clearly that person's operating with the fruits of the Spirit. They just haven't intellectually assented to the ideas, but you don't need to, right? If someone with Down syndrome can be loved of God, then certainly someone who is just a nominal atheist, oh, I don't know what I am, I guess I'm an atheist, they can certainly be saved as well, can't they? Right? Am I equating Down syndrome and atheism there? I don't know. I used to work with people who had Down syndrome. Lovely, lovely individuals. So yeah, no freedom without choice, no choice without being able to choose, no freedom if you have wasn't accessible to everyone. Agreed. The God they were sold was a Calvinist. Yep. Did you write that out, Lord? I don't know. Amen. They love creation and the balance. The praise. No Darwin for discovering it. I'll tell you, these people, these atheists make me sick. I'm only joking. That's not true. That's not what I'm saying. So the problem with suffering evil, I think we've smashed that one, right? We've got a couple more slides to go here. So what we get? What do we get? They've got the emotional reactions versus the logical arguments. So just to summarize what I said, harsh language, God is right, that was what the guy said. That's what he said, right? It reveals emotional turmoil, not just logic. Nietzsche, even in hatred, there's a recognition of God's moral weight, right? Because you don't have that moral against the universe. And the paradox is that anger implies moral judgment, difficult to ground in atheism. So, right? And you got some thinkers there you can talk about. So, I like some of the philosophical language and tools we can use to kind of tear this apart and look into it a bit more. Divine simplicity is a term came across today. God is not a composite being. His attributes, love, justice, and goodness, are not parts of him, but are him. I sometimes make the point about creation and how God didn't have a celestial hut that was always with him, full of raw materials, right? Otherwise, those raw materials in the hut would be just as powerful as God. And that would be part of a kind of dual-natured God, right? The duality of God and the hut, God and the workshed. No, God created out of his own being, out of his own self. The creation is sustained in some marvelous way that we can't quite understand. Similarly, we have that idea of divine simplicity, right? That God is not composite, but love, justice, and goodness are all part of that God. You get teleological order. The universe has purpose, a telos, right? What are you working towards? What's the ends here? What's the telos? What's the meaning behind this? Well, teleological order tells us that the universe has purpose-driven structure. Suffering may be part of the development arc towards divine ends. And Grady, you came up with that. You told us how we should have some kind of humility here. You know, the idea of the was it the clay master and the pot maker and the pot. I like to just make up terms. You know, the clay master. Everybody talks about the clay master. You know, Richard Swinburne. I love that name. Swinburne. On the necessity of suffering for moral growth, etc., etc. C.S. Lewis comes in there. The problem of pain. He says, God whispers to us in our pleasures, speaks in our consciences, but shouts in our pains. Certainly there's something about that, isn't there? There's a wee something going on there. So the deeper response, without God, moral judgments often reduce to preference. Suffering might be necessary for higher order goods like love, growth, and courage. Emotional anger toward God paradoxically affirms his moral significance. If you were God, would you design a world with no freedom, no moral gravity? And I think that's a pressing question, and one I want to put to the atheists, right? If you were a God, just like this atheist purports himself to be, because he said, I am God. No, he didn't do that, right? But if you were, the mental exercise that you're engaging in basically is that. Would you design a world with no freedom and no moral gravity? I think that's something to ponder. That's something I would ask the atheist to answer. And then a challenge for the atheist, or maybe just any of us if we want to engage, can you create a better world that includes humans with meaning? And I don't think you can, because you would lose the humanity or you would lose the meaning. And there you see, there's the wee paradox there, right? There's the problem. That's it. Big thumb, small keyboard. That's what happens when you're a grizzly. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens. Simon says atheists don't like Christianity and use its failings throughout history against it. They like Jesus mostly, but not God. Yeah, I think that's true. And like to argue against God and blind faith of the clergy. Yep. Romans 9:20-21. Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repellest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus? Hath not the potter power over the clay? Yeah, that's it, Grady. I think I've seen you invoke that scripture before, and it's such a powerful one, particularly in a discussion like this, because it kind of calls us to that epistemic humility, right? And I think sometimes the atheist feels combative. I want to put a tative in there. I think they feel combative against those kinds of proclamations, because it's almost as if the scripture is compelling them to be humble. And they're like, no, I will not be humbled. I shan't be humbled. And it's like, well, what are you raging against? From whence comes this moral weight? Right? You don't visit this upon the pitiless indifference of the universe, but you visit it upon this imaginary God that doesn't exist. Right? What are you actually angry about? And then they'll say, oh, I'll tell you what I'm angry about. I'm angry about people like you. I'm angry about you idiots who believe in these things, and you abuse children by telling them they're going to hell and blah, blah, blah. And to be fair to them, they have a point about the existential terror that Christianity can place at the feet of the innocent, right? There is something about the abuses that emerge from particular brands of Christianity. Indeed, as a full preterist, we understand that sometimes we have those very tools of torment used against us. You who blaspheme, you who commit heresy, you who conduct evil, even if you're a full preterist, you are evil. Yeah, so certainly we understand what they're saying, but I think a broader and a much more charitable interpretation would be to say that those things that atheist is noticing are human failures. Because I could point to secular organizations, secular institutions that have brought about much more misery than any church body. And hey, listen, in the book I've written, I have laid out centuries of atrocities done in the Christian church, and yet the body count doesn't come anywhere close to those that I've stacked in the secular world. You know, if you look at the great leap forward, Mao Zedong. If you look at the atrocities in South America, the atrocities in Soviet Russia, we see, you know, World War II. We see horrible things through the advancement of just simple geopolitics. And I think there's a great confluence of things. Sometimes it's difficult to parse and pry apart and examine the human condition, because ultimately, I think meaning is at the core of our conflicts in this world. And meaning can certainly take on a religious voice, but it can also take on a cultural, a political, an institutional voice. And it's everyone trying to find their way towards sometimes utopia, sometimes some self-serving end point. But it's all about that journey. And sometimes I think the utopian ideals have ruined us because we sacrifice the present for a utopian tomorrow. And it's not in some benevolent way. It's the gears are all wrong, the direction's wrong. You know, that fear where someone with command has the wheel. You're like, well, where are we going? Where are we going? I don't recognize this road. Weren't we supposed to turn off back there? I think sometimes the atheist feels that way in a world that has felt directed by theocracy. And that is where a lot of their dismay and discomfort and disquiet comes from. And I am sensitive to that. And I want to give them the opportunity to feel seen and heard. I want to invite them right now to come down to the altar. Just come on down. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. Agape demands adaptation to and with who you are loving. Grady, that's insightful. Jackie says Lucifer was created without restraints and evil came out of him. That's an interesting point, Jackie. Grady says, absolutely. That's why I say atheists have an understanding of the scriptural and they hate it, but they hate a false teaching and understanding of God. Or they have a false teaching and understanding of God. I would hate God too if the Calvinist God was Yahweh. Certainly. So there is a particular something that the atheist has identified as a conduit of resentment. They have identified something that doesn't sit well with them. And what we don't have to do this, but what I would like to do is go shoulder to shoulder. Don't get in front of the atheist's face, but get shoulder to shoulder with the atheist and say, all right, man, tell me what it is you see. And I'm going to try and have the humility to listen. And then they're going to tell me, look, I see all these problems with the world. I hear all these things these Christians are saying. And to me, 1 and 1 doesn't make 2. There's a problem in the equation. And then I'll turn around to them and I'll say, do you know what the problem in the equation is? It's you. You're the problem. No, I'm not going to do that. I'll just tell them, look, guys, listen. Everything that you've identified, I might actually see as accurate. I might also identify those things as problematic. But we don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say. We don't have to completely reject theism. We don't. You don't have to do that. And I don't even know if it's possible to do that. You can call yourself an atheist. You can do it. But I don't think you have disengaged with the state that you find yourself in. It's like saying you're no longer human, making an intellectual choice to stop being human, right? You can't do it. You can't intellectually stop being human. And I think that's what they're trying to do. You can't spiritually stop being in some kind of, you can modify the relationship, but when it comes to God, I would say lack of relationship still expresses itself relationally, right? Because it's the main sort of relationship that we have, right? That's what life and death is, as we understand it. So to choose to turn your back on God, I think God's got a better understanding than I do when it comes to that kind of thing. So when the question was posed by Dean, can an atheist still be, in relationship with God in some respects? I think the answer to that is yes, because I think God can look through and understand what exactly is going on in that person's life, right? They've said they're an atheist and they've said they're angry. They might even have said they're angry at God. But as God, I understand they're not angry at me. They're angry at this other thing. They're angry at this thing their auntie told them about. They're angry at this thing they saw on a TV show. They're angry at this thing a favourite celebrity said one time. And as God, I'm not too hot on that picture either. Me and this person who's quite upset at God, we actually agree in quite a lot. However, I can see how the wires have got crossed a little bit here. So yeah, we're actually okay, and we'll sort it all out in the back end, right? We'll sort it out down the road sometime. I think that's the situation with the atheists. I think that's the way the cookie crumbles. Atheists think Christians are crazy for believing fairy tales. They do, and sometimes I'm sympathetic because I think sometimes, I don't know if that's fair to say, but I think it's been pointed out that there's such a thing as a psychotic episode you can fall into if you are given to religion. Like if you get right in there with religion and you've got no grounding, you've got no points of perspective, you can't really navigate it. Was it Joseph Campbell that said, the mystic swims in delight in the same waters that the psychotic drowns in? And it's got something to do with the fact that if you don't have a compass to navigate the spiritual, you can quickly lose your bearings. And I think there's almost like a low level of psychosis that goes on. I don't know, I might be completely wrong, but I think that can happen to some people. Jackie, we're pointing at you. I'm not joking. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. No, I've been accused of believing, Sky Daddy, all that stuff. And it's like, right, okay, you good one. You got me there. But the problem is, this is the issue. The atheists are using the most wooden, lacking of nuance, the most flat, dead read on spirituality. You think the atheist doesn't know that our beliefs are actually quite nuanced? Oh, they know that. They're just angry. Now, they might have identified some Christians who believe in things that are a little bit perhaps outside of the realms of acceptability in science, because most atheists subscribe to scientism. So if you, as a Christian, assert a young earth, then you are crazy to them. If you assert the idea that dinosaurs and human beings lived at the same time, then you are crazy to them. If you believe that the flood of Noah was a literal event, then you are crazy to these people. And you're crazy to me as well. Get off my page. I'm only joking. But I will say, I think in the pursuit of truth, as Christians, we are obligated to follow the truth no matter where it takes us. because we shouldn't be using an anthropological, phenomenological, did I already say anthropological, phenomenological? Yeah, we shouldn't be using those cultural lenses from ancient antiquity and prehistory or whatever. We shouldn't be allowing that banter to completely lead our relationship and conceptualization of God and history, right? You should not be listening to some ancient tribal leader from 5,000 years ago for your full understanding. Certainly take the wisdom, because there will be wisdom there. But we're supposed to lean into spiritus, right? Spiritus et veritas, or veritum, or whatever it is. That's what we're supposed to be leaning into. So I have no problem with Christians who believe in a young earth. I have no problem with Christians who believe in a flat earth. I've got no problem with Christians who believe in it. You can have many whimsical ideas. You know, it's a broad church as far as I'm concerned. But the atheist will not have that. They won't have it, because to them, rational purity is at the top of their hierarchy. That's where God sits, as rational purity. And if you depart from what's the standard scientific idea is, then that's a problem. But interestingly, the Catholic Church believes in evolution. Like, the Catholic Church is entirely in line with modern science. And to me, that's because they try their best to pursue truth, but they do have that whole Eucharist thing, don't they? They do have that whole the bread, the transubstantiation thing going on. That's a little crazy, right? It's a little bat. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Jackie, what if Hasatan was the law? Just a thought. What stood as witness against Israel? What is sin? Maybe too far for this broadcast, but it would be great to come on with Willie and explain someday. Yeah, you know what? I'll start doing like maybe a Sunday show like this. It doesn't have to stay up. We can take it down, but I'll put the invitation, because what I can do, right, is invite people. So I would just click here, pap, 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 copy, pap, 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 pap. And in the future, if you follow that link, you jump into this, or you can do it right now if you wanted to. You could jump into the video. That's how you got in the video, is you follow that. So we'll do that at some point. Simon says, I was that atheist and studied to falsify the Holy Bible, but I found Christianity, pardon me, has become corporate and controlling, not the truth of the New Testament. And many doctrines are offensive to atheists. Very good. Simon, what's your background? Like, Simon, if I was to ask you what your academic background is, or what your professional background is in a broad sense, you don't have to tell me too much. I'm just curious, because you strike me as someone that's good with mechanical stuff, or you strike me as someone who's good with math, or perhaps maybe even law. I'd be very curious if you surprised me and said, actually, no, I'm a marine biologist. Just curious. Eating food on camera is a bad choice. I thought it'd be cool. I'd be like, he's a cool guy. There's a cool guy called Dean. Dean, who's that other cool guy called Dean? Dean, who's the cool guy called Dean? There's a guy called Dean, and he's very cool. Dean Koontz. That's not Dean Koontz. It's not Dean Winchester. Who's the Dean that's everybody talks? Oh, Dean, you remember Dean? Dean who used to drive the car. You remember Dean? The truth is like the kingdom of heaven, cometh without observation. That's a profound one, Jackie. Because the scientist would say, no, Jackie, no. The truth comes with observation. These are the enlightenment values, Jackie. empiricism, testing, replication of results, objectivity over subjectivity. None of this feeling, none of this emotion. And actually, we will malign you if you try to speak on those qualitative aspects of romanticism. If you try to bring in creativity and imagination and abstraction and feeling and intuition into this. And that's what the society has done. That's what's, that has put scientism at the top of the hierarchy for the atheist, because the culture has told them that only a strictly rational relationship with existence will do. But we know as human beings that that is not how we operate. And hats off to David Hume, big atheist that he was. During the Scottish Enlightenment, he wrote a treatise of something or other. Who cares? Stinky atheist. But he did identify the power of the passions, That old devil. Grady says, imagine how much it would change our thinking if we prayed. Hey, Dad, I've got myself into a pile of shit. Instead of, oh, highly gracious, unbelieving, amazing, incredible creator I have. That's so true, Grady. There is something quite personable about relating to God in a way that's authentic. I'll be honest, guys. I'll be so honest with you. See, when I pray, when I start saying a prayer like heavenly, or just as soon as I start reciting words that have nothing to do with me. All right, I was raised in the church. I was baptized in the church, but that isn't my words. They feel exotic and alien in my mouth. Oh, Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thine. That's not how I speak. I'm not saying, it wasn't what Jesus said, because Jesus was speaking in Aramaic. So I've got to thy this, thou this, thy, thou the thou. Have you ever read the Book of Mormon? That was like that's like the beginning of the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon is just full of thy, thou willest, thou dothest. There's no words. It's just all dothists and thous and an occasional weird name like Melvin. Only joking, if there's a Melvin out there. I love you, Melvin. That's why you were in my head. Sean McCraney knows all about that. Okay. Where are we? What was I talking about? Yeah, just praying authentically, pray in your own words, pray in your own tongue, pray by your own heart. Don't try and imitate King David as transliterated and translated into English. Don't try and pray like some guy you don't know. Do try and pray like Jesus. That's good. But you don't pray like Jesus by completely mirroring and parroting his words. You pray like Jesus by having relationship with God. Can I get an amen? It's a bit late for an amen. Maybe just whisper it to yourself, you know what I mean? Unless you wouldn't say amen, then don't say amen. Lady Cymbeline, I opened my laptop just so I could chat and say hey. Well, I hey back to you. Right back at you, right? Appreciate it. Grady says the Catholic Church became all religions to all people. Yeah, the Catholic Church is indeed a big, stinky, treacherous, pustulant pit of shit. I'm only joking. I've actually got a lot of respect for anyone of any faith who has an authentic relationship with God. I would never cast out a whole organization. I would, Grady. I absolutely would. I'm only joking. I wouldn't. I actually wouldn't. I'm a super cool guy. I wouldn't do something like that. Now, the Catholic Church, I've been to a few Catholic services with my work. I used to be a caretaker. Not a caretaker. What does that mean? A care support assistant. And I would go to the Catholic Church with like people with autism and stuff like that. It did not go well. No, it went well. It was nice. It was actually quite lovely. Catholics are very strange to me as a Protestant. It feels very exclusionary because I wouldn't be able to participate in the fullness. You know, I don't get to get the bread or anything. I just got a little blessing off the priest, which is nice, right? It's nice to get a little blessing off a priest. I think priests in the Catholic Church are interesting because they usually don't come from where you're from, right? We have a priest in East Kilbride, and he speaks with an American accent, and I find that entirely charming. But yeah, Catholic priests, there's a whole lot of nonsense going on there. Yep, let's see. Being here and listening in, good convo. Thank you, lady. Grade 8 says, let's do it next time. I can't do it on my phone. I have to use my laptop. Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries at all. I've got a date with Willie. Don't tell me. Dean Martin? Was it Dean Martin? It doesn't sound right. Dean Martin. I think you're right, though. It is Dean Martin, isn't it? No, it's not. It's not. Dean Martin's a good guess, but it's not quite right. Famous James Dean. So I misled you. His surname was Dean. James Dean was the Dean I'm talking about, guys. That was on me. I was acting like a big atheist there, getting all twisted. Simon says, mechanical engineering technician qualified, spent many years as quality controller to BS. British Services. I've said I know what that means, obviously. You don't have to tell me what that means. You struck me as an engineer. You've got a lot of intelligence to you. That's the thing. I'm happy to say I'm confident enough to say that on my own channel. Simon Skinner is smarter than me. He's a better man than me. Go and subscribe. But you should. He actually is a very insightful guy. Grady says, what you the bulls like to eat? Great stuff. Amen. We cry out to Abba, Father, Daddy. Jackie says, hey, Grady, law is the great deceiver. I think that's a very thought-provoking question. Law as an oppositional force in some sense, as an accuser, as a Hasatan in some sense. I think there's some nutrients to be gained out of sticking a straw in that conversation. I don't think that's going to be my catchphrase. I just tried it out. Stick a straw in that conversation and suck the nutrients out of. Guys, being a YouTuber, it ain't all that, right? You don't often get the best scripts sometimes, right? Lady says, who are most interesting? Catholic monks. I'm completely fascinated by Franciscan friars. Yes, there is something rather otherworldly about the Catholic monk. I once resided in an old abbey where Catholic monks of a particular species used to eat fish and bread. They would bring it to the gate and they would come out and eat it. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like, they're a species of frog. However, when they get to their hind legs, when they grow in, they feed mostly on bread. Now, there's something about them, like different monks have different specialities, different particular behaviors and traits. Some practice silence. They don't speak. Some reside in caves. The Coptic monks in Egypt, there's one who has been in a cave, right? I didn't make that up. That's true. That's based on factual information. Grady says there might, because reason your local priest isn't local. Think of that. That might be a reason. There is a reason your local priest isn't local. That is true. That goes back to the atheist's lament, doesn't it? So the atheist can, in exactly the same way the critical and scrutinizing Christian can, and in much the same way that Jesus, as a voice of indignation and judgment, could exercise critical assessments against their own context. It's not to say that Jesus was of those deceitful Pharisees and scribes, but he was in the context of that time. He was a Jewish man, but he could be critical of the institutions in his time and place. So too can the Christian of today be critical of the institutions of his or her, or they, them. I'm only joking, not they, them, just his or her. Let's get it right. Now, if you're a progressive person, you're welcome here. Of his or her context, right? Didn't mean to make that so political. I like to have fun. What time is it? It's 4:24 here in Scotland. I'm doing a night shift. I was up editing, lady. I was up editing 308 edits to my book. It was all references. They wanted it done in a particular Chicagan style, whereas I'm more of a Harvard man. I never went to Harvard. It's just here in Scotland. All of our academic references are done in a style that's called the Harvard style, because we love your Harvard University for some reason. But they wanted it done Chicago style. That's what they're doing in Portland, Oregon. They're doing it Chicago style. So you may want to work on that. You might want to write a letter to someone. Yeah, great. Grady says, let's stick a straw in it next time. Just need a few minutes notice and I'll explain my understanding of law as Satan. Promise I'll use the Bible, not theory. Hey, if you want to pull a theory out of your posterior, this is the place, this is the platform to do it. You're more than welcome. Lady says, excellent job on the edits. Yes, I know the Chicago style well. Well, where were you? Where were you? Next time I write a book, you tell me. I'm terrible with footnotes. I don't like footnotes. I prefer doing it the Harvard way. Harvard, get out of here with your footnotes. Is that just because I'm too lazy and don't want to edit a document? Yeah, it is. Actually, the publisher made an exemption for me. I'm the only person that's been published by this publisher that hasn't had to conform to their editorial standards, because the content of my book was so good. Hey, their words. I think they used the words paradigm shifting. I think they also used the words earth shattering. I was like, well, I mean, if you're saying it, I wouldn't say that, but if you're going to say it. So look out for that book, guys. It's going to change the world. You know what I mean? It's going to change the world. I promise I'll have an actual keyboard and not a thumb illiterate phone thing. Hey, either way works. It's all good, brother. You know, that's because I don't read with my eyes, Grady. I read with my heart. So your messages always come through to me. You know what I'm saying? They always come through. Grady says, yeah, but if you sent it to Chicago, they would try to edit Boston style. They probably would. I would love that if Boston had its own style of referencing the Boston Standard. I don't know what that would be. I feel tempted to imitate a Boston Terrier, but I'm not going to. Then he says, I feel like I am having a conversation with a body double when I write footnotes. Oh, it's perfect for an ADHD mind. A time to ramble and expand down below. You shouldn't say expand down below. Don't do it. Don't do it. Grady's gonna jump all over. Guys, stick a straw in it, right? This is off the rails tonight. It's rough though. Formatting HE double hockey sticks. Oh my god. Ooh, did it get hot in here? Did it get double hockey sticks all up in here? Oh my goodness. Guys, let me just quickly cut to our sponsor for tonight, which is sunflower seeds. Really good source of magnesium. Great for your neurotransmitters. Just a fantastic time. Yeah, so this was the guy we were talking about earlier. Let's see if I can add him back to the stage. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to add this. This is the guy we were talking about earlier. So his name's Joel Reads Bible. Let's see if we can have him on the channel sometime. Friend of the channel. At some point, we'll be able to call him a friend of the channel. No, we don't have sponsors. That'd be so cool if I had sponsors. I need to go into bigger Christian platforms and see, oh, what's a good Christian sponsor? Would be that, isn't there an app that helps you pray? What's the name of the app that helps you pray? I could get that as a sponsor. It sounds ridiculous, though. An app that helps you pray. Look, paradigm shift, earth shaking, cognitive dissonance. They don't know what it means, so it's wonderful. Yeah, that's it. They don't get it. They don't understand me. Right? They hate us because they ain't us. Lemon balm tea brought by yours truly. Big fan of lemon balm tea. So yeah, atheism, guys. We're talking about atheism. How I don't actually think atheism is as attractive as it once was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the cultural capital afforded you by identifying as an atheist had peaked. And it was sort of just soaring in free fall into the 2010s. And then as soon as we got to 2018, I feel there was a massive falling off of atheism. I feel like over that 20-year period, people understood that if you stick a straw into atheism, you do not suck out any nutrients. There is nothing to be imbibed by sticking a straw into atheism other than tasteless, colorless, passionless, cold air. You know, it's not something that I think people find nourishing on a spiritual level anymore. And I don't think it ever did provide spiritual nourishment, but it did provide them cultural nourishment. It gave you something of a cultural cool. But once the culture started to, the facade of coolness started to erode over years of economic downturn, cultural shifting and downgrading. You get Venezuelan gangs taking over building complexes down there in Arizona. Is that what it is? I don't know where it's happening. And it's like, guys, there is no time, there is no place. That is not the time nor the place to be trying to affect coolness. Instead, this is the time that we need to meditate on what are the solutions to the fact that the culture's falling apart? What are the solutions to the fact that here in the United Kingdom, an 87-year-old man had his eyes gouged out and was stabbed to death by a 22-year-old piece of crap? And some people say, I think technically it was a schizophrenic episode. So, but why is our mental health provision so terrible that something could happen to a man like that? A man who was born and went through, World War, got a good flavor of World War II, and just how much the world had changed in that time just to meet with such a terrible fate. These things are happening. Atrocities are happening quite regularly. And we need to ask ourselves, why are they happening? Why are we not able to work out that certain things produce bad consequences? Why are we not able to guard ourselves from that? Why are we not able to mitigate some of the threat and some of the terrible outcomes of poor choices? And sometimes you can just say, well, you know what it is? It's bureaucratic inertia. It's bureaucratic inertia. It's institutional inertia. It's the idea that these institutions or politicians do not bring about goals in a timely manner. They are juggernauts And those juggernauts have lost their brakes. And as a result, they crash through and just cause mayhem in the pursuit of their own political goals. And usually those political goals take the flavor of self-enrichment. But I think we've had enough of a political class who are just so wound up in their own hubris. And I genuinely believe that is why Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America. It's got nothing to do with the fact that, oh, Donald Trump is so great. Not at all. Some people see him as a good president, and that's, hey, good. But it's more to do with the fact that Democrats are so blind and so just out of touch with the common person. And the same thing's happening in Europe. A lot of the left-wing parties have become so elitist, so rich, so powerful that there's a whole dreg of deplorables who are thinking to themselves, we're not seeing good results here, guys. We're not getting the good results. We need something different. And there's a cultural downturning that goes on with that too. And I genuinely believe that globalist agenda is destroying our cultures, because it's the idea of the everywhere person and the nowhere lands, right? So the United Kingdom becomes economic zone 2, economic zone 5. You know, America can be economic zone 1, and we can all just move between our countries, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. But it's the idea that I get to go to America and affect your voting, and it's like, why should I? I've got no business doing that. Like, I just think it's crazy that we seem to have lost who we are. We all suffer from a cultural amnesia, right? Even the language I'm speaking in now, I should be able to speak at least one other language, and it should be Scots Gaelic. But the only word I know in Scots Gaelic is Anam Cura, which means soul friend. You're my soul friend, my Anam Cura. Is it Cura? Anam Cura? There's also Oran Mor, which means the song of life. So I have this language, and you as Americans have your own language too, or Australians, wherever you're from. You've got your own family history. You're from a place. Obviously, you're from America. You are Americans, but you have a heritage as well, and you have a community as well. You know, you could be from the Appalachian Mountains, and you've got your own thing going on there. You could be from Louisiana. You know, you get your own thing going on in New Orleans. You know, you could be from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It's got its own thing going on up there in Sioux Falls, right, Grady? You go up there all the time. I don't know. Question, honestly, when have you met any atheist that doesn't use the Bible? I've never met an authentic atheist that didn't quote the Bible, ever. That's an interesting one. Can I actually show that on the screen? Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know I could do that. It's a good question. Why does the atheist wrap themselves in the scripture? And what are they doing with it? Because what I find, I need to pick my chair up a bit so I'm higher than this thing. Right, there we go. They are presenting you with a scripture because they are trying to level against you the very thing that you're supposed to prize. But already it's fallen apart for the atheist, because I do not prize the Bible. I just don't. There was a man in the streets of England, and he burnt a Quran, the Islamic holy scripture. And when he burnt it, a man with a knife began to attack him. Both parties were fine, they survived, but the person who burnt the Quran got a more severe sentence than the person with a knife. We live in a weird country over here in the UK, but most of Europe is doing this too. We're insane. Anyways, If you burnt a Bible, you haven't taken anything from me. Why? Because I believe in a living God, because I prize the Spirit, because anything that's inside that Bible has nothing compared to the Spirit inside me. I could write on this paper right here and produce something much more alive if the Spirit of God wanted me to. I could write you a newer testament on this very paper if the Spirit of God moved me to do so. That's my faith. Okay? So that ink and paper that atheist wields as a weapon, as leverage against you, they don't know what they're doing. Those texts are dead in their hands. But when those texts are fitted into this, into you as a Spirit-filled Christian, then that's like the Megazord coming together. It's morphin time, and right? Suddenly you've got a Bible in your right hand or your left hand if you're a Satanist. And I'm only joking, on your right hand, obviously, because we're all good Protestants on here. I'm only joking, you don't have to be. Get off my channel. I don't know why I'm being so controversial. When you have the scripture in your hand as a Spirit-filled Christian of any denomination, then you have something of power and persuasion. And you shouldn't try to beat the atheist as the atheist attempts to beat you. That's not what you're doing. That's the... my microphone just died. My microphone just died. Don't worry. Sorry. My microphone died. So I think it automatically switches between microphones if a microphone dies. But what I'm saying, guys, what I'm actually saying is that there are... just want to make sure this is good. Oh, it's moved to the webcam. Audio. Yeah, that's good. It's working. It's fine. So what was I doing? I was on a big tangent about the Bible being a cool thing. Yeah. So it's only with the Spirit that you actually have something of merit, right? Everything else is just noise. And that's what the atheist is doing. They're coming at you with aggression. They're coming at you with their own bitterness. And they're using that bitterness to target something that's emotionally disturbed them. It's not you. You're not the problem. Take yourself out of it. This is their own stuff. They're trying to process their own stuff. And they recognize the bells and whistles, the trappings of Christianity on you in a very shallow way. And notice how they wield the scripture in a very shallow way with their literalist, dead wood read. And then you can present them with something a bit more elegant and informed. And hopefully, in that process, blow the minds, right? Just blow the freaking minds, right? Atheists aren't people who believe God doesn't exist, as they claim. They are against anyone who does. Just my 2 cents. But you could have just ended that, Grady, with atheists aren't people. That would have done it. I would have done it. I'm only joking. Atheists aren't people who believe God doesn't exist, as they claim. They're against anyone who does. That's true. They do have a God. They do have that which endows their life with meaning. And if they just explored that a little bit more, they would understand what God is. I got the New York, Sioux Falls, yep. Yeah, we got the Professionist. Grady says, hola, mi compañero, ¿cómo está? Lo siento que no me utilizan los acentos correctamente. Got Meta Preterist in the chat. Good to see. Grady says, amen. The scripture is secondary, the Spirit is primary. Lady says, are we still looking for a following name? Persuasive Preterism. Don't say that around Grady, right? It's victorious eschatology, and that's it. That's it. That's all it is. Pardon me, I'm a little bit wheezy tonight. Joe says, good evening, brother. Well, good evening, Joe. Good to see you. Jackie says, I think some atheists want to believe and challenge you per chance they may see. I think there might be something to that, Jackie. I think they are curious. Why else would you design a channel in this direction? Now, it could be, right? It could be that our fellow here just wants to deconvert people because he believes that by ridding you of all enchantment, by taking away faith from you, he is in some way furnishing you with qualities that make you a much more fitting disciple of the Enlightenment, the values of which are incredibly institutionally important in this day and age. But I think he's actually 20 years too late with that analysis, because I find there's a lot of atheist voices who are now saying, actually, Christianity was quite a good thing. And you notice that more so when you see what is replacing Christianity, which is just disorientated Christians, really. You know, because many of us have been practicing Christianity for, you know, as a people group. Christianity's been in the British Isles for over 1,900 years. Right? Julius Caesar came to the British Isles, and there was Christians coming over and stuff. It's lady, you might want to fact check that one. I think Julius Caesar came to the British Isles 40 BC. I think he came at 40 BC. So obviously he didn't bring Christianity with him. But a few years later, not too long after, yeah, we had Christians settling in this country from the years, 400, the year 400, probably even before then, actually. I think some atheists want, that's damn Skippy, victorious eschatology. Yeah, that is all about that victorious eschatology. Yeah, no, there's definitely something to that. Here's an idea here. If God is God, then he must be the standard, not the subject of our judgment. To begin with human moral instincts and measure God by them is to assume a position of moral supremacy over the divine. That's anthropocentric theology. It starts with man and tries to fit God into our image, rather than starting with God and understanding ourselves as made in his image. Well, is it Romans 9:20? That's the idea, isn't it? About the pot maker and etc. I do believe it is. Simon says, atheists want rights, but religions require responsibility. Yeah, that touches on the cultural tone that I think atheism has positioned itself against morality, against goodness, against decency, because it's like a collection of things, right? It's a miasma of energies. And you get the good energy and the bad energy, and the atheist is over here in this miasma. Not all of them, some of them are actually over here, but atheism as a thing, right? As it emerged in the 2000s, I think it's over there, because you see that in schools now. Every school in the country has a charter that all the little pupils are talking about. Children, they write a charter, and it's all about their human rights. It's all about the rights that are afforded them. And there's very, very little time spent discussing their responsibilities. And it's almost as if you are swearing. It's almost as if you're doing something just unheard of when you position responsibility up here. And rights down here, guys. You don't need rights. Right? You need responsibility. But it's true. Everyone needs rights. Okay? We're not getting rid of rights. But we need to advance the ethic of responsibility. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that makes strong people, right? There's something to be said for responsibility. Let's have a little look. I think everyone's most important memories or most important formative experiences are very strongly related to responsibility. You will likely remember something that you were responsible for that was negative, and perhaps something that you were responsible for that was positive. And you will learn so much by engaging with that responsibility. That's why parents give their children chores to do. It's not necessarily because the parents want those chores to be done perfectly. It's because they want the children to learn responsibility so that there's some weight to the task, right? So I got a little quote here. A society obsessed with rights but allergic to responsibility creates entitled individuals who demand moral rewards without ethical behavior or ethical labor. Rights tell you what you're owed. Responsibility tells you what you're meant to give. One without the other breeds either tyranny or chaos. All right. So it's a reversal of emphasis that we're seeing in society. Much modern moral critique, especially towards God, tends to frame humanity as the victim and God as the defendant. But biblically and classically, the reverse was true. Humans are accountable before God, not vice versa. So, inverting the divine-human relationship by demanding rights from God while rejecting responsibilities to Him is not moral insight. It's spiritual rebellion dressed up as moral concern. And if we just reflect on that line there, it is spiritual rebellion dressed up as moral concern. I mean, that to me, right there, speaks volumes. Let's add that as a banner. Spiritual rebellion dressed up as moral concern. I think that defines a generation. I think that's what that does. Grady says, but isn't it funny that nobody believes the resurrection has already happened, but even atheists base their morality on agape love? Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? And it kind of speaks to the potency of that agape love idea. I'm going to do like a big meta study on the resurrection and on other concepts like hell. And I'll do like a fancy, nice video like I did last week. I'll do one of those on a topic. So I think what I'll do for the next just couple of weeks is I'll make a nice fancy edited video on a topic that's around 5 minutes long. And then I'll do a live stream on the same topic where we can go into it and just get right in there and get robust with it. But I'll do it at a time where people can maybe manage on in higher numbers, because I understand on a Sunday in the evening might not be the best time for everyone. It's more of a Friday, Saturday type situation. I just nailed it. People don't want that responsibility, that free and direct subjective relationship to God. Yep, it's completely true. They're just not interested. So we talk about moral agency, right? Responsibility. That responsibility affirms our agency, and rights alone can infantilize us. There's something to be said about that, the infantilization of society. and how people don't want to, or maybe people, it's just more difficult to grow up now. You hear that analysis a lot, like it's harder to grow up, it's harder to hit the targets that were past generations were hitting, getting a property, getting a job that allows you to do X, Y, and Z. There's a lot of people who find it incredibly difficult to get onto the property ladder. Hello, my people. It's true. And yeah, it sucks. But the infantilization of society can also just be from a moral position too. It's something to be guarded against. I'm not saying you can't have pleasures that are somewhat frivolous. You know, anything that brings you joy is good. But we know what we mean by that infantilization. It's to shirk responsibility. It's to push off that which you are called to do, that you might have more time and resource for the frivolity. Have frivolity, but have it in balance, is the analysis. Covenantal obligation. So in scripture, responsibilities precede rights. God's blessings are tied to covenantal faithfulness. Yeah. You got reciprocity versus entitlement. Healthy moral systems depend on reciprocal duties, not one-sided entitlements. Alrighty, that makes sense to me. That was just a whole bunch of sense making right there. All right, so there's nothing that tells me, oh yeah, 1 hour and 46 minutes. We're going well. We're going well. What I will do is, again, what I've got a little invitation, right? And I can always copy this. So if anyone wanted to jump on in any capacity, they could. And sometimes you can attract atheists, and atheists can jump on and have a little riff with you. Sometimes they're up for that. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they are. It just depends. If any Christians wanted to, that's okay too. Let's see. Lady says, I can't get on the property ladder, so I got on the heavenly ladder. Oh, I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that. Ladies and gentlemen, when I've got my mega church in the USA, I'm going to, ladies and gentlemen, some of you are complaining. Some of you don't have enough money to get on the property ladder. But if you give me your money, you can get on the heavenly ladder. Come on. Oh man, I would tell you, you got to get me in those mega churches. I'll be Joel Osteen's protege. A little John Climacus joke. I wasn't even aware of John Climacus. But yeah, there's something to be said about how atheism is losing its cultural weight and gravity. It used to be quite strong in its gravitational pull, and I felt it too. All of my friends had something of an atheistic buzz about them, and I was very much an oddball because, as Jackie highlighted, there's something in the atheist that's quite antagonistic towards the Christian, and I felt some of that energy, right? Not that it was too oppressive and offensive, but I certainly felt as a Christian, I had to defend my position, because in a secular Scotland, my position was the ridiculous one. I was the one with the crazy ideas, right? I was the one that was sort of bucking against the entrenched enlightenment values that, you know, kind of malign those spiritual beliefs and instead posit a world that can only be discerned through empiricism, objectivism, and other scientifically highly scrutinizing tools. And it's just, we've got to a point now where people understand that you can't live that way. Nobody can live that way. Indeed, nobody does. Even the atheist with whom we had a little introduction today, he doesn't live that way. He certainly doesn't live that way. We could hear the passion in his voice right? He certainly was an impassioned individual. There was some weight, something was going on. And I think what was going on was he was working out his disappointment with the church. He was working out his disappointment with individuals who'd steered him wrong. And so that's why I'm going to jump on his channel, right? He is over here. I'm going to jump on his channel. Next time he's doing a live stream. In fact, is he doing a live stream right now? Let's check him out. Let's check him out. Nah, he's not doing a live stream right now. But next time he does one, because he was on for 5 hours, 7 hours and 59 minutes. Is that how you grow your channel these days? I guess I'm going to be sitting here for the next 5 hours. I might sit here for the next 5 hours and get deep vein thrombosis. I won't do that. I'll have to move around. But I'm happy to. I've certainly exhausted the topic. Please say things to me. I've exhausted the topic. Yeah, no, go on. Tell me what you think full preterists could do in the face of atheism. I'll tell you a little something. I think we have something of a new perspective to offer atheists. I don't think atheists are fully aware of full preterism, and that when they learn about it, I think their initial instinct will be to use it as a tool of destruction. I think they'll want to use full preterism not for its insight, but for its critique of mainstream Christianity. And you might say, well, if they're using full preterism in such a way, then can we fully endorse that? Is that a situation where Jesus would say, hey, if they're not against us, they're for us? I think that I would be guarded against it. I don't want them to use it as a tool of destruction necessarily. But if it did happen and it was persuasive to people, I don't think it would be destructive. I think actually what would happen is they would find a paradoxical reaction where if they did intend to use it as a destructive tool, it would end up enlightening people who heard it, and they wouldn't just turn away from Christ. They wouldn't just turn away from religion. Instead, it would make their engagement with religion all the more profound, because there's only so many times you can sit your arse in a hard pew and open up a hymn that was written 200 years ago and sing it and think, I'm doing church, which is the Presbyterian experience of Christianity. Hey, go you if you have an experience that's different, but lots of it is quite dull and dead. But some of it isn't. There's a church over here in Scotland called the Nazarene Church. It might be an American thing. The Nazarene, I guess, called the Church of the Nazarene. It was actually an American from South Dakota. No, South Carolina, who led it. Him and his wife, I think, were from either North or South Carolina. Very charismatic, very smart people. Which you got to watch out for, right? Because religion attracts sociopaths. I don't think you're necessarily a sociopath if you lead a church, but there's a certain charm you need to be careful of, I think, when it comes to religious people. I think what protects me from being contaminated by certain things like that is my capacity to open up and share about it, and to say I'm susceptible to it. I'm not saying I'm a sociopath, watch out. I'm just saying that humility has a protective element to it, because if you said that could not happen to me, then you give up your capacity to discern. You shut down discernment and say, well, that's never going to happen to me, so let's not think about it and just do things. But if you just do things, you might do them in a self-serving direction. So you need to really help find magnetic north righteousness by saying, hey, maybe I'm not above vice. And we talked about again, this term epistemic humility there, and a moral humility as well. So how do you protect yourself from the qualities of Satan. How do you do that? Because we know about the fruits of the Spirit. What about the dark expressions of Satan? And how do you know if you're expressing the fruits of the Spirit and not in some double-minded way expressing the darkness of the dark one? Well, I think motivation of heart helps you. Context helps you. Where are you and what are you doing? You know? Like if you're in the middle of some massive FBI investigation because you're up to some sinister stuff, hey, you know, whatever you're telling yourself, you're probably deceiving yourself. You know, if you're just going about your day and you're doing things in an okay manner, you don't have to trap yourself in such obsessive thinking. That could be through the mic. Trapping yourself in needlessly obsessive thinking can be not necessarily a dark thing. I don't want to make people think they're dark if they've just got a little anxiety. All I'm saying is, I don't know. I don't know what I've been saying for the last hour at this point, guys. Please save me. Somebody's upset something. Oh, there we go. People have been talking. There we go. I just love Sioux Falls. Isn't Sioux Falls a fun place? I got invited to an Easter service at St. Patrick's in Watertown, Massachusetts. Just gave him a free PDF of a preterist book. Yeah. Here. That was a bold thing to do. You know, it's a bold thing to share something that could be received in a rather, you know, it might not be received graciously. But I think we have to sometimes just accept that, hey, that's not on us, you know? It's not on us. We just share our truth. And if people don't like it, then, you know, tough. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Something like that. Lady says, nice, Joe. Always good to mingle. Grady says, I just personally don't debate with folks who don't use the same basis I do. I love conversing, but we can't debate. We don't have the same understanding or view of the reality we live in. I would agree with that too. I don't like to debate. I think debating is the wrong posture for what it is we're trying to do, right? And I think that's why it would be a mistake for me to jump on an atheist channel, because maybe it wouldn't be a mistake for me to do it because I wouldn't let them frame the discussion. They might find that entirely frustrating, right? If I don't play along with their frame, oh, this is going to be interlocutors locking horns and going at it. And I'm just like, hey, man, I got some love for you. Let's go shoulder to shoulder on this one. They're not going to respond, maybe, or maybe they will. Maybe they'll like that. Maybe they'll think this guy's actually kind of nice. Because that's what I want to do. I want to come across as kind of nice. You know what I mean? Because I feel I am kind of nice, right? Stop screaming in the basement. Oh, there's no one in the basement. There's never been anyone in the basement. Just my porcelain dolls. There's no porcelain dolls in the basement. Stop it. Stop asking. Lady says, according to Wikipedia, the Church of the Nazarene originated in Pilot Point, Texas. Well, there you go. It definitely seemed like that would be a thing. There's actually a couple of American churches in Largs where I used to stay. There was Church of the Nazarene, and then there was some other one. I don't know what it was, though. Methodist? Was it a Methodist? Is that an American thing? I don't know. What I mean, I don't know. Of course, Methodist is an American thing. If I think one sky is purple and someone else thinks it's blue, we can discuss, but we can't debate. If he thinks the sky is blue and I say it's purple, we can't debate on color. It's a very profound point, isn't it? Debate is a dead man's art. It's just not how to do it. Now, don't get me wrong, I do want to present ideas to hostile audiences, but again, it's my faith that the hostile audience won't be hostile because I'm so cool. That's not it. It's just I won't let them set the bloody tone. I won't do it. I think they will be surprised by how I handle myself because they will not be able to offend me. And I think, see, was it Jackie or was it you, lady? Somebody said sometimes atheists provoke Christians because they're secretly curious and perhaps they want to be enlightened. Well, I think that's what all debate is. People are curious and they're almost afraid that you might have something to say that's enlightening, but they're willing to get on that roller coaster ride. It's the same reason the theme parks have lines, right? What does a roller coaster do? It thrills you. It brings you to the point of death, and that's what a debate does, right? On some level, if you're really listening, someone might say something that kills your perspective, right? And what I would want to do in that arena, that gladiatorial arena, is just take off I've got some straps on here, I just take them off. I want to throw my shield down, I want to throw my sword down and say, look, I'm not fighting. I'm just here to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, and let's fight a lion. Let's fight a big cat together. Because if you can get yourself on the same wavelength as the person you're supposed to be debating, suddenly you find you're doing something else. Because everything's WWE, everything's wrestling, but it can become a dance, right? It can become a dance. And then suddenly you're no longer fighting someone. You're you're ministering to them. Oh, that's the term. You're ministering to them. And sometimes that can come from surprising places. It can happen in war zones. It can happen with a rival sports team's fans if they find you like that, like the good Samaritan. Or it can happen in a format that was seemingly hostile, but has become open and receptive based on your spirit. And that's after the mission of Paul. Paul would take himself into environments that were seemingly hostile sometimes. And yes, he would have to leave on occasion, but sometimes people would hear him out. There's something about that. So yeah, it's not about debate. I don't want to debate, but I'm willing to say my piece among a hostile population. Joe says, haven't been able to watch debates even within the faith. Yeah. Well, Joe, tell me why, Joe. I think your answer may be close to mine. It's because you just hate it. You hate the spirit of it. You hate it's just disgusting. There's something about a debate that's gross and off-putting. And I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't let that happen because I don't like debates. I like people. I really, really like people. That's my thing. I don't, maybe some people don't have that. I just like people. I find people fascinating. You put me in front of a person, somebody jumps on this call right now. I want to know about you. I want to learn all about you, because you're worth the time. You're a whole person, right? You've got your own stories. People respond to that. People are caught off guard, but they can genuinely tell when you care. I think that's how you win a debate. You just don't have the debate. You just meet someone and you talk. And there's something about that. The performance falls apart and then it's just two people actually getting into it. Grady says, have you ever met a person who said, I went to this debate and I was convinced? I'm not saying it's ever happened, but if a million debates, you think there'd be one. That's right, because it's a lot like a sports team. It's like saying, I went to see the Dodgers play the Chargers. I think that's just a car, a Dodge Charger. I went to see the Dodgers play the Chargers, and I came away a different fan. Like I went to see the Red Sox play the Dallas Cowboys. Is that would they ever go against each other? Is one a football team and one a baseball team? It's like saying, hey, I'm a Red Sox fan. And I went to see the Dallas Cowboys play the Red Sox. and I left a Dallas Cowboys fan. That's never happened. Right? It can't happen because I think I'm putting two different sports together. Right? It's like saying I'm a fan of the Lakers and I went to see the Mighty Ducks play against them. And I left a fan of the Mighty Ducks. It doesn't happen. It can't. It literally cannot happen because the Mighty Ducks are a fictitious ice hockey team and the Lakers might be a Californian-based baseball team. No, basketball team. I don't know, guys. I don't know. People who tune into debates are people who already care enough to have a solidified opinion. Yep, they've got that solidified opinion. They're not shaken. They're dug in. And they will not change their mind regardless of the facts presented to them. So don't present them facts. Present them love. You know what I'm saying? That's how you do it. That's how you do it every time. Goody says, amen. I like conversation. P.S. I will have to set up that access. I don't have the credit card info on hand to join. I don't know what that's a reference to. Is that a joke? I'll take your credit card info anyway. Don't worry about it. You can trust me, bro. You can trust me, bro. That's all good. Joe says, it's just talking past each other always. It is. That's all a debate is. It's just two people completely missing the point. Zero charity. Oh my goodness, I watched this debate with Don Preston and this older gentleman. If I could find it on YouTube, I'll actually show you it just now, right? Don Preston debate. It wasn't that long ago. Is that it, actually? Was that Richard Carrier? I didn't realise that had already happened. I was looking forward to that one. No, it wasn't Richard Carrier. It was some guy. If I can't find it, I'll just tell you about it. But this guy was he was an older gentleman, probably the same age as Don. And he was so insulting. He kept making reference to people who would have a faith like Don's and how they were just so ridiculous and silly. And it was really, really menacing, man. I found the guy. So let me show you this, right? Just get a little taste of this, right? I think you all know what a debate is and how they can suck, but let's see. How do I change this? Add to stage. Yeah, here it is here. So this is the guy.
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I believe it is live right now. So I want to welcome everybody to the program.
This guy here.
Thank you for tuning in. I did
Let's see what he says.
Promo on one of the Preterist forums this afternoon. We got a very important discussion tonight. It's going to be Mark Smith, who is a well-known writer, speaker, debater.
My background, I was a member of the True Church
this guy.
For many years. And I found out from Lance that he didn't know what that was. That's a non-instrumental Church of Christ.
Oh, okay.
And of a particular slant, of course. Not all of the non-instrumental churches of Christ are the True Church. Anyway, grew up in that.
Boring. Don't care what he has to say. He's lost me in the introduction. But him there, that piece of trash. All joking. But he just wasn't very gentlemanlike. It's what Don Preston would refer to as a certain gentlemanly Christian decorum. He lacked it in spades. Then you got Sam Frost. And my first introduction to Sam Frost was seeing him rip into Mike Miano with all the elegance of, like, I don't know, the Tasmanian devil eating a ice cream cone. That was bad. That was a bad analogy, but, you know, it wasn't good. It was unpleasant to see, and it was messy. Lady says, good question, Natasha. What is happening in the chat? There's just references I'm not getting. I'm not getting these references. Grady says, yeah, my team ducked so bad that now I'm cheering for the winner because they're kicked their butt so bad. No, to join your live stream through the link. Oh no, you don't need a credit card. You don't need a credit card. You just click the link, basically. All you need is just to click on the link and have a webcam and a mic, and then you just jump on. There's nothing expensive happening. Just if anybody listening wants to jump on, pachow. That's how you do it. You just follow that little link that I've just posted. Joe says last was on Myth Vision. Oh yeah. Yeah, you get these channels that just host debates. I've never thought to do that, and I don't think I will. I think it goes against the ethos of what I'm trying to achieve. Grady says, now you do have to bring up Sam Frost. Now I have to go puke. Yeah, Sam Frost is always so unprepared for debates. Don't get me wrong. I love not preparing for things. I think it's great. You know, I love not preparing for things. But Sam Frost got a PhD at some point and then just said, nah, that's me. I'm done. Just call me Dr. Sam Frost and we're good to go. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Every debate is like me coming on with no notes and just being completely empty-headed for the video because I've just woke up. I'm like, oh yeah, full preterism doesn't work because Jesus said, Paul said, twinkling of an eye did be changed. Well, did the eye twinkle? Well, how long's the twinkling of an eye? You just don't get it, do you, full preterist? That's it. That's this whole shtick. It just doesn't translate. Grady says, I did that. I did, and that's what it sent me to. I think it was weird too. I'll check up on it. No, there's no. Hold on. Don't. Hold on a second. Copy. Invite guests to the studio. Send this link to your guests. You may also want to share instructions for guests. You can have up to 6 people at once. Update if you need more. No, I should be able to get 6 people onto this call, onto this video, if they wanted to, on that very link, and it shouldn't cost you a penny. If it does, the money, I don't know where the money's going, but it doesn't. Trust me. Me and Shadestone use this, and this is how me and Shadestone speak, and it doesn't cost nothing. Usually there's a watermark on the screen as well. I haven't even paid for this software. It's just StreamYard, it's called. Anyone can use StreamYard. Highly recommend. So, yeah, there's something to be said then. Because the atheist does love debate. Now you've touched on something interesting. Because we're talking about the insincerity and the dug in, the entrenched sort of already made up your own mindness of debate. So there's something to be said about the fact that we don't want to do that. There's Grady, by the way. Grady, I'm going to add you in, right? Let's see if this works. Hey, Grady.
All right.
How you doing?
Hey, can you hear me, man?
I can hear you.
Hello. Okay, yeah, that link worked. I don't know what it was. The link you had in the description somehow put me through something that wanted a credit card number.
That was my OnlyFans. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. That's what it was. I messed that one up.
Yeah, you know what happens to the best of us. Happens to the best, man. So are you going to hang out for a while, or are you just checking the link?
No, I just wanted to check on and see if this worked, brother. I've got to go. Oh my goodness, we're almost at 10 o'clock here, and I got to get up pretty early in the morning to take care of folks and whatnot in our hospice here. So I'll be happy to join you next time, though. That'd be wonderful.
Of course. Anytime, man. Anytime. Right. Well, have yourself a good evening. I'll see you in the chat if you jump back on. No worries.
Oh,
sorry, I just cut you off. I didn't mean to. I thought it had glitched or something. But Grady, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to having a nice chat with you, Grady. Sorry, you're actually still on the stage there. Let me just there you go. As we kicked you from the studio. It seems so aggressive. But anyone who wants to jump on can follow said link and jump on. But I think, yeah, the Americans, it's getting late. Well, it's 10 in the evening over there in America, getting on to 10:30, etc. You guys are my biggest audience, so I might not leave this video up because it's a bit all over the place. You know what I mean? I might leave it up for a day or two just so people can get the flavour of it if they want to. But this is more of a hangout. I prefer these to be more conversational and relaxed. You know, it's not the densest of content because I only wanted to discuss atheism for about half an hour, and it turned into 2 hours and 14 minutes of banter. But that's fine. Sometimes that just happens. Let's see. Atheism's role in society. Does people feel and the because everyone has a sense of place. Everyone has a sense of where they're from. There's a nice poem. Don't let me lose you on this one. There's a nice poem by Carol Ann Duffy, right? She's Scottish, and it touches on atheism and theism and all this, right? It goes like this. It goes, we came from our okay, let me try and speak. We came from our own country in a red room, which fell through the fields, our mother singing, our father's name, to the turn of the wheels. My brothers cried, one of them bawling, home, home, as the miles rushed back to the city, the street, the house, the vacant rooms where we didn't live anymore. I stared at the eyes of a blind toy holding its paw. All childhood is an emigration. Some are slow, leaving you standing, resigned up an avenue where no one you know stays. Others are sudden, your accent wrong, corners which seem familiar, leading to unimagined pebble-dashed estates, big boys eating worms and shouting words you don't understand. My parents' anxiety stirred like a loose tooth in my head. I want our own country, I said. But then you forget or don't recall or change, and seeing your brother swallow a slug feel only a skelf of shame. I remember my tongue shedding its skin like a snake, my voice in the classroom sounding just like the rest. Do I only think I lost a river, culture, speech, sense of first space, and the right place? Now, where do you come from? Strangers ask. Originally, and I hesitate. And there's something about that. There's something about the cultural amnesia that Christians are experiencing. The descendants of a Christian people. Trashing the studio lights, right? But we are the descendants of a Christian people. And what does that mean to suffer with that cultural amnesia? That we don't know where we're from. We speak with a particular accent, but that accent is losing. It's being diluted. That Christian speech, those Christian terms, those Christian buildings, hundreds of years old, dilapidated, not being cared for, the stewardship abandoned by our generation, by our children's generation. And it's a damn shame because people feel it. And it's not just the Christians who are feeling this. It's not. It's everyone. It's the atheists. It's the Christians. It's us who we are, right? Don't make me say it, guys. I'm joking. It's the good people of the world. You know what I'm saying? It's the full preterists. It's only the full preterists. Nah, it's not just the full preterists. It's anyone who grew up with some sense of Christianity. Doesn't matter where you're from. Christianity used to have a strong hold in the world, in the Western world, right? Used to. And that grip has loosened to the point we just don't know where we're from anymore. There we go. this was sexy. I showed up and everything. That's what it's all about, Grady. So you kicked me to the curb, but just saying, I know that's a shame. I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to. Love you, brother. Can't wait to talk with you live, baby. Don't tell my wife I called you, baby. Yeah, don't you worry about that. That'll be our little secret, you know. Secret. There's just a general sense of apathy in the world now. Oh, there's Natasha. Right, so Natasha must have said something up here. Yeah, there you are, Natasha. Just a random question. Lots of UFO stuff was happening in the news lately. Does that shake your faith at all? That is a good question. It's very interesting that I saw a lady say, that's a good question, Natasha. And I was like, well, clearly lady's gone insane speaking to people that don't exist instead of scrolling up and finding Natasha's amazing question. No, the presence of aliens doesn't shake my faith because the scripture's silent on extraterrestrial life. There's nothing in the scripture to suggest God only made humanity. You know, there's nothing in the scripture. Even if there was something in the scripture to suggest that, I'm not sure that would be the final authority for me. The final authority for me is God. It's not ink and paper. You know, I'm not going to depend on some man hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years ago to properly record things in a way that reflects the true ontology of the universe. I'm going to depend on God as my source for that information. And quite frankly, I'm of the belief there are aliens, because it would seem to me that the universe, and not everyone adheres to this belief, right? I want to make sure the audience feel like they're all welcome. But I'm of the belief that the universe is a vast, vast, massive, massive place. And that there's many billions upon billions of galaxies, each full of millions and millions and millions of suns and planets. And almost every sun has its own system of planets that orbit around it. And it seems to me, statistically, very likely that the conditions that made life possible on Earth are probably present on a couple of other planets. That seems like a safe guess. And I would think that the universe exists to sustain life. I'm not of the atheist scientific determinism, the idea that certain dominoes fell over and every molecular interaction is a consequence of a preceding molecular interaction. And it's just dominoes falling over infinitely. And the whole of existence is just some strange quirk. That's an odd thing to think. I think that the universe exists precisely for this purpose, for the creation of life and all that that has to offer. And I don't think it's only happening here in this wee strip of the Milky Way galaxy. I think it's also happening in other places too. And those other places will have their own relationship with God, because they won't be human beings, right? Or might they be? There might be something to do with convergent evolution where, you know, if they're a carbon-based life form, it might be that the evolution of eyes on the head and a digestive tract and limbs like this and legs is just something that most species conform to that are of a particular intelligence. Or it might be completely different. I don't know. But I'm very science fiction fan-ish. Like, I like Star Trek and stuff like that. So that might just be my own bias, right? I wouldn't bring that to bear on my faith. Like, I haven't wrote that in my book. There isn't a chapter in my book about, hey, now let's touch on the aliens. This is what it's all about. But I'm very much like Fox Mulder. I want to believe, right? I want to believe that there's just teeming with life, that God loves so many different creatures, right? You know, there's aliens on Earth, really, right? Things that are so exotic to us and strange seeming, and God loves them. God loves an octopus. Why can't he love a Cardassian? That's a type of alien from Star Trek, but it's also a celebrity. Kim Kardashian. That's the wrong. It's a Cardassian. That's a real thing, right? Star Trek fans, back me up. Natasha says there's just a general sense of apathy in the world now. Yeah, we touched on that, absolutely. Lady says, been loving this, but sleep duty awaits. So tip my wee Irish lady cap in your direction, folks. Yeah, top of the night to you. Natasha, this guy's been an X-Files junkie since the 90s. That's it. He's even taken on David Duchovny. Good looks. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's the studio lighting, just. I'm still in the Bill Pullman camp, though, myself. That's another one. That's another one. You get these apps where they can tell you what you look like, and it's never flattering for me. It's always like that guy from, I don't know, it's a guy that's been on a bunch of stuff. Stargate Universe or something. The unlikable character from Stargate Universe. Beautiful answer, thank you. Well, thank you, Natasha. Lady says, it's a great question. I've been super interested in the US congressional hearings as well. I only hope to know truth and what doesn't shake my faith. Grady says, go to sleep, my wee Irish, my dear Irish lady, Lady Cumberland. We shall see thee in the morn. Take thy rest, me darling. Have a great rest, yeah. Marrow, a new day to be thee, and what a wonderful thee be. Grady, that's brilliant, man. Well, there were already many rooms in his father's house, Yeshua said. He's going to prepare them. Yeah. Now, when it comes to the actual UFOs, I do not think any of these UFOs are authentic. I think it's all a bunch of shit. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. Every UFO piece of footage I've seen has been completely underwhelming. It's usually some artifact to do with the actual technology inside the camera itself, or it's just something ridiculous. Like I like, there's a guy called what's he called? There's a big UFO channel with 2 million subscribers that everybody loves. I want to believe the UFOs are real. I really do. But I also subscribe to Corridor Crew, or just Corridor, and they have these debunking videos, and they debunk a lot of them. Like a lot of them. Even the Tic Tac video, which was very compelling. I think they debunked that and demonstrated how it was just an artifact from the internal mechanisms and the way the light was working. So I don't know. I don't know. Although I did see a UFO myself. Very much a UFO. I couldn't tell you what it was. I was getting a bus from one town to the next, and it was the middle of the day, and it was summertime, and the sky was blue, except there was a few patches of cloud. And I was with my girlfriend at the time. This is like almost 15 years ago. Was it more than 15 years ago? I don't know. And I was just kind of listlessly looking out the window, and I saw this large orb. It was like golden in color. Golden. Like a rich, yellowy, golden color with ill-defined edges, but it was circular, but kind of hazy at the edges. Now, I know what you're saying. That's the sun. You saw the sun in the summer. No, because the sun was over here, and this thing was over here, and it didn't look like the sun. Okay, and it was between the clouds, and so I knew it wasn't the sun. And I didn't know if my partner had seen it. I was just looking at it, mesmerized. And then once the journey had completed, because it was only a 5-minute journey, and I says, "Hey, Amanda, did you?" And she said, "Yeah. Yeah, I did." No, I didn't actually complete the sentence. I just said, "Amanda, did you?" And then she said, "Yeah." So I may have been anything. She could have been responding to anything. You know what I mean? She might have thought I was going to say something like, "Amanda, did you hate this journey?" Yeah, it was terrible. I don't know. But I saw a UFO. I seen it, and I can't unsee it. So who knows what that was? It could have been anything. Because it disappeared into a cloud. That's how it didn't just zoom away. It just kind of, it moved into a cloud, and then it hid away, and I couldn't see where it went. Grady says, my biblical proof for aliens is the many rooms. Yeah. Jackie says, so I'm trying to Streamline. Do I need the app? StreamYard. You're trying to StreamYard. No, it's all just if you're on a computer, Jackie. If you're on a computer, all you need to do is put that link into the search bar, press enter, and it'll just pop up for you. All you need is a web camera and a microphone, which can be inbuilt into a phone, or you might have one handy with you there if you're on a computer. So it should just work. Just click and play. There we go. Thanks, Grady. I feel you on that. Getting my pajamas on. UFO talk comes out. Now I'm all peepers. Get those peepers peeping, folks, because we're talking about aliens. And the fact is, half of the disciples were alien. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. half of the disciples were aliens. I'm not that guy. That's not what I do. Could have been a wee fairy. That's part of the culture here, isn't it? The wee fairies. Jackie, we had that conversation about the wee fairies. There's a Scottish folklore about a fairy people, not small fairy people, large ethereal beings that shone. They were shimmering, had a sheen to them, and they would be around graveyards and certain places like this, and they were seen as guides into the next realm. Often wonder if the Celtic people perhaps engaged with something like an angel then and just made up their own stories about it. Grady says agreed. The footage is crazy. But be inspect. Oh, look, that actually worked. Hold on, I can actually bring Jackie on the stage. Hello there. But be inspect. Oh, look, that actually worked. Hold on, I can actually bring Jackie. Hello there. Jackie, can you mute me? Can you mute me in your room?
I've got a bit of a delay.
Jackie, can you? Yeah, there's a bit of feedback.
Yes. I've got a bit of a delay.
That's all right. That's my
okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you perfectly fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I don't know if I'm matching up to my movements.
No, it looks good. It looks good from my perspective. Anyway,
okay.
It looks good.
Okay.
So, Jackie.
Yes.
We need to talk about the aliens real quick.
Okay. I have to turn it. I've got just a minute. Maybe I can. Should I use the sound on my phone or the sound on the TV?
Well, everything sounds perfect just now. Everything
okay.
sounds perfect.
I'll turn this up. Hold on then. There. That should be better. Okay.
Alrighty. All right. Now you can take it away, Jackie. What would you like to discuss? We can talk about alien life. We can talk about culture and folklore, and if there's anything going on with that, or if you have a topic, just bring it on.
Oh gosh, I don't know. I have to feel inspired, and sometimes it takes a little while for me to get to think about what I want to say. But yeah,
for some reason, Jackie, I thought you were English for some reason.
I am English, but I've been in America for a long time.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I can tell. I can tell. I was like, that's the weirdest English accent I've ever heard. Is that Bristol? Are you from Bristol?
I can't even put one on. But my parents spoke it. My parents were speaking it all over the place.
Oh, gosh. Oh, no, that's nice. That's nice. So, whereabouts in England were you originally from?
Hampstead Heath, London, somewhere they say, but I left when I was very young.
Okay, no, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, Hampstead Heath. I've been there, been through it. I got the train through. So, what's your experience of Christianity? Which state is it you're in just now?
Washington.
Oh, well, I cannot imagine. Oh, wait, you're in Washington State. So that's different from Washington, D.C. Yeah. But tell me, so Washington seems like quite a progressive place. So I would imagine it's quite secular. Do you feel isolated as a Christian, or do you have a community of believers?
Oh, no, there's Christians all over the place here. I'm in a small town, and there's about six churches in the small town, and that's pretty true there's a lot of churches. And when I was younger, there wasn't, and everybody was afraid to even admit they were Christian. But now it's not like that here. They're all over the place. But if you want to try and drop the preterist idea in on them, then all of a sudden it's like,
Yeah.
stay away from me.
Well,
they don't want to hear you, you know. So it's like
I'm incredibly surprised by that. So you've seen the advancement of Christianity. You've seen an increase in its visibility.
yes.
However, they don't seem receptive to new ideas. They're just receptive to new faith as long as it kind of coheres to what they're preaching, basically.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Interesting.
And if you try, and every time, and I kind of don't go so much now because they were afraid that I would say something to the people that were going to the church, you know, and they were teaching things like, oh, you got to watch out because there might be a day when you're going to have your head chopped off. What will you choose?
Oh yeah.
And they'd you know, and then, oh, this is the end days and all that stuff. And if you try to drop a different thought on them, then you were like, what would you say? People were told not to talk to you, I think.
Well,
so I don't go so much.
They see you as someone who's trying to distract because they believe that, yeah, you need to be prepared because they're going to chop your heads off, put you in FEMA camps. They're going to give you this mark of the beast so you can't buy or purchase goods, all that stuff, right? All that stuff.
Right.
And yeah, so that sucks.
Yeah. And I mean, I myself, sometimes I just want to say something when I just have this thing where I feel like I'm really after the truth. And when I think I've got something, and then to hear somebody standing up on a pulpit saying something that I think is so ridiculous, I just have to sit there and be mum, you know?
Yeah. I felt that too.
Yeah, and but quite a few times I have said something anyway. But actually now, after I don't know how long I've been here, well, at least after 10 years, actually now the pastor talks to me, and I was really surprised because the other day he came up and he said come here and because they were having a lunch and he started listening to me and everything I had to say. And he said, you know what? I have a friend that has been putting forth this preterist position. And I was just so surprised that he was all of a sudden receptive to it. He looked like he was more receptive than ever, which makes me think now that there is kind of an awakening coming, you know?
And that's interesting what he said. I have a friend who's been putting forward this preterist tradition because it's interesting that people won't listen to you sometimes. They just will not afford you the good faith to hear you out. But suddenly, oh, my friend said something about it, so maybe now you're more credible. It's just interesting.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. Humans are like that, aren't they? We're very fickle creatures sometimes.
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah.
But I have noticed, I've been around long enough to see a lot of change. And so it's kind of exciting to watch, you know, and to watch things on the news and to see what's going on in the world, and you know,
oh yeah,
trying to
honestly,
put it into perspective.
It's hard to put it into perspective, though, isn't it? When you don't find a community that's open and receptive. So that's why I love, and I think Jackie, I think you made this point that now is the time. And there's something about this particular time where communication has become so freeing, so liberating that if I want a community of believers who have similar thoughts to me, not that I'm saying having similar thoughts is all that, but a similar heart, a similar openness and good Christian vibe, then all I need to do is jump on a computer and suddenly you're in Washington, I'm in Scotland, and here we are, the chat's going beside us, and we are here, and we're now, and we're able to spread these ideas. Do you get
Totally
the sense,
amazing.
Jackie? Yeah. Do you feel that though? Do you feel there's something quite particular about this time?
Yes, I'm totally amazed. I'm amazed.
Yeah. I think so too. I had never heard of preterism until I got online. to be honest with you, I never heard of it until I came online, and then I started to listen to different debates, different ideas, and it just seemed like this nonsense proposition in my head, which was, what if the world had already ended and we were too callous to feel it, or too callous to notice? And I thought, oh, that's an interesting little mental exercise. And I didn't want it to be true, but it turned out it was very profound. And that's where I came across people like Mike Miano and Don Preston. And where did you come across preterism first, Jackie? How would you ever discover this?
Well, mine was, I've been studying the Bible a long time. And when I was reading it, I was just getting more different things out of it than what was being taught. And I go, and I said, this has already happened. You know, a lot of this stuff has already happened. You guys are, and even when I read the last chapter in Revelations, I said, you know what, with that temple coming down, that already feels like what is going on now. You know, the end of it has already happened, and we're already past that. And I was explaining it to the same pastor, and that was a long time ago. And he was the one that said, I know what that is. You're a preterist. I go, oh, what's that? And so then I looked it up. And then when I came back, I said, I think I'm more of a partial preterist, because I'm not exactly sure about this rapture thing. And I'm not exactly sure, you know, I don't know. But I do believe that Nero was the Antichrist, and the destruction of the temple has already happened, and that's not going to happen again, and blah, 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 blah. And so that's how
No, that's super interesting, because to study the scripture yourself and to discover these things and to feel these things, that speaks to me. I mean, that tells me that you're a deeply intuitive and thoughtful person. That's quite rare, because I never had that experience reading the scripture. You know, I mean, I might have seen something there, but it never quite clicked in my head, you know. And so I think you've got a skill set there, Jackie. And you're starting to make videos now, aren't you, on this topic? So I'm just recommending people subscribe to Jackie. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, well, I only have one right now, but I have a few other odd things on there on how to do useful things around the house. But
that's cool.
I only have one on preterism.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You know, we need all sorts for the community, you know.
Yeah. But every now and then I will get a topic in my head and I go, oh, I can maybe talk about that. But then I have to be in the mood and I have to sit down and do it. So.
Oh no, you really do. Sometimes I have to stick the camera on, like when I was doing the whiteboard sessions, and as soon as the camera goes on, I've lost all my energy, and it's like, right, let's really forehand. I gotta try it. So yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky, and I think jumping on live is the most tricky thing to do.
The funny thing is that I was absolutely, well, first of all, I hated reading. I hated reading from, you know, kindergarten. And then the other thing is I was terrified of getting up in front of people and speaking and saying things. And so that was through the first part of my life, you know. And then I started noticing that all I wanted to do was to read the Bible. I could read that. And I just had this thing for it. And then I noticed that scriptures, whenever I needed a scripture, it would pop up in my head. And it was, you know, just totally odd. Or if I was talking to somebody and I'd say, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. And there's a scripture, you know. And I'm like, what? You know, what's going on here? And so I didn't want to read much of anything else, but I wanted to read the Bible. And then a strange thing happened. The talking in front of people was taken away from me. And the fear of it. And I started in church. You know how they do this blah 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 stuff, and then somebody will come up and interpret it. You know.
Yeah.
And so, well, I figured, well, if they can do that, and I've got this, I believe I have the manifestation of the Spirit also, which is where I kind of get this goosebumpy power thing that flows over me like a fountain from the feet and comes out my head. And that would hit me. And I get urged I have to say something. And so I started doing that. I started telling them, you know, but they didn't like it. They didn't want to hear what I had to say. So it was okay. I learned how to say the things that didn't disturb their theology after practicing. And so that's what I started to do. But then it was just like, now I'm like, and this is a bad thing to say, but they're teaching lies. I think a lot of the churches are teaching lies, and I want to know the truth, and so I can't sit there and watch them teach what I think is a lie, and people are believing them. Can't do it.
It's so interesting. It's so interesting that, you know, these organizations lack the humility to listen to someone who will say things that contradict them, because ultimately they're trying to preserve their doctrine. They want to protect the doctrine because that's their that's the thing that makes them stand out. In business, there's a term for something that makes you stand out. I forget what it is, an IP. I don't know. I forget the term, but that's what they're trying to protect, is that doctrine. So when you speak up, they just want to, hey, that's enough, Jackie. That's enough. But you know what I mean? But the thing is, you're feeling this deep desire to share something with energy and passion. And it's like, maybe, perhaps, if this stuff is true, then maybe something is prompting Jackie to speak here that could illuminate everyone in this room. Perhaps we should give the microphone over to Jackie so she can speak. But they don't even have anything near the sensitivity, and it's like it should be built in to the furniture of a church that we will listen to every voice, because when someone speaks, my goodness, it could be inspired words. And if you don't operate that way, then I question the legitimacy of that church. I question the integrity of the leadership. And I know that's very harsh. That's quite a tone I'm taking. I don't mean to be, you know, too acerbic, but I think it needs to be stated that we're supposed to be a church that lifts up the humble. And whenever a voice speaks to authority, we should listen. I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yep, I think so. But they did start listening to me.
Good. Well, they should.
When I found out kinder ways to get the point across without shocking everybody.
Yeah. Like pull out a taser. No, that's cool. And I think that's, you know, that's sometimes the lesson as well, is how do you reach these people? Because sometimes you can get a big passionate wave of, oh, but then the way you present the information can sometimes be a little bit like, oh, you lost it there. You lost it there. So that's the lesson as well, isn't it? Knowing how to minister the information.
Yeah. And basically, if you want to try and help anybody with anything, you can't be the one to walk up to them and say, hey, you know, you kind of, usually the ones that are receptive are the ones that come up to me and ask me a question. Okay, that's my foot in the door, you know, and that's when I'll take off with it. So
let me ask you this. What's your opinion on street preachers who have big megaphones and stuff and amplifiers? What do you think of street preachers?
Well, we don't really see too much of that here. Do we?
I haven't seen any lately.
No, I don't. We don't see too much. I have seen them, and I've seen some.
What about the ones that go and help the people and?
Oh well. Okay, but you mean with like the big standing there, you know, and getting people to gather around, that type of thing?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I don't really see that, but the one thing about this church or the pastor that is the same one, I've been going to him down the street for a long time, but not recently because of what I said. But what they do is they do have community lunches, and they do help the homeless. And what they'll do is they'll go out there and they offer them help, or they offer them if they want to hear something, or they can pray for them, but they don't force it on them. You know what I mean? Like, it's like So I'm looking at you on my phone, and so I can't see. I'm looking back.
No, it's fine.
I'm looking at my TV. You're bigger on my TV, so I can see you there. But here you're little. You're about an inch.
No,
But,
that
this is the first for me, so I thought I better try it.
yeah. No, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did, because I'd run out of things to say there. So
Yeah,
glad.
usually something will come up.
Yeah. But that's it, because I wanted to contrast the idea of, like, people coming to you, and then the idea of the street preacher being someone broadcasting perhaps to an audience that's not really receptive. And sometimes the street preachers will say that they're having a really profound effect, and they might have evidence to suggest that. But I'm curious about the power of, having people come to you by, I don't know what that attraction would be. Like, I need to try and work out what it is that is so attractive, and then try to put that in a bottle, because I think that's what the preterist movement needs. Now, it might be something quite esoteric and quite poignant, is just to say it's the spirit, and there's a lot in that too. But I just wonder what it is. Is it a posture, like a sort of, not just a posture physically, but an emotional posture that we need to
Well,
strike?
I truly believe that if you're for Christ in whatever way you do it, that you feel that you're called the street preacher. The person comes out and says you're going to hell, and everybody like that. I firmly believe they all have a purpose. Like
Okay.
some people might be the eye, some people might be the foot, or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. Some people
And so
might be.
they all have a purpose, and it's some people are touched by maybe a fiery hell talk, or some people might be touched by just being a friend, and then they see the things that you do, like praise the Lord, because something goes
Yeah.
right, and then they get the idea, oh, this person knows God or something like that, and then one day they might come up to you and say, what do you think about blah 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 blah, and then that's your foot in the door. And usually they don't stop. Usually then they'll go, and then what, and then what, and then what.
See, this is it. This
So
is it.
that's
I
the way
like that.
that works. But like
Aye.
you mentioned like how interesting it is that we can be like so many thousands of miles away and have this discussion. And so I do have this personal theory. I think I've already told you this, but it's just like a shape of a V. You got, so here's the Garden of Eden in Adam, and then here's the Garden of Eden on the other side. It's like a V, and so there
Yeah.
was a fall. Jesus is at the bottom, and then he's getting us back up to the top to the garden again.
Oh, yeah.
But there's like a timeline. It's a timeline going down, and this is what I get from Enoch too. The timeline going down to the fall, to the very bottom when Jesus comes, and then he's bringing us back up, back up, back up. But I really feel there's like a timeline, like okay, so on this side of the V, you've got the flood. So on this side of the V, you're going to have something like a flood over here. Maybe not a flood, maybe the fire, maybe the fire that was mentioned. But also you have like Babylon over here. But now our Babylon is the communication, the satellites, the way everybody can
That's true.
get knowledge, and we're getting on the way back to the garden. And that's kind of just the way I feel, I'm not, that's my idea. But
That's a cool idea.
you say, yeah, here we are on this. I would have never thought this, like 20 years ago, that I'd be talking to you all the way in Scotland, my own living room, in my pajamas.
But I appreciate it, honestly. I really appreciate it, because I think it's so important that as Christians, and as Christians who are delving into something that's just seemingly unexplored territory. Yes, people have been before us, but not many. I think it's a brave thing to do, and it's a heartwarming thing to do as well, to come together. So I very much appreciate the likes of yourself, Jackie, lending your voice to this and sharing your ideas. And I think people will recognize themselves in you. Like, we all have to have a different voice. We all have to be from different places because we're speaking to people from all over the world. Like, people might hear me and not think, well, I don't really get this guy. I don't understand every second word he says. But people will hear your voice and maybe think, aye, actually, I feel something with Jackie. Jackie really, I get something for her that I don't get for William. And that's good because, like you said, we're all different parts of the same body. So we have to use our voices. We have to use what we've got. And yeah, I'm really heartened by the experience. I'm really proud of what we're building. And it's been really nice to meet people like yourself. And, there's people in the chat that we're familiar with now and Shadestone. And there's just so many people, you can't name them all now. So it's going grand. It's going great.
Yeah. We're going to get the other people on the chat up here too.
Yeah, honestly,
How
if
many
they
people
want
can you
to.
hold on your screen?
Well, 6 people can come in.
Oh.
I'll see if anyone wants to come in. Anyone want to come in? There's somebody in the chat called Ultimate Biblic Judeo-Christian. We've spoke before, haven't we? Ultimate. I just don't recognize your name. But I think join us. You too, Natasha. There we go. Let's see if anybody else joins us. All you have to do is click that link and you can jump in this chat right now.
Yeah,
and
you
might
can
have
do
the
it. Don't
chance.
be afraid. It's fun.
Yeah.
Might get me
You might have the chance. The chance to win $1,000 that Jackie will give you. If you win that
I wish. I wish I could.
Me too. Me too. No, we can't give you $1,000, but you might win this decorative duck. Oh gosh.
It's staring at me.
Yeah. That might be a good stunt though. I start giving away prizes and things.
Oh, she's coming over. Here she is. Oh yeah.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful
Like
kitty.
cats. We rescued
I think.
this cat. She was.
Do you know what kind it is? Do you know what kind of cat that is?
A blue Russian.
Blue Russian, gorgeous.
Yeah. We rescued her during the freeze when it was freezing cold, and some people got kicked out of their house and left the cat, and we were like, oh no, we'll try and find a home. I don't want another one because you can see my cat tree over here.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And I know you don't like cats, you're a dog person, but I got those too. They're over here.
Oh yeah, you got some doggies as well. That makes up for it then. That makes up. No, cats are okay. I like. I used to not like cats because my
I don't
dad
know
would
if you
always.
can see him. Can you see him?
Oh yeah, he's a lovely boy. He's a lovely boy. Is that two boys? Is that two cats? Is that one of them a cat or is one of is it
No,
two dogs?
that's a Pomeranian part Chihuahua thing.
Oh, sweet. All right.
Yeah.
Is that one get the most personality? I find the little Chihuahua dogs have got so much personality.
Yep.
Yeah.
She doesn't shut up sometimes.
Oh gosh.
Anyway, yeah. Do you think that animals can see into the spiritual realm?
Well, there's a certain purity to animals, isn't there? There's a certain connectedness that they have to the whole, where I feel humans have a certain separation that gives them sentience on a level that's unattainable to animals. But animals seem to be so much more integrated into existence. And I wonder if that gives them heightened spiritual acuity, or perhaps not. Perhaps the opposite. No, I don't know. I think there's certainly something to it, isn't there? Lots of societies, lots of cultures. The pharaohs, they treasured the cat, right? Because the cat had this interesting dynamic with spirit. So it might be possible that cats can detect something, or dogs can detect things that humans can. I'll tell you a story. Let me tell you a quick story. So I had sleep paralysis, okay? So I fall asleep and I couldn't move my body, but I was awake, and I could open my eyes ever so slightly, but everything was hazy. And I was just so like, oh, goodness gracious, I can't move. And then something began to sit on me. Now, did it really? I don't know, but I felt pressure on my belly as if something was sitting on me, and it was
It was your
very
cat.
uncomfortable. No, it wasn't, because the dog was on the bed beside me, right? So I felt something sitting on me like a human being,
Ooh.
and then the dog started to growl. The dog was like, grrr, and then eventually I woke up. Now, what was that? Was that a shared dream? Was it a coincidence? Or was it the dog seeing some kind of nighttime spooky thing? I don't know. It's probably not a good bedtime story for anyone listening that's about to go to bed.
I don't know.
But,
I have some ghost stories, but I
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
if you want that topic brought up yet.
Well, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. I think there's something about that, like we did that video, didn't we, exploring what ghosts actually are, and there's lots of different theories. Like some people think that the what is it? It's the idea that walls or certain materials can record emotional resonance. So I'll give you an example. There was a ghost story in England. This person was in their basement, and while they were in their basement, they were working on some brickwork. And as they moved the brick, they saw a Roman centurion walking towards them. But it wasn't just one Roman centurion. It was a small platoon or whatever it was of Romans walking through the wall past the guy with a horse, and he's just beside himself thinking, what is going on? So they go and find the groundwork for this place in England, and what they discover, and they didn't know this prior, was that the property was built on an old Roman settlement, and their house in particular would have been the place where certain Romans would have come through with horses. So what is that? Was it just complete fantasy to try and generate some kind of custom? Or was there some kind of psychic recording in the material itself? Or was it a spirit? So there's what is a ghost, right? I don't know. There seems to be this interesting different theories about what we're actually perceiving,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I don't know. Like with my experience, I think I already told you this. I'll try and make it not boring and not
No, go on.
was my parents were in Boston, and my dad had just taken a job selling cars, because he was an engineer with Boeing, and they'd gone out of business, so they moved to Boston. I don't know. We decided to do that, and he was going to learn to sell cars. And the guy that owned the car lot gave him this house, and it was a really old house, and it kind of had the hole above the heater, so the heat would go upstairs. And my dad was used to having parties on Friday night, and he used to get rather loud. And so one night when they'd had a party, and then after everybody had left, and they'd gone to bed, and I guess my dad was by the wall and my mom was on the outside of the bed, and he said the dog, which was on the floor, started growling and bristling. His hair started raising up like this. And he sat up and he looked over and he saw a lady in a long white dress walking into the room, walking in and walking over to my mom, and stood there looking down at her, and then she vanished. And then he in the morning I talked to him, and the conversation went like this. I wonder if your Aunt Ruby is alive. I think she came to visit your mom last night. And I said, you know what? Last night I had a dream that I went to go visit her.
Now that's interesting. That is interesting.
So I was like, so I'm not sure that these things that are ghosts are actually dead people. They could
Well-
be just their spirits, traveling around.
Yeah, it could be. Like, I remember I was talking to someone a couple months ago, and they were on a country walk here in Scotland. And as they were walking with their mother, this young woman, saw a man who was reaching out to her, not in a menacing way, but just kind of reaching out to her. And then suddenly he vanished as soon as there he is, and then he's gone. And she was like, "Oh, that was peculiar." And then as they continued down the path, there was a bunch of flowers in memory of this man who used to love fishing here. And the guy was in fishing gear. And it was like, well, that's curious. And then one of the most interesting ghost stories I heard was a woman in a nice house. Well, a young family moved into a nice house, and they saw a ghost. And the ghost was a young woman who batted her head off the wall until it was sore and just seemed distraught. And then the scene came to a close. So this story circulated around until the previous owner heard the story. And the previous owner was the ghost. So they described the circumstances of a woman came down dressed like this. She hit her head off the wall multiple times. And she said, "That was me. I had just learned that my husband had cheated on me. So I went down in despair and I hit my head off the wall numerous times. That's me. I am the ghost." And it's like, whoa. So what's going on? So maybe multiple things are going on here. Maybe there's a lot. Maybe there's a lot to this phenomena, and it'll take a little bit of, we might never figure it out, but I think it's very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, big time. But these are good peripheral, interesting points. I feel lots of people are interested in aliens and ghosts and stories like that. And I find that we are open to the supernatural. We're open to discussing curious and interesting topics because we have the liberty and freedom to do so. There isn't a doctrine tying our tongues. We are open to investigation. And that is so, I think that's a power that many churches deny themselves,
Yep.
Big time.
Yep. You have to keep an open mind and at least consider things. You could throw them out, or you could keep a little bit. You just have to keep an open mind when people try to tell you things.
Oh yeah, big time. I think that's the big bridge between people, between ideologies, between religions and how they're expressed. If you just keep an open mind, if you let people come to you, as you say, there's a certain receptiveness. There's a rapport is the word I'm looking for. There's a rapport that can develop, and that is the most powerful thing you can develop when it comes to spreading truth is rapport. And it's an art. It's an art in itself, and not everyone has the traits necessary to be people persons and to build rapport with others. Some people find it quite hard, but I'm a people person. It doesn't matter how non-people person you are. I find that quite charming, as well as people who are more kind of like trained, like in public relations and stuff. So I just I find people inherently interesting, and I think that's where the church fails, because the church isn't interested in people as people. The church is interested as people as chairs in a pew, right? They want to maybe they want to get the numbers up. They want to generate a little this and a little that, and sometimes that can be misaligned spiritually. I think with the goals.
Sometimes you'll find a church where it is really community centered, and they care about everybody, and then they want to help somebody with their garden, or they'll go there. I think that's what people should be doing, rather than sitting to one guy at the top telling everybody what to think.
And even the example you give there, it can sound frivolous and small to say something like, we should be helping someone with their garden. But the thing is, Jackie, when you help someone with their garden, it means a lot to them. It means so much that if I take time out of my day to go and help somebody with their garden, they're going to remember that. That's going to mean something to them. You know, it's an investment, right? And when you put that investment in someone, you kind of show them that they matter. And that can be world changing for someone, because a lot of us go through years and years thinking we don't matter to people. And then we get that little insight that we do, a little idea, a little promise, a little hope that we do actually matter to people. And I think that's what we're doing as full preterists. That's what I believe. We're showing people. No, I know that you might not be all the way to the full preterist point, but I just mean as preterists in general, under the large umbrella of preterism, we're showing that the promises have been fulfilled in measure. There's a measure of promise, there's a measure of hope. And I think people find that energizing. Yeah, you know what I mean?
And quit wasting all that time on getting ready to hide from the Antichrist, you know, or
yeah, yeah.
It's like it's just a waste of energy going there, where it could be just like relax, find your peace, enter your peace, you know, and then try and help other people to find that peace. Not get all dramatic and, you know.
Well, I remember around 10 years ago when I used to be incredibly anxious about those very tribulations that people were saying were going to happen soon. I used to hear the screeching of wheelie bins and things and think, is that the last Trump? Did I just hear the last Trump? Like, it has you on edge. Right. And it's just, it's not cool. You know what I mean? So I think we need to take that anxiety away from people and just be like, look, there's another perspective here, and you don't have to be worried about the Antichrist coming to chop your head off with it, you know?
Yeah, and that's the main thing right now that bothers me, is that if they would quit worrying about all that and get on with being happy, you know, being at peace no matter what circumstance they're in, you know, I just think it would go a lot farther. And it seems like the more you relax and you let go and you let God, He does take care of you. You know, that's been my experience. Is like, I'll try to do this and I'll try to do that and I'll try to do this and then if I just sit back, boom, it happens. I mean, I took in this dog that was my daughter's, and to take care of him for a while, and not this one, but a different one, and he started digging holes in the yard.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm like, oh man, oh no. And then the other day I walked out there and laying on the grass, there was a hole, and laying on the grass was this family antique that I lost like 15 years ago. It was my great grandmother's opera glasses. Wow. I must have been out there looking at all, dropped them or something. And they'd been out in the yard, and the dog found them and dug them up. And I'm like, oh, you can dig all the holes you want, you know. And I was so surprised that God got that back to me. He got me the glasses back. I mean, it's so bizarre. And I think I had been asking like a few weeks ago, or maybe a month, you know, somewhere along there, like, oh, if I could just find those glasses. Can you help me find those glasses, Lord? And I wouldn't have found it except for I did my daughter a favor and took in the dog. And
that's so cool.
He does weird things like that, you know, and it makes me laugh.
Honestly, I think that's incredibly serendipitous to say, but we have someone joining us now. We have Joe.
Oh, good.
What's up, guys?
Just shooting the breeze here, Joe. Shooting a breeze.
Yes, sir.
You got lower your camera down a little.
I gotta find somewhere to set it up properly.
Okay.
Does that work?
No worries. I can see you and I can hear you, so that's all right.
Cool. Yeah, I was playing a little bit of Halo.
Come over and say hi. No.
Oh, Halo's a classic, man. I used to love the Halo parties back in the day.
I know the cat is making a cameo.
So Joe, what's been going on with you, man? How's it looking spiritually and otherwise where you are?
Well, I'm in good old Catholic Massachusetts,
Oh, aye. Aye.
the Watertown area.
Mhm.
So, my wife actually, she was Catholic, not practicing, but recently she started noticing that I was reading a lot, and she was really curious.
Nice.
Because Catholics, they don't read their Bible in America. Maybe over in Europe they do. I don't know.
I don't know either.
But I mean, she's not like heavy into it yet, but it's good. But there's definitely not a lot of preterists around here at all.
No. Yeah, Massachusetts. Is that kind of close to? I know it's kind of close. Is that like New York? And was it closer to New York or Rhode Island? Which is closer to?
We're right above Rhode Island.
Right above
So,
Rhode Island. Right.
yeah. I could get to Rhode Island in like an hour or so.
An hour. Right you are. Right you are. I've just
New
finished
York.
I'm
Go ahead.
watching Daredevil, and Daredevil's a Catholic protagonist, you know, and it's
That's a
like,
great. I love that show.
yeah.
I
So
haven't
I
seen the
wonder.
new episodes.
No, I won't spoil anything.
No, I'm gonna wait. I gotta get Disney Plus and check it out because I watched all the other Marvel series.
Well,
I like Daredevil the most out of all of them.
he's great, you know, and he's kind of local to you. But I like the fact that they incorporate his faith into his character. You know what I mean? Because they could have shied away from that, because it's usually something that studios are a little bit like, oh God, let's not talk about the God stuff. But the fact that they keep that with Daredevil, I think, is so interesting. As an audience, I like to see it. You know?
And that it's in Marvel.
Yeah, I mean, the chances of Marvel pushing something like that, it's like, okay, let's see where it goes. You know?
Yeah, even my wife, when I think it was after the Defenders, the season after Defenders, when he wakes up and finds out his mother was a nun and all that stuff. My wife, she was like, "Holy smokes!"
Yeah.
But you know, you got Boondock Saints too. Good old Boston
Oh yeah.
Boondock Saints.
That was that Reedus guy from he was in that, wasn't he? The Walking Dead guy, Norman
Yep.
Reedus, or whatever his name is.
Norman Reedus, yeah. Sean Patrick Flannery.
Yeah, Billy Connolly, the Scotsman,
Yeah.
playing an Irishman, I think.
Yep, the guy, the dad that was in prison.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know about him until I saw that movie, and the guy I watched it with, I was like, "Hey, you gotta check this movie out. It's great." He's like, "Oh, that's Billy Connolly." I was like, "Dude, I'm a little younger than you. I'm sorry."
Yeah.
But I
Billy
like that
Connolly?
guy.
Yeah.
Didn't
He's
he-
our big comedian. He's our best comedian.
Didn't he recently pass away?
I don't know. I think he might be still going. If he has, I'm going to kick myself for missing it. Right, Billy Connolly. Let's see.
Lee Connolly.
Oh no, he's still with us. He's 82 though. He's getting up there.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought so, but you know.
Well, Sean
Hollywood.
Connery did a wee while ago. He was our other Scotsman, Billy Connolly and Sean Connery.
Yeah, Sean Connery. Good old
Yeah.
James Bond. I knew
Yeah.
Sean from actually Highlander was what introduced me to that.
Oh man, he played a Spaniard with a Scottish accent.
My son is named Sean after Sean Connery.
That's
Oh yeah,
awesome.
it's a good choice. Yeah, it's a good choice. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, I think his character's called Juan Santiago Villalobos Ramirez, and he's like, "Hello, I'm from Spain." It's like, okay. Aye, but yeah, no, it's so actually, Joe, how did you like? What's your relationship with like preterism? How did you become aware of preterism?
Twitter.
Interesting. Twitter. Who on Twitter?
Parousia 70.
Okay.
He was, you know, talking with some Torah movement guys, and I was like that close to Torah movement. and he was,
I
talking
gotta
about. Go
my
ahead, Jackie.
batteries.
Oh, yeah, he was
Never mind.
talking about 70 AD and how I was like, well, I thought things were going to be a little more destructive than that. And he brought up
I don't know.
apocalyptic language. And he's like, you got to do a little more studying. He was very nice, really nice guy. And I just kind of brushed it off. And then I think Keith James Sinclair, he might comment on a couple of your videos. He's from Wolverhampton, England.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And him and I had, conversations in DMs, and he kind of floated it over to me, and he gave me Berean Bible Church, and I listened to it. And Pastor Curtis kind of just said it right there, and then I found Preston, Sullivan, and I'm like, wow, all that makes too much sense. And I was a pre-mill dispensationalist for 30 plus years. And I knew that was like, deep down, I was like, none of that makes any sense. We're 2,000 years later. What's going on? Like, this generation, they told me that this generation was about race. And I was like, I don't know about that.
Yeah. So when did that happen then? When did that transformation start to begin in your beliefs? Was that like last year, 2 years ago, or a while ago?
COVID, about 2 years ago now. So
wow, man.
Yeah. For COVID, like it kind of shocked me. I was like, what is going on now? Like,
yeah, right. What is this?
I was like, all right. So I started reading the Bible again during COVID. And then I learned about the Nephilim. And then I learned about, I read about the Nephilim. I don't know how I feel about it now. Like, I went down conspiracy alley.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to sometimes.
And then some of that didn't make any sense. And Michael Heiser, and I was like, okay. So Jesus was supposed to defeat all these when he died and went to heaven. And he was supposed to come back. So I kind of like, all right, what's going on?
Right.
What's going on? Like, and then not long after that, Keith and I were talking, and here I am now, full preterist.
Well, what stands out to me there, Joe, is first of all your natural curiosity, which I think is inspired, right? Because you're questioning these things and you're feeling something's not quite sitting properly, and then you're kind of connecting with people, which I think again tonight is a bit of a theme. Like, just all right, what's this guy saying, and then what's this guy saying, and then you kind of web it all together, and then that question that you just posed, what's going on? I think the reason we can't answer it is because we're being spiritually blinded, right? And it's like suddenly we get a wee sense of light, and we're like, wait, what's going on? And then by talking to all these different people, you kind of see where you are on the map, and you're like, right, now I can see what's going on. And I actually think I want to be more over there than over here. And that over there direction is a more sort of preterist, full preterist perspective, which, to me, Joe, that resonates with my experience as well. And it sounds a lot like what Jackie was talking about too. So, Joe, do you get the sense that there might be something like, are we just like getting high off our own supply, or do you think that there might be something to this movement about now? Do you think something might happen culturally with full preterism, or do you think that's very ambitious?
I think it's ambitious, but not unrealistic.
Nice.
I can see it growing. It's growing on a little bit in the Twitter circle I'm in. Like, I have to talk privately with people about what I believe in, because you start putting it out there on Twitter, and if you have a big following, you're in deep trouble.
Oh yeah, man.
You better have a blue check with lots of letters to print out, because I'm not paying for Twitter.
Yeah, man, I know that. Yeah. No, that's the thing. If you say the wrong thing in certain circles, if you put that out there, then it's like, oh boy, you got a lot of splaining to do, and people just don't want to hear the explanations.
They're like, you're over symbolizing. I was like, all right. And it's got to be literal. It's like, I don't even think literal means what you think it means. Because it doesn't. Doesn't it mean something other than like actual reality? It has to do with the reading and what's being said and the context.
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
literacy is about reading, right? So literal has something to do with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, these people just get so wrapped up and so lost in it, and then they just try and push it on you. And it's like, they don't listen to you, they don't see you, they don't hear you, they don't appreciate the perspective you bring to anything. All they see you as is like someone who's challenging an enshrined belief. And it's like, well, look, if we can't critically assess the belief, then what does that say about the belief? If you have to protect the belief from scrutiny, then what does that say about it? You know, I think that needs to be. Oh, look, we got another voice added to the stage here. Shadestone joins the chat.
Oh, look who it is!
Oh wow!
Holy smokes, Shadestone himself.
Oh wow!
Yeah, yeah.
What are you kids doing up at this hour?
Oh no!
Dude, I was playing Halo. I was playing Halo when I saw Willie on. I was like, well, this actually is better than playing Halo. I was getting stomped anyway. But and then I discovered, I don't know if you're familiar with Tim Martin and Beyond Creation Science, how he's talking about beginning, how the covenant ends. So maybe the covenant should be beginning back then. And it's not so much about, it's not a science book. Like the Bible's not a science book necessarily. It's about the covenant between the people and God. So he pointed something out in Jeremiah 31 that really, I never noticed it before, about the house of Israel and the house of Judah mixing with the seed of man and the seed of beast. I was like, I don't know if I really want to see that literally happen.
Yeah, the literalism there. Could you, what's that verse again? Sorry, was that Jeremiah 31?
Jeremiah 31. I have it highlighted. Let me double check.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
That sounds interesting to me.
Oh, I'm almost there. I can almost go right to it now.
Yeah. Then I want to know what Shade's cooking up. Shade's cooking something up there. I can see he's cooking something.
Yeah, he is. I know he is.
Oh yeah, 31:27.
27, man. Thank you. That's a really good verse for me to delve into. Not because of the whole bestiality aspect of it, just because of the symbolism that I detect from it. I'm getting some
right.
And I'm gonna write that into some AI software and make myself a little movie. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at
right.
all.
And
Shit, speak, save me.
You're doing great all by yourself, Will. You're doing fantastic.
And like I said, I was going through the whole like Nephilim study a couple of years ago, and now like Genesis 6 is totally different to me. It's got nothing to do with these rebellious angels. It's something totally different. Something that actually makes more sense.
Well, see that perspective you get where you can get a different read on something just by, it's almost like lots of dominoes falling over and it's like, right, okay, I'm seeing something, I'm feeling a direction here, and you get pulled into this direction, and it's just like, right, there's another way to read this. I have been reading this wrong, or I've been reading it in a way that's maybe just on one level, but there's actually a couple other extra levels to this thing. Like that's something I really enjoy when that happens. I don't know how you feel about that, Joe, but I get a lot out of that. Shade, you're good at this. That's something I keep commending you for. You're good at finding those extra layers and extra levels to things, and it's like, yeah, man, I could live off that for weeks. It's just so, it's good.
Absolutely, yeah. And now I see all this symbolism in the Old Testament, and I think it's absolutely beautiful the way they wrote it. Like comparing God's family and God's people, like a field or grass or trees, and it's what they saw. That's just how they wrote. I mean, I think it's like really awesome the way they wrote it.
Yeah, I used to write it off a bit. I used to sometimes be a little bit embarrassed by the Old Testament, especially because of the atheists who would use it and say, aha, look what the Old Testament says. Isn't that a problem for you, Christian? And I used to sometimes think, actually, that does kind of feel like a problem, yes. And then I wouldn't have a good comeback. Whereas I think what you're talking about, Joe, is a much more nuanced and a bit more finesse you bring to the text. And it's like, right, so there's another way to look at this. And I see the atheist, what they're doing is that critique of the atheist takes the most fundamentalist, most backwards way of looking at the scripture and then presents it as a problem instead of being a bit more good faith and engaging with it on a level of like, okay, this is a bit more insightful, a bit more nuanced. It's just unfair of them to present it so unfavorably. But of course, they're playing that game of debate. And I think, Joe, you made some interesting comments about debate and how it's just you never really communicate with someone in a debate. There's no communication happening.
Right. Like, I think the last debate I actually listened to was the Gary DeMar and Michael Brown one. And Michael Brown was just not having any of it. Like,
no.
And a pastor friend of mine, this guy I went to church with when I was a Pentecostal teenager in youth group, he's now a pastor, and he sent me that debate. I was like, I watched that like 2 years ago. He's like, well, which side do you fall on? I was like, I'm with Gary on that. And he was very gracious in his answer. He's like, well, I'm a little biased towards Dr. Brown. And I was like, that's fine, Chris. At least you don't believe in the rapture anymore.
Interesting.
The pre-trib rapture, anyway. I was like, and then he went with the multiple fulfillment angle. I was like, okay, I'll just leave it there for now. I was like, how many times do we need that fulfilled, though?
Yeah. Too much is not enough. You know what I mean? Too much is not enough. Just keeps it going.
And if you have to fulfill it again, I don't mind throwing this in there. If you have to fulfill it again, then was it actually fulfilled? I mean,
right.
There you go.
Right? Like we fulfilled it, but we got to do it again. Why? Did we miss it the first time? Like,
yeah,
it's like what you know what I mean? Like it's so not only do they not really have any textual support for that position, but beyond that, I'm trying to grasp the sensibility behind it anyways, right? Because if a scripture has been fulfilled but needs to be fulfilled again, well then quite frankly, then I could say it needs to be fulfilled over and over. It's like Groundhog Day now, right? Like why maybe they got to build 10 temples, right? So it's really a big, huge problem from where I'm sitting, you know, to take. And by the way, a little side note, if you are going to take the futurist position, then you need to believe in that pre-trib rapture. Otherwise, what's the point of being a futurist?
Right. And
that was kind of a joke, guys. That was kind of a joke. It's like, honestly, like that's the exciting part. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying, though.
You know what I mean? Yeah, because I could be up on a plane with Nicolas Cage, and all of a sudden I'm gone, and he's still there, and I'm like, see Nicolas Cage? Take that, buddy. That's what happens when you're an actor, but you're not a believer. See? Take that, mister. You know what I mean? That's the funnest part about being a futurist. If you're not a pre-trib rapture person, then I'm telling you, you should just become a full preterist, because the only two fun positions is full preterism and pre-trib rapture. That's it. Every other position is horrible. It's just boring and
Yeah.
ugly and scary. Nothing good about those. Either pre-trib rapture zipped up into the sky or full preterist enjoy.
That's true, man. That is the dynamic. That is the choice I was presented by Morpheus. You know, it's like,
Hey,
that's
I wanted to ask you guys, have you heard of George Lamza?
vaguely.
This is
Yeah.
the Old Testament light. You guys are familiar with that?
I
This
think
is what kind of helped me on my way because it's an Aramaic commentary, and he explains like what they're saying is not, you know, how can I explain it? Okay, let's see. If I can find, anyway, he goes through and he picks out these common things that we have problems with, and explains what they're really saying, which actually it helps you with preterism because it makes more sense the way he puts it as the way the people understood the word back then. What's the word, idiom? Their idioms or their, yeah. So I just thought I'd bring that up because that helped me because it would go through all the ones where you know, like go through the a camel going through the eye of a needle, like that one
Yes.
explains that one and things like that it makes more sense. And so once you get a lot of those things clarified, then you can think, oh yeah, okay, so it's not, everything's not actually literal. You don't have a camel going through a needle.
That's
So
good.
I just wanted to grab that out and show it to you.
I think Steve Magua had mentioned he was reading something from that on one of his recent streams. I watch Magua quite often, participate in his chat rooms. He mentioned that for some reason in there, or he posted it on Facebook or something. It sounds really familiar. Interesting that it's Aramaic.
Yeah,
Uh,
who was this?
I know a lot of the Torah guys love their Aramaic translations because their new covenant is actually a renewed covenant, and there's really nothing new about it. And
This is it.
you're just spiritualizing yourself into Israel at that point.
Well, I first encountered the Torah guys about 10 years ago. That was like my first kind of group that I kind of met with. I never conformed, but I enjoyed the kind of discussions with them because they challenged the kind of Trinitarian perspective, which I found like boundary breaking. I was like, "Whoa, these guys are really thinking outside the box here." But before I fully embraced the Torah people, I wanted to check everything else out, and that's why I became a preterist, because I was like, "There's no way I could do this, man." It was just I wanted to be sure, and it actually raised more questions, right? So that's really also, Joe. I wouldn't have made a good Torah guy because all the best Torah guys I know, they have amazing beards like you, and I just, mine wasn't making the cut.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I just like my beard, and
Yeah.
and I like bacon too. So those guys don't really like bacon.
Yeah, and Jackie, you wouldn't have stood a chance. They wouldn't have taken you, the Torah guys. You'd have to wear that cat around your face.
I think Malachi, that last part of Malachi really, like, kind of invalidates it. Like, if John was saying that generation was going to get judged by the law, I was like, and John the Baptist was Elijah spiritually, per the words of Christ himself. I was like, you guys, something isn't right here.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Elijah must come before that day. And yeah, he did come if you'll accept it.
Yeah.
And John the Baptist. Yep.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, that is a thought.
There was
If you bring that up, that'll mess them up.
yeah, but they're just saying, you know, the fullness of the Gentiles. They're waiting for more Gentiles to come in to Israel. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, maybe. But now I'm like, now I learned that the Gentiles are just the lost sheep of the house of Israel that went to the surrounding nations. So it was just him trying to get those northern Israelites back. And they got it in Acts. It started in Acts right there. And I was like, okay. And then 70 AD happened. And I was like, all right, I really got to look into this.
Yeah. 70 AD changes a lot of things, changes a lot of perspectives. And I don't know, like,
pisses a lot of people off.
This is a lot of people off, you know, but this is the time for them to be pissed off. One of the questions, Shade, I've asked Jackie and I've asked Joe was, you know, as we're sitting here connecting from around the world and feeling the persuasive power of preterism, we're thinking, do you think, Shade, that there is something to this particular movement at this particular time? Or do you think we're just being very, what was the word I used? Very optimistic or very ambitious? Or do you think
ambitious?
Maybe, do you think maybe it's all good? Like, what do you think of this preterist thing? Is it taking off?
Well, I think that it's going to be the I think it's it's going to stay, because as time goes on, right, people are going to be looking for the explanation as to why everything that they said was going to happen real soon isn't happening, right? So I personally think that they're going to seek preterism on some level, because it's the only thing that's going to at some point be a reasonable answer to their questions. And particularly because obviously these people love God and they believe in God, right? Mm-hmm. But that said, they're going to have to recognize that something's wrong, and I think they will. And I think that's part of the reason why it's a slow build, but it's incremental. But it is happening, and I just go right back to the book of Acts, right? And it wasn't like Peter preached it and everybody went, "Oh."
Yeah.
Some people did, right? Some people did, but not everybody, right? And so I see that pattern. I see a build, and then, there could be a lull for a while. You're going to get attacked for a while, but then some people are going to go, well, hold on a second. Right.
Yeah.
So I think if we hang in there, I think personally, I think it's going to be it might take some time. I don't know that he will even be here to see the full fruition of it.
Yeah, true.
To be quite direct, but I think we're going to see the momentum continue to build. That's what I think. I think it's just my personal opinion.
And I appreciate that opinion, because sometimes I get the sense, like, if you imagine Christianity as a large hall and everyone's leaving because they're just like, well, Christ didn't show up, so we're out. It would be, what it is we don't want to seem like the desperate people at the door, like, oh, no, don't leave. What about the idea that Jesus already returned? Maybe he's already here and you just can't see him. Ooh. It's like, we don't want to be those guys. We want to be, actually, we have established something over decades. Like, we have worked on this over tens of years to produce a strong, stable foundation, not based on trying to retain you in this hall, but we actually have another hall that we'd like to invite you into if you find this interesting, because here's all these ideas, here's all this testimony, and we think this is something substantive, and we want to invite you to look at it. We're not trying to grab you at the door before you leave in a last-ditch effort to retain you. No. We want to invite you into something a bit more informed that we think is the truth. And I think, that's the power of it, Shade, as you're saying. People will notice, wait a minute, is every year passes and it doesn't satisfy the futurist perspective, we are gaining year by year more interested people who are saying, what the hell's going on? Like, what is going on? And
Yeah,
so that's the power of it. Joe, that's the question you asked, like what's happening,
Yeah. And Shade, I was telling Willie and Jackie here, before COVID, I was pre-mill Disby. And I was ready for the rapture. And then I started looking at the rapture. I was like, wait a second. Pre-mill doesn't make sense. Maybe at the end we get to go after, but then they're like, well, the church, they're supposed to be saved. And then Israel gets judged. So it just took like a slow process, crushing one false futurist pretense after another.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did a Septuagint study, and that was pretty awesome too. And now I can see from that like how Israel thinks they're supposed to control everything. You can find that in the Masoretic text, that Israel is supposed to control everything until Jesus comes back.
Yeah, I believe that too for a while, but now, it's like instead of just praying for no war in Israel, I pray no war for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody is in this boat, and we need to. But also, I firmly believe that the truth right now, that seems to be, I hear a lot of people saying they want to know the truth, and I haven't really heard that before in my life, where people want to know the truth. And I feel like the time is right. It's in God's timing to remove the blinders or whatever it is, and people are beginning to wake up and see, hey, why are we believing what these people are telling us all? I want to think for myself.
Yeah.
That's like kind of, I remember Jehovah's Witnesses would come over and tell me what to believe, and I'm like, you've been helpful and I've enjoyed it, but I want to just read it and think for myself from now on. And when they do that, then the Holy Spirit helps them to see the truth there for themselves. They don't need somebody else telling them, well, this is what this is. Well, people could tell you that, but they should say, in my opinion, not this is the way it is. That's what
100%.
upsets me, is when they come up with like, this is the way it is, and this Antichrist guy is going to do this, that, and this, and you don't do that. And it's like, you can say, in your opinion, you think, but don't tell me you know. So that just really irritates me when they do that.
I think the other problem with that position is the more they say it, the more it becomes unbelievable, and the less impressive it sounds. Like if you listen to them say it now, it's starting to break down. Like it just doesn't. They're starting to realize this just sounds like basically a script, and not even a really good one. It's like even Keanu Reeves will turn it down. Like it's right. Like it's just not. It just sounds like a Marvel movie. That okay. Who can we get for this? Okay, even Ben Affleck won't do it. Who are we gonna get? Oh my God. Let's call John Travolta. Okay, maybe he'll do it. Like it sounds. They keep repeating the same song, and it's like, and it doesn't. It's, first of all, it's not happening, and people, I think, are slowly but surely starting to see that it's not even reasonable. That one person, one human being, is going to be loved by everybody. Really, that we have huge problems there, because I never see, I've never seen that ever in my life, actually. That one person is so beloved, by the entire world, that they're going to just follow him around no, it's just none of it really. So I think that's the other issue, to be quite direct. I think the more they say it, the more it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, Jackie took that very personally, and I believe.
Sorry, Jackie.
Yeah, you have made an enemy for life.
See,
I think I think her phone battery ran out. I think that's probably. No, here you're right. They're reading from such like I always give that example of the slush puppy that's lost all its like the Slurpee that's lost all its flavor and it's just ice.
Right.
That's what they're handing out. That's what the church is handing out, and it's just
washed out.
Washed out.
It's washed out. It's washed out. It's run its course. It had its time. And the other issue that I think is going to start to come into play, and it's something that we're going to have to all actually start talking about. But now I can't speak for every country, but I can speak for this one. And every single time, and I was started to present this in my local Bible studies. It's probably part of the reason why I don't have a local Bible study. I just started saying, look, guys, like, and I started really, pushing them on what's the true calling of the church. And I said, do you think the church is supposed to, feed the sick, for example, or excuse me, feed the poor and help the sick? And they always, oh, yes. And I'm like, hey, Jackie, welcome back. Sorry if, sorry if my opinions were upsetting you there. That's and in fact, let me apologize because my apology was actually not even genuine. Because if you didn't like my opinion, I ultimately really don't care.
Oh my gosh,
dude! I thought Canadians were supposed. I thought Canadians were nice.
And I'll watch that later.
Oh no.
Well,
I don't have a smart answer because I don't know what you said.
I was repenting of my repenting. I repented of my repenting. Anyway, so,
I'll forgive you.
That's weird.
Yeah. So that was so much fun. I think I lost track. Oh yeah, no. It came back. So I was starting to push. I said, so they said, yes, well, of course we should, we should help the sick and we should, help the poor and stuff like that. I said, okay, then is there a particular reason why in the last 20 minutes, I heard two of you say that you went to essentially some kind of government or insurance company to help you with your eyeglasses, to help you get a walker. I've just listened to you for the last 20 minutes before we started. And basically the only group of people you didn't list was the church.
Wow.
And so right now, and I'll just tell you straight out, one of the quotes was, "Thank God for Green Shield." Green Shield in Canada is essentially some kind of, basically it's like a benefit insurance company.
Okay.
And she said, thank God for Green Shield because I could finally get my new glasses and I can see better. And I'm like, is the church even doing this anymore? Right? Because there was a time where they were the ones that did it. They inspired the kings and the leaders, right, to help. Basil, I think, is, I can't say for sure he's the first, but based on my studies, he's one of the first people that started like that kind of, let's have some food banks, let's help the poor, and let's even teach them some skills for free.
Yeah.
And maybe they can start to function in society and feel better about themselves, these types of things. The church was influencing the leadership to do that. Now,
that's so true.
I have to be quite direct. They seem to be selling something completely different. If I needed a walker, if I was ill, if I got sick, I hate to say it this way, but I have to. Best as I can tell, on my list of people to call, I don't know that I would call any local Sunday building people.
That's a powerful statement, and I think it's true. I certainly couldn't rely on any kind of like support from, well, my church is now closed, so I'm not getting any support from there. But I think that certainly the institutional direction and potency of the church is gone in Scotland. It's gone in the UK. It's probably the same in Canada. It's probably, well, you guys are close enough to America there where you might have a little something going on, but it's gone here.
All I can tell you, is that what they're basically selling confessing syllables. Say the right syllables. That's what the Sunday buildings are doing. But if there's any literal, like, listen, can you come over every other day and maybe help, so and so with a sponge bath or something like that? They'll just go, well, no, just contact the government for that. Right? Like they will. They'll just tell you, they'll direct you right to the government. Yeah. They take care of that. And I'm thinking to myself, so what are you guys doing? And again, it's this idea that if we get people, right, to say the right syllables, right, and then we dunk them in a tank, we save their soul. I mean, we're not helping them with their bills. If we're not helping them with their sickness. We're not visiting them if they're lonely. We're not doing any of that. Well, we'll let the government handle it. And so I'm thinking to myself, isn't it interesting when I read Matthew 25, right? And when Isaiah says the government will be on his shoulders, right? I'm actually looking right now at my Canadian government, and as flawed as they are, ultimately, if my dad needed a walker, when my mom needed better glasses, they didn't go to the Sunday buildings, and nor was it even a thought in their mind. When they need help in those regards with healthcare, with dental, with anything that might, with the walkers, with the canes, they see if what can you guys do to help me? And that you guys right now is that. So I'm asking the question, as corrupt as, I'll give you another one. In Canada, if you don't hit a certain amount of money per year, they don't tax you. Right? So you have to hit, in other words, if you're below a certain number, I can't remember. I think it's like 16 grand. If you're below 16 grand, if you're 16 grand or less, they just say, okay, never mind.
Okay.
I'd love to hear Sunday buildings basically say, look, if you make, 20 or 30 grand or something like that, please don't give us anything, please.
Yeah.
Even my corrupt government says, oh, never mind. You only make 16, 18 grand. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Well, we won't even call you. So I'm trying to figure out, right, who's being more godly.
Well,
if I need a walker and a break, it seems to me that right now, this is, and yeah, I'm putting it on the table. I'm asking, what's the purpose of the Sunday building? What are you guys doing, right? What are you guys doing? What's the leadership decided to do? And it appears to me somewhere along the way that the basically even that first fruits to God, right? It's like, well, with all due respect, 90% I know of Christians here, they get taxed first. So the first 30% of their check goes to the government, doesn't go to God. So, and I mean, unless of course you're saying that government is God, so that's up to you. But what I know is that they'll say, we give our first fruits to God. I'm like, not really.
Yeah, not really.
Maybe you guys want to pretend you are, but at the end of the day, you're not. And I don't remember the Sunday building leadership saying, hey, no, you can't tax us first. We have to give off of our gross. We have to give our money to God first. And then we'll call you guys. No, they didn't fight for that. So best as I know anyways. So even that is a fallacy. They'll say that they're giving their first fruits, but it's not possible, because if you made $1,000 that week and then $300 got taken off your check, who took the $300 first?
Honest, the first of all, what struck me there was how interesting and refreshing and surprising I found that to be. Like, everything you said there surprised me. I was like, wait a minute, why would Shade even think to quit? Like, just the fact that you're even thinking to question it, and it's like, and then I'm catching myself thinking, wait, why am I not thinking this? Why have I not asked that question? Like, and I'm just like, where did that question even come from? Do you have expectations of the church, Shade?
Right. Why would the church help you, Shade, if you fell down? You know who to call, 911 or whoever you got to, you know what I mean? Like, you go to the clinic. Don't call us. We don't do that. We get together on Sundays and play lots of songs from, Bethel music and whatever it is that,
I wonder if society has structured itself in such a way to completely sap the church, which I believe was the heart of community, of all its power, of all its institutional power. Like, when I was a child, we still prayed in secular schools. We still prayed in the morning. That's gone.
Yes.
It's gone. Like the church, I often reference the church at the bottom of my street. Sorry, I was trashing my room. The church at the bottom of my street is like over 800 years old. There was a guy called Thomas Crawford. You've heard of Mary, Queen of Scots? Well, he laid siege to Dumbarton Castle in the 1500s, and there was a strike against Mary, Queen of Scots. So because of that, he was awarded the lands of Jordan Hill in Glasgow, and he built this beautiful balcony in our local church. And this is a guy with lots of prestige and lots of power, and he invested all this money in the church, and it was lavish. It's still a gem. It's a beautiful church, just a small church, but it's so gorgeous. And here's a man with some wealth and some means, and he's investing it into the community. He's investing it into the church. You don't see any of that now. You don't see a dime. In fact, that church 10 years ago tried to have a big kind of not prize, but a big raffle to get lots of money off of people, because it was going to cost £2,000, right? $2,500 to replace a single tile. Like, you know, a tile on a roof, like just one tile, £2,000. I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. So they're trying to fleece us for £2,000 to replace a tile. And it's like, well, of course, Shade, what the hell? Like, why would that ever depend on these people? You know, it's like, and yet we should. That's what the church is all about. Like hospitals, schools, all these things were coming from that Christian ethic. But I would not look for Christian ethics in the church. Why is this news? It's like, right. Shade, you shine a light on these things, and it's like, my gosh, you know.
Yeah, it's because it pushes people to ask themselves, okay, so then what is their function now, and is that right? Is that what they're doing? And best as I can tell, my brothers and sister, best as I could tell, they've really let that go. What are you doing over there?
I'm trying to fix my lighting. I've got a little studio light here.
Oh, you got a studio light.
I must say that I have noticed there are, in this town anyway, there are a lot of genuine people that go to church, and they actually take it upon themselves to, well, one lady tried to start something where she had a congregation where she was trying to help the community, and she actually came around on Thanksgiving with a little trailer full of turkeys and handing them out to the people on the street, whole turkeys. Yeah. And I've seen more of that. So that's kind of a happy thing.
Yeah, it is. And I do see once in a while.
Yeah. At the same time, though, you see if you watch the news, the extreme evils that are going on, and it's like, whoa,
Jackie, finish that story, please, because didn't they burn her as a witch last week? Only joking. What? I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying, Jackie, that it's so. Sometimes it's too rare. It's too rare that these people who are these luminaries, these gems, who find themselves in churches, and the thing is, sometimes the most helpful people in the church, they just don't get the positions. They don't have any authority in that church. They're there. They've got to kind of keep their mouth shut. They've got to kind of just sit and be a wee bit uncomfortable. There's that compromise that has to happen. And I really feel like the church leadership needs to give and amplify these people who are good luminaries, these lights in the church, because they're ruining this wonderful, beautiful resource that is there. There's a little kindling in the hearts of man. And I'm saying that inclusively as well. Now I feel of they, them, right? There's something there. No, and I don't know, Jackie. Sometimes I despair at what the church has done to people, because I think it's taken the light away from a lot of people, and they're just like, well, where do I go now? Where do I go now? So I'm happy to hear, Jackie, that there are some beautiful souls in the churches in your area, but here in Scotland, the church is completely insignificant. I cannot state it enough. It is completely insignificant, and it's a damn shame. It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
mean, it seems
almost like
because and your churches were first, and they're and ours are later, but they're over here. They're newer. So I don't know.
Yeah, and again, like I think I take that position of saying, don't get me wrong. I mean, I appreciate when but really, and again, listen, I believe in God, and of course, I I would suggest that I'm still a Christian, although I'm not as crazy these days about the title. But
Sure.
it still doesn't change the fact that what you just said, what you just said, Jackie, to be quite direct, I've seen other religions and people do, because it's once in a while, right? They'll, hey, let's do something really nice. It's like, yeah, hey, you know what? Christmas is coming. Why don't we all get together and, do something really nice, Okay, well, that's, but it's like kind of a one-off, whereas when I'm studying the early interpreters, right? It appears to me it's their main, like it's their day to day. It's no, this is the main thing we do, right? And
loving your fellow man and taking care of them.
It's the James thing, right? Religion is what is it? It's taking care of the widows, taking care of the fatherless. Like otherwise that's pure religion. Otherwise your religion is vain. And they've really flipped it. From where I'm sitting to the point where, if I have to go, hey, there's this one congregation on the other side of town that 4 months ago did this one really nice thing. Yeah. I'll send you the video. Okay.
Like last
I'm not sure.
Thanksgiving?
Yeah. And you know what? I'm not positive, but I heard they might do it again next year. You know what I mean? That's like, and meanwhile though, you know what I'm saying? But someone who needs, someone who's not feeling well or is elderly, once a year and a little hello and a knock at the door and the turkey sandwich isn't going to cut it. So, so I'm going to suggest on the upside, that I think the Spirit of God, the Spirit of Christ, which I think is the Spirit of love, has influenced, maybe not every nation. I can't speak for everyone. And I'm not saying that my nation does everything perfectly, but I have to tell you, it's being friendlier than it probably once was. And I have to tell you that it does help people to some degree anyways, regularly, right? Whether it's, if they have some kind of challenge physically, we'll send you some money. We'll help you find a place, right? Those programs are in place. And I believe that's the spirit of love your neighbor as yourself working, so I'm asking the question, why am I seeing it regularly, right? And typically where it's just an instant here, if something happens, or how about even, dare I use the term, that's the other thing. Like, are Christians really, and I can't speak for your nation, but I can speak for here. I just don't see a big difference. Like it's the employment insurance, right? If the unemployment insurance they pay is so that if they lose their job, they're covered for a while, right? Like so who would they rely on for 9 months to a year if they, got laid off? It seems to be the same source again. And it's not the Sunday buildings. It's just not, so, I mean, I see the influence from historically from that Christ-like influence, but I'm not, but it seems like somewhere along the way, that's a little bit lower on the list, if not very, very low on the list, when it comes to the functioning of what the people who are claiming to be the church.
You see the influence, and it's fossilized. And I think what's happened is, like, if you look at a community in Scotland, right, the church will be at the center of the community, but it's dead. Its lights are off and no one's going in. And I think what used to happen is, seeing the way from A to B, see from going from here to over there, the charity would be along the way. Like, every step would be moving in a step towards the charitable deed, because that would be part of the day. That was so built into the structure of what it meant to be Scottish, of what it meant to be Canadian, of what it meant to be American. And that's what that meant. And then now, if I go from A to B and you ask me to do something charitable, you have screwed up my whole day. It's like, now I've got to go and do this. I've got to do and do that. I've got to go and withdraw some money. I've got to, what I mean? The whole society has been derailed. We have lost who we were as a society.
Yeah. It's something that I think that certainly the people who are because I often wonder, right, if agnostics and or atheists, I do. I ask the question just to myself for the most part. I ask, is it that they don't believe in God, or is it they don't believe the way let's say the popular religions are displaying about God? You know, like, and again, there's agnostics, obviously, there's other people, whatever, New Agers, things of this nature. I just sometimes wonder if they're unsure, is it what they're unsure about more so is because of how
the way we act?
Yeah, like right? Like, as opposed to, in other words, God is love. If I were to say, well, do you guys believe in love your neighbor as yourself? I think quite a few people would say, well, yeah, you know, it's not always easy to do, but yeah, I believe we should try to always do that. So then, do they believe in God in that case? Well, not God the way we display it. And when I say we, that we can be any religion, any denomination. It doesn't have to be just Christianity. It could be any religious denomination of any kind that's operating in such a way that they're kind of more saying, no, I don't believe in that, right? I don't believe in that. But that doesn't necessarily, that isn't actually necessarily God, unless because I'm guessing if they would see a bunch of congregants going out there trying to help the sick and help the poor and try to get decent jobs for people, try to help out, maybe visit widows so they're not lonely, things of this nature. If they were seeing that, I think there's a lot of people who would say, well, I believe in that. That I believe in, right?
Has anyone ever met a Mormon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. See, on you go.
I lived with next to him when I lived in Idaho. That's where I'm from Idaho. I lived next to a Mormon family of like 10 kids. And that was back in the 80s, 90s. Nicest people in the world. And they would come over to debate mom, and she whooped 2 of them as a dispy. No problem. And they stopped coming over to do that. We were still friends. But yeah, the Mormons, there's not so many out here on the East Coast, but out west, Idaho is basically Utah.
You touched right on it there. You touched right on it there, Joe, because you just said it. Nicest people you'll ever meet. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. That's what the Mormons have going for them. Other than anything else, any of the theology, none of that. Yeah, Jackie, you meet a Mormon and you're like, gosh, these people seem actually very nice.
Oh yeah,
very nice people.
Yeah.
In fact, that is winsome.
They used to come to my door, and sometimes I'd talk with them, and we got into a discussion about Revelation, and they're the ones that mentioned to me that, well, I said, everything in the Bible is, that's written is for, you shouldn't change a word in Revelation. The Revelation, leave it like it was, or whatever the scripture was. They're not coming to me now. They usually do, but and they go, "Oh no, that was just written for Revelation. Don't change anything in Revelation, not the whole Bible. Don't it's just that." And I researched it, and I found that to be true. So they were helpful, and also I have been to their houses, and I'll tell you what, I walk in there and I felt peace. So thick that you could almost see it. And so those Mormons, they got something. And I tried to tell my pastor here, I go, don't knock the Mormons, because they knock them and they tell us they're a cult and everything. I said, no, but they have peace. There's something going on there. Because I felt it.
Well, Shade and I are going to be speaking soon at a conference that Sean McCraney is organising. And basically, what I was planning to do was to try and get Sean McCraney back into the Mormon church. Could you imagine? He would feel like, get this guy off. This guy off. But no, that's the point. It's just like the behavior and the conduct of those people has the appearance of warmth and attraction. I've never really scrutinized it right down to the bone. I've only just been immersed in it as a guest. And I feel there's some qualities there of the spirit within those practitioners of the Church of Jesus Christ, the Latter-day Saints, as they call themselves. And
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
Well, I just reviewed this in one of the one of my studies, and there's a location here where Paul says, 1 Thessalonians 4:3, he says, "For this is the will of God, even your sanctification, that you should abstain from porneia." Right? Okay. So notice he says this is the will of God. All right? Even your sanctification. So I like to challenge my brothers and sisters and say, okay, so if somebody is abstaining from that kind of behavior, right, regardless of their religious background, are they doing the will of God or not? See,
yes.
See, the answer is yes, because otherwise you'd have, and if you say no, if you say no, then what you're ultimately saying is, well, they're doing the will of God, but unless they say the right syllables, it doesn't matter. That's what you'd basically have to say, even though they're abstaining from that behavior. And I know plenty of people that do not participate in that kind of behavior. I could go by a whole subdivision, and no, I'm not peeping through their windows, but I know a lot of neighbors, they're very kind, and they're not running brothels. Okay. So at the end of the day, it says, this is the will of God, that you abstain from that behavior.
You know,
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
call that Christ consciousness.
Yeah, which is a dangerous term, obviously.
Yeah, damn witches of Washington.
but whatever we call it, what I see there is, again, so because if someone is behaving decently, right, and you guys come up with your own stuff, but like, avoiding that behavior, possessing your vessel in sanctification and honor. And excuse me, remember, he said the will of God, even your sanctification, is in abstaining from that. So are people not sanctifying themselves if they're abstaining from that? Well, no, the Christian says, well, no, they're not. Well, wait a minute. So the Christians have gotten to the point that even when Christians don't do that, they're still sanctified. So they can participate in that, and be just like Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley from Kiss, but they're sanctified because they said the right thing. But then people who are actually abstaining from that, they're not sanctified. It's like, listen, that's the opposite of what that text says. And he says that no man go beyond and defraud his brother in any matter. And then he says, because that the Lord is the avenger of all such, as we also have forewarned you. He said he's the avenger of all such. And he says to the Thessalonian church, as we forewarned you. Therefore, if there's any avenging happening, does he say, oh, the Lord is the avenger of all such? Well, unless you're a Christian, then have a party. Go ahead. Steal people's wives. Do whatever you want. It's okay. Is that what he's saying there? The answer is no. That's literally the answer. And even more interesting, by verse 11, he says, that we've commanded you to study, to be quiet, and do your own business. Oh, really? Because I know what you probably have been told from the Sunday buildings. Go out there and tell everybody that they're going to hell in a handbasket if they don't confess the creeds. I mean, that's
yeah, basically.
And Paul's like, hey, guys, just study, just keep to yourself, mind your own business, live good lives. Don't mess around too much. Don't defraud people. Yeah. Oh, I thought it's go out there and let them know, the John MacArthur gospel, agree with me or go to hell.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's like literally the opposite. And this is a first century church. Why isn't Paul saying, listen, you got to tell people they're going to go to hell in a handbasket. That's your job, Thessalonian church. And by the way, tell them to come over to our place and, let us know what their income tax rates are, Sorry, I just don't see it in the text. What I see Paul moving them towards is the work of love your neighbor as yourself and bearing one another's burdens, so whether that's however people want to, operate in the law of Christ, operate according to the greatest commandments, it's up to them. But ultimately, I just, He even goes as far as saying, I want you to walk honestly toward them that are without, so that you may have lack of nothing. He puts no pressure or bondage on them to have to convert people through any kind of verbal creedal agreement or oaths. He just says, walk honestly. So he's just basically saying, dare I use the term, be a good person.
How dare you? How dare you?
Did you say be a good person, Shadestone? Are you saying you could be saved by being a good person? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're supposed to be a good person. That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
The
man's a wizard.
He's
He's a wizard. He's a wizard.
He must be a Harry Potter fan. He's a witch. He's a male witch, I tell you. Yeah, it's like, well, that's because that's pretty much what Paul is saying. And by the way, we should be asking questions like, why would you have to tell a Holy Spirit filled church to abstain from that kind of behavior? Like, isn't that supposed to be a no-brainer? Like, you know what I mean? No, apparently not. No, I got to remind you guys, hey, careful if you're walking by Le'Veon Rose,
Hey, and you know what? That is so grounded in humanity, because that's a relatable church. That's a relatable thing. I, as a human being, understand and can relate to the text as it's explained in that manner. But this hocus pocus church of say the magical incantation over and above the behavior, because that's what's happened to the church now. It's completely inverted to the point where we're not doing these charitable works that you're explaining, and we're putting on a pedestal the incantations. We're basically turned into wizards and sorcerers and sorceresses and witches, and it's like, what are we doing? This has become like a weird Halloween costume. The whole practice is role play.
Yeah, it's like when you type in the wrong password for your email.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's like, okay, you got to say the right password. I believe it. No. You didn't get. Hold on. Come on. Say it. You got to say it right. There's no. You got.
Do you guys
there's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Yeah,
there's no place like home. Okay, now.
Lord,
I've had a problem quite a few times being with somebody, and they've been preaching at somebody else, and then they go, do you want to be saved? Do you want to go to heaven? Then say these words after me. And the guy said that you're saved. I'm like,
so all right, so here it is.
It's got to be in your heart, it's got to be in your heart. You can't have people repeat these words. They have to ask themselves from their own volition,
Yeah.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Oh, okay. Let me
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Let me say it again. Hold on.
Am I
give me another chance, please.
So when I touched down in Florida, right, I jumped into this hotel in Orlando, and it had a little gym. I'm not a big gym guy, but I thought I'll go to the gym. I've been sitting on a plane for 8.5 hours. And then on a TV screen was this guy, and he was, not that this doesn't happen in the UK, but it's much more popular in America. And the guy's like, for $15.99, we will get your prayer to a prayer warrior, and this prayer warrior is going to do this prayer. And I'm just like, dude, what are you talking about? You're going to charge me money so that someone else can say the prayer, like someone else who's got this wonderful spiritual prayer quality. It's like, look, wouldn't a crappy prayer from a sincere heart mean more to God than some? I'm going to pay the artist of prayer to do it for me. I think God would see that as disgusting, actually. Like you're going to whore out the practice of prayer. It's like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's got to come from
unless I'm wrong. Unless I'm wrong.
No, that's exactly how it is. Like,
and I would even take it a step further. But go ahead, Joe. Your turn for sure. Go ahead.
Everything in America here is about money. Every institution, it's about money. Like, you give me this, and I'm going to give you that, but I need money first.
Yeah, I have to tell you, like, and I'm not an absolutist, but I try my best because I'm blessed enough to have a wife and children. I try to use my family because Jesus always called God Father, and I happen to be a dad. So I take it a step further and say, there's a lot of things that my children don't even have to ask me for. I just give it to them. And I think we miss that about God. I think, well, no, see, you have to ask, like you have to, well, that's funny because, again, my children don't have to ask me for everything. They might have to ask me for some things, but not everything. And so if they don't have to ask me for everything, and God is clearly more loving and like literally is love, and I'm willing to give my children all kinds of things without them asking. There's all kinds of things, right? They don't go, Dad, can I wash my hands in the sink? Dad, can I use the soap? Dad, can I have something to eat? Dad, can I put clothes in the drawer? Like, they don't ask me for everything. They just can, right? They don't have to ask. And Jesus says things like, God is kind to the evil and the unthankful. Well, wait a minute. If they're evil and unthankful, I doubt that they're asking for anything. Yet he's kind to them. So even that, I would take it a step further that I think God is much like a father that gives them things without them asking. And I think we need to start getting that character, right? And think about it. If someone just, right, like even that idea that you said, when the people started just handing out, hey, here's some turkeys for Thanksgiving, that people didn't ask. They just gave it to them. And that's more like the Spirit of Christ and the Spirit of God. It doesn't always have to be asked for. I'm not saying you can't, and I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying I think we underestimate the absolute fact from where I'm sitting that God is giving us things right now, and we haven't asked him. He just gives it to us. And I think we miss it every time we say, yeah, as long as you're asking from the heart. How about if I don't ask at all? Might he give it to me anyways? I would suggest many times the answer is yes.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm sensitive to the fact that I might be receiving gifts in the moment and not even acknowledging them. And I think that's it. I mean, like, there's so much I should be thankful for, and so much I don't see, and so much I'm preserved from, and etc. And it's like, well, I should just be thankful for the things I'm insensitive to because I'm, just calloused by the world. So I'm keen on that. And that's incredibly insightful. God is love, and if the love of a father, Shade, is to give to your children before they even ask, because you're already aware of their desires, their needs and their wants, and you're providing that, then would God be adverse to that? Would God not do that? And it's like, well, I think God would. So yeah, that's entirely convincing to me. Aye.
That's pretty solid. Now, and as a dad, I'm thinking about that too. Like, wow. I mean, 'cause I tell my kids, I was like, hey, it's time to eat. And then 2 hours later, like, can I have something else to eat? I was like, okay. You're a little pig, though.
Right. But and interesting, like you said, you just said it's time to eat. For dinner, they didn't ask for dinner. You just gave them dinner. And you even went out of your way to call them for it. I mean, you could have just put the dinner on the table and walked away. But no, you even say, hey, come and eat. Like, so not only did you set them up without them asking, but you called them and said it's ready, and so then after would say, well, can we have a little extra? That they made the request for, and you still gave it to them, even though you said, well, okay, and I have no doubt that there's times where, again, it's kind of like even us, where he just gives us something, and then we go, hey, can we have a little more? And he goes, okay. It's just that's how I relate. That's the best way I know how to relate to God as a loving parent, right? And I think that's the idea. But even a loving parent has to say no sometimes, right? And that's another way I can relate to God that way too, because if my and here's another thing too that I try to instill on everybody. It's like, there's certain things that I say I said to my children, were not okay when they were 5 and 6 and 7 years old, but now I have one that's 17, and now when she says, can I drive the car, I say yes. I didn't say that when they were 12. I said no when they were 12. So sometimes it can be a no for now, right? Yeah. And the yes comes here. right? So that's what you ever have people say to you, you know, God finally answered my prayer, right? Like, man, I prayed for this, you know, and I've been praying for, and then it came true 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years later. And sometimes I do wonder, it's like, was it 10 years later because it wasn't time 10 years ago, right? So same, and I just try to think like, again, like a dad, and I go, yeah, there's times where it's no for now.
Well, all you got to do is say soon, and that's the magic word. Soon can mean, you know, any amount of years that God wants. It's got to happen quickly, guys. It's got to happen quickly.
It does go quickly.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that when they ask me to use the car again. I'm gonna say, well, soon I'll let you use it. See me in about 2,000 years.
I love that.
Yeah.
The time is at hand, son.
Yes, the time is at hand. So, you know, give it 20 years.
Yeah, it's it's a, you know, and I still do, you know, like I think we have a pretty big responsibility to try to maintain patience, you know, because, you know, I think my wife said it to me best. I think she says, you know, it's hard to accept because you've been told that this is how it is for so long, and it's such a flip, you know, that it's kind of scary, right? It's kind of scary. So, you know, it's a little, it can shake you up, you know, and it really is different, you know? So, so I think we are responsible to try to be as patient as we can, you know, but, because it's not easy. It's not easy. And that's why I think, you know, sometimes not everybody, but sometimes some people react angrily, you know? But I think it's also too because they got this thing. But again, it's just like this it really proves that they overemphasize the eschatology, though. It proves it. Like it's like, listen, like you've elevated it way too high because, you know, it's like, oh, you're going to mislead people, and then it's like, well, but mislead them to what? Like how does this mislead? Like, what are they going to do? Like, they're going to start robbing banks? Like what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so they've over elevated their eschatological position, oftentimes to the point where they're actually violating the law of love your neighbor as yourself, right? That's when you know you've got the order wrong.
Yeah. They're suspicious of positivity. They're suspicious of good outcomes.
Right.
And yeah, the patience is important too, because just as you were reflecting on the insight from fatherhood, I was thinking, you know, we really should have churches today because there's a lot of people who just don't get that insight. There's a lot of people who just don't have those kinds of relationships in their lives. Like, they might have been brought up in a more Spartan lifestyle, or they might have been brought up in a way that just made them feel like, I've got no faith in humanity. And if there was a church there, it could be as a guiding light. You would be communally sort of given lots of different insight into lots of different personality types, perhaps, and that could be quite nourishing. But unfortunately, I think this day and age, you know, things can be quite tough, especially for the younger folks growing up in a world that's completely, in Scotland anyway, it's lost a lot of that Christian quality. You know, I mean, it's still there, but it's not what it was. And so I'm concerned for the new generations. I wonder, you know, if they don't have that insight. So I don't know, there's something about patience in that, and something about hope, and I don't know, it's a concern, I think, you know.
Well, I think that's one thing that also kind of, you know, we talked about how you know, if someone needs help, at least in Canada, you know, I can definitely speak for this nation for sure. No question in my mind that if you need help, that you're calling. Maybe your wife and maybe your kid or something, but as soon as you go outside of that, You're going for you're definitely going to some kind of government entity. But I think some of that is from the positioning that the greatest three is love, faithfulness, and hopefulness. And Christians, I think, somewhere along the way, and maybe it was a long time ago, I don't know, but somewhere have, especially with the eschatology, basically saying we know that we're in that time, right? So they're no longer talking about hope. They made hope the eschatology rather than be faithful, love others as self, and have great hope because Jesus is resurrected. So they didn't prioritize. In other words, our faith is based on hope. We can't give people receipts. We can't give people receipts. I think somewhere along the way though, oh wait a minute, no, we got this figured out. See, okay, because see now look, see what happened in 1948. See, it's all coming together. You know, it's like no, it's not. So they made the hope in, dare I say it, the rapture or the last week of Daniel, whatever their eschatology was their hope, as opposed to the hope we're supposed to have in God, and God is love, right? And prioritizing that actually our faith or our faithfulness is rooted in love and hope. That's what we do. But they exchanged the hope for eschatology. And then the hope went into eschatology. I think that was an error.
Have you heard this before from a Christian? Well, it's okay if I just dump my garbage here or I do that because the world's going to be destroyed anyway. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
I've heard that a few times.
Yeah.
And so they don't care if they're doing things that might harm things here because it's going to be destroyed anyway. You know, it's like, no, get past that thinking and start putting your recycling in the recycling, you know?
Right.
Let's try and make things better here and now.
Yeah, as a
So that's kind of disturbing.
as a dispensationalist, I was saying, well, I don't believe in climate change because God's gonna blow up the earth anyway and give us a new one.
Yeah.
And now, you know, this whole other view comes in. I'm like, so what did the planet do to get destroyed exactly? And I had a Christian try to explain it to me. He's like, well, Satan infected the whole earth. I was like, and I was kind of rude with him. I was like, so Satan stuck his penis in the earth and now it's all infected, right? I wasn't as nice as I just said it. Like, and I immediately, I didn't even want to see his reply. I was like, I'm done with this conversation.
Yeah, I'm done with this.
But now I'm like, well, now you hear David Chilton, he's like, well, the earth's going to stay forever. Like the planet is going to stay forever.
Yeah.
You can't find too many Chilton audio files, but I found a few and I love listening to them. Man, I wish I would have known about him years ago.
I've come across some of his stuff.
And I don't know that you have to believe in climate change in order to still participate in other words, I don't always have to agree with something on the bigger scale to do the smaller scale. So in other words, I don't know for sure that, you know, recycling is, you know, an amazing thing one way or the other. I don't know that for sure. One could argue, no, they just add that stuff so that the government has more control and then they milk you for more tax money, which is, there's a degree of truth to that, right? Because every service the government gives you, you know, you probably have to pay for it on some level, right? But at the end of the day, I'm thinking, well, whether I put it in a garbage bag or in a box and put it at the front of the road, what's the difference? So like, why would I argue about this? Sure. No problem. Okay. You want cardboard in a box? Great. No problem. There you go. And actually it kind of hinted me that I started keeping a lot of my own egg cartons and cardboard because I started realizing they use it for compost. And I said, wait a minute, I have a garden. So now they hardly get any of my stuff. I just keep it and use it for my garden. So You know, like, so you don't even have to believe in the big sell to go, well, okay, but what's the difference? They want you to put it in a blue box, in a red box, or a bag. Just that's not something to argue about. You know what I mean? It's like, so you don't even have to believe it to actually do the good deed. You know what I mean? And be a friendly neighbor.
Yeah, you make the best choice.
It's like, yeah, I'll put the cans in the red box. And by the way, you save bags. Am I the only one that thinks practical like this? Like, I tell my wife all the time, I'm like, no, I like recycling because I save garbage bags, right? Like, I'm saving. So I might be saving the world, one bag at a time. I might be. But even if I don't believe that, I know I'm saving at least, a couple bucks, and I'm saving my own compost for my own garden, which is a good thing. Right. So I think that, again, just finding a way, I don't have to agree with every narrative to do something I think that overall is still good for my city, for my community,
Yeah. And like talking about big sales, I think that's where the church has gone wrong then. It's that point that you underlined, Joe, about the commodification of the church. And so it's seen as this future investment. Oh, you come and tithe at my church. And the future investment is that when the rapture happens, when the end time happens, like that's what the Watchtower does with the, what's the faith as the Watchtower again? The Jehovah's Witnesses. Like their whole religion operates around the end times. Like if you get right into it, they're a doomsday religion. And that's what they're commodifying. That's what they're selling you on. That's their selling point. It's like, look, the world might end soon, or we think it will. So come and spend your money here, and we'll try and find a suitable ejector seat or some kind of plan to muddle through this treacherous time. And instead of participating in the fullness of the Spirit now, you're supposed to wait until this future time, like you're saying, Shade, about the hope. Hope is the last commodity they have to sell, instead of this rich participation in something real. And it's like there's just nothing left. It's just this husk of hope in the church. And it's like, well, that's not appetizing. I can't dine out off of that. So I think this is where we're going to find our strength and our persuasive power, is in actually demonstrating like there is more to our arsenal. We've got more tools than just what the church has been, traipsing around. It's not just this empty hope. There's more. There's victory. There's life. There's relationship. There's community, and there's reason to believe in it. Because I think the reason to believe that they offer is deferred hope, and it's just a sick heart at the end of the day.
Oh, I think you might have dropped out, Willie.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't hear Willie. Yeah, Joe's good.
Me either.
I don't hear him.
What happened, Willie? It's because of your accent, man. The microphone can't handle your accent. That's what it is.
I'm coming through the camera now.
Gotcha. I hear you now.
Yeah. It won't be as good a quality. It's because I've ran the battery out now in both of my little tiny mics.
Those tiny mics sounded pretty good.
Oh, they're so good. They're so much better than my Yeti. I'll plug the Yeti in, right? But I don't think it's any good. I don't think it's as good. But anyway, no, I finished my point anyway. I was just saying how, the commodification of the church was just a bit lame.
It really is. Like, I mean, it does make you question too, right? It's like, okay, did at least in the more recent times, are a lot of people, were they going to the Sunday buildings because of the whole end time scenario? Right? Like, were they there truly for spiritual enlightenment, upliftingness, whatever you want to say, so that they could go out the rest of the week and, do all that Matthew 25 stuff, And I'm not getting the sense that that's why they were there. And I think that that's part of the reason why either you get one of two results. You're either seeing them walk away and not come back, or you're seeing them double and triple down on they're the mocker and Shade, you're the mocker and scoffer in First Peter or whatever. It's like, no, I'm not mocking you. I'm not scoffing. I'm just telling you that I think that they started interpreting the scriptures with a futurist mindset, and now we weren't paying attention to the timestamps that were all over that, and of course we weren't told very much about the historical events of up until 70 AD, right? Which is just absolutely so important. Every Christian should know about that. Even if they wanted to maintain some kind of futurist position, they should know that information. And wow, you're still busting stuff over there, eh, Willie? I mean, honestly, like, what's going? I think if anything's going to hurt the preterist movement, William, is your inability to not break stuff. Okay, I think
I'm just trying to interrupt these mockers and scoffers.
It's like Willie's breaking dishes back there. I'm like, what are you doing, man? It's like, you're a single guy. Like, how many things can fall off of a shelf? I mean,
Hey, we're the mockers and scoffers and Hymenaeus and Philetus and every bad name they want to call us.
Yeah.
And then you've got, if you deny the Trinity, that's even worse. I see it from on X. If you don't believe Jesus was God, then you are not a Christian. And I've seen that from Catholics, and I'm like, oh man. And the church is the one that interprets. Yeah.
Even that question needs to be defined, because I'm pushing people to go, okay, if you're asking me, is Jesus God? Are you asking me, is Jesus the Father? Is that what you're asking me? Or are you asking me, is Jesus divine or divinity as the Son of God? Or are you asking me, is Jesus the Father and became his own Son and then went back to being the Father? Like, you're going to have to define the question a lot better, because we got some. I'm not sure what you're asking me when you ask that question. That's the biggest problem.
Right. When was he God? Was he, because to them it's like Jesus was always existing, like in some form. Like he was the angel in the Old Testament that kept showing up. I'm watching The Chosen right now. Like that's just a guy, God's son. That's God's son. That's how I see it in the show, at least. He wasn't God while he was here on earth. At the very least, he was a guy pointing to God, saying the Father, the Father, the Father. That show really gets me, but I just don't see how, if he was God or some like souped up human version of God, he probably would have acted a little different, I think.
Yeah, you can only wonder.
I think the other thing, and if I may, kind of push on full preterist a little bit, I'd like to have conversations about, okay, so what do we do about the absolute fact that in Revelation 3:12 it says that Jesus has a new name? And people keep asking me, even in full preterism, do you believe that Jesus is God? I say, well, can you tell me his new name? Because he has a new name.
Right.
So what are we going to do about that? And what are we going to do about Paul saying we know him no longer in the flesh?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he says, I know no man in the flesh. What does Paul mean when he says that? And he's including Jesus in that, right? Mm-hmm. We know him no more in the flesh, right? So if Jesus has a new name, right, what does that mean? And why are you guys putting such an emphasis on the name that he had on earth, which really wasn't technically Jesus anyways? Really,
exactly.
Right. So we got a problem there. And what are we going to do? And I would actually challenge even partial preterists and little seasoned saints for the same thing, because if you're admitting that return counts, Well, in Revelation 3:12 is when he says, I will write upon him my new name. And he says it again, I think, in Revelation 19, that he has a name that no man knows but himself. So we're not talking about that stuff in full preterism. Or what are we going to do with the part in 1 Corinthians 15 where it says that Jesus delivers the kingdom unto God?
Yeah.
Is he delivering it to himself?
Yeah, right. Like, is Jesus delivering the kingdom just to himself? Is that what he's saying there? Because, but again, not only does the Trinity interfere with that, but I'm wondering why full preterists really aren't dealing with that, because they really aren't. They're kind of maintaining a futurist soteriology, even though there's so much of that between the Trinity and the deliverance to God, if he's already completed the work, then we got to answer those questions, I think. And I noticed that they're steering away from that stuff because I think I think we all know why, because there's huge implications, right? Huge implications in that.
Well, see, there's an incongruity with Trinitarianism that really bugs me. So there's a lot of like apologetic material on YouTube and stuff, and so you've got a lot of Christians who do not understand the concept of the Trinity, and so these people go, "Let me explain it to you. This is what." But here's the thing, right? Wait. So you've got people in the church who do not comprehend the Trinity. They've come to you in your YouTube video, whatever. You've tried to explain it, and maybe they're still not sure about it. Well, do you know what that means? It means then that they don't have the idea in their head. But I don't think that even matters to these people. They just want them to, like we said, say the magic word, I believe the Trinity, but they don't know what it means. Now, let's just say they do know what it means. They finally get it. They finally fully comprehend the idea of the three-personed God, one entity, three persons, right? And it's like, right, do you actually believe that you have completely sussed out God? And the description of God is, let me just check my notes again, three persons, one entity. Is that it? The noises I just make there completely encompass the fullness of God. Three persons, one entity. There it is. That's God. Boom. It's like, surely not. Surely those words fail to communicate it. Surely the word Trinity isn't the thing that God's like, oh my God, that describes me so perfect. Everyone who doesn't describe me that way is going to hell now. It's like, no.
It would take me longer to explain to you how my mom makes her delicious lasagna.
Right. And if lasagna is more complicated than God, the personage of God, it's like, come on.
This goes back to what Jackie was kind of saying before. Ultimately, most people, they're just going to say, well, you know what, just accept it and repeat after me. That's all that's going to happen sooner or later, right? Because most of the time when I listen to them talk about the Trinity, sooner or later they do what that ever so famous, you have to, if you deny the Trinity, you know how that goes, you're denying God himself. And then they go, we can't understand the Trinity.
Exactly. They don't even get
then they go, okay, so hold on a sec. I have to believe something that you yourselves are having a difficult time explaining. And when you do, you actually ultimately land on that you don't even understand it. So would I ever go to a mechanic that says, listen, I have absolutely no idea what's going on with your V8 5-liter engine there? Not I have absolutely no clue. So you'll just have to accept that just accept that. Well, but I'm not going to take any advice from you. Then I guess I'll go see a different mechanic. Like it really is just rooted in, this has been here since 381 and an Athanasian Creed that actually most Christians don't even know it's in the Athanasian Creed. They assume for some reason it's in the Nicene Creed, even though it's not in there at all. It's really an amazing thing, actually. If I could just highlight what I think the common denominator here is just how cosmetic and surface level this new incarnation of the church seems to be, because it's all these magic words and all these incantations, and it's none of the substance, it's none of the soul and spirit and effort that the church should have. And so what they've done is they've reduced the identity of God to the word Trinity or some other
word. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be anything. Instead of relationship. That's how you know God, is relationship. It's not because you said the word Trinity. It's not because you've somehow, even if you understood the concept Trinity, like, is that a substitute for a relationship with God? Does the person who understands the concept of the Trinity closer to God than someone who has a relationship? And I guess they would say, well, you can't have a relationship without knowing the Trinity. And it's like, my goodness, surely
because there's a scripture that says the Trinity is love.
Right, I forgot. Yeah, that's Bible 1 verse 1.
That's in,
Hey,
it's in
where's that
3rd
at?
Corinthians.
I got my Bible
It's in,
open right now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
in
you
3rd
got it.
Corinthians. You'll find it in 3rd
3rd
Corinthians.
Corinthians.
Third.
I'm
yeah.
actually looking at Isaiah 1 right now. In chapter 1, 10 through 17-ish. It's where he's talking about the sacrifices, the Sabbaths, all that stuff, and how he doesn't like them. And that you should wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, put away the evil from your doings before my eyes, cease to do evil, learn to do good, seek justice, reprove the oppressor. So that's what Christianity or something was supposed to be, even then in Isaiah's time. Like, they were I realized they're so dependent on this, their laws, their sacrifices, their rituals. And I saw it with the Pharisees in the show too. I was like, they didn't even think the Messiah was some of them didn't think the Messiah was going to be a person.
There you go. Well,
they thought Israel was going to save itself, I guess, some of them.
Mm.
And it's, I know, different little groups against Jesus, like the Sadducees, the Pharisees, but they all loved their rituals and their temple and their physical stuff. And I was like, well, do you read verse 17? Those are the things you should focus on right there.
Oh, yeah.
The learning to do good. And you got the Torah movement they're like, yeah, you don't have to do it to be saved, but it's God's eternal law. And okay, but you're doing it without a temple. I know you're the temple now, but come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear here. And I kind of see that progression in the Old Testament, actually. Where, I mean, he's literally basically saying, he's like, your new moons and your appointed feast, my soul hates it.
Exactly.
I mean, that's strong language. I mean, but it's his eternal law. Oh, okay. Well, it's like, there was a bit of that eternity where he wasn't too crazy about it, So
yeah, exactly.
he says they're actually troubling him. He says, they are a trouble unto me. I'm weary to bear them. Like, I can't stand it, is what he's saying there. 15, he says, and when you spread forth your hands, I'm going to hide mine eyes from you. So, but it's his eternal. And again, guys, like, I have to be direct. I think even that's something that full preterism needs to deal with is that whole, like, forever, that aion, that olam thing, that means infinity. Like, I have to be quite direct. What example is there in the Bible where something was for infinity? Like when they had the temple the first time, right? When they got their land the first time, did they get to keep it for infinity? The answer is no.
No.
Like, I think people are going to have to start to recognize that God's promises, even when he fulfills them, it's not like, I promise you, and this is exactly what you're going to have for infinity and beyond. Like, it's just, I don't see that pattern in the scriptures. I see changes. Even when he delivers, then at some point he's like, you know what? This is where I'm calling this now. Like, it just really is that way, right? Like, so I'm just saying the idea that God makes a promise and then it's infinite, right? I just don't see that pattern in the Bible.
I'm just thinking of Melchizedek.
Yeah, go ahead, keep going. Yeah,
Man without beginning and without end, so he's infinite. And then Jesus is after the priesthood of Melchizedek. So that's an infinity right there, without beginning and without end. My brain can't comprehend that. But
Right.
I find
But
it
that doesn't mean
fascinating.
that wouldn't necessarily mean that Melchizedek is doing the exact same thing all the time, right? So
Right.
right. So that's more of what I mean. That it's kind of like, he set up these feasts, right? But were those feasts for infinity? I think the answer is no. So clearly, if he doesn't, he wanted a temple at one point, right? He, according to scripture, on some level, he wanted some kind of temple. Does he want
I
a
get where
temple
you're
anymore?
going.
Right. Say that he doesn't want a temple anymore. So, anything for the most part, I suppose we can find something like God is infinite, for example, right? So we understand that, but not necessarily. It's kind of like his covenant. Was his covenant for infinity? Right. The answer is no. In fact, when he gave the first covenant, he had a promise that there was going to be another one. So those covenants weren't all infinite. So, and even if we are, for example, having an infinite covenant, within that infinite covenant does everything stay the same? It appears to me that the answer is no. So like some of Paul's advice, Paul could only give the advice that he could give in a time frame. Like he couldn't suggest, for example, I don't know, there wasn't opportunities in that patriarchal society at the time for women to become presidents of companies, potentially, right? Or, start a business from home necessarily on, with the internet. But I'm guessing if Paul was around when those opportunities were there, he might say, yeah, no, if you can, take care of your children and run an online business, you know what I mean? I get the sense that Paul would, again, it's conjecture, but I think he would probably said, yeah, that's a great idea. You can raise your kids and, sell your homemade soap. You know what I mean? Like, but he couldn't offer that kind of advice at that time. So, I think that when I look at the world without end and in the ages to come, I think that there's changes that there's like, dare I use the term evolution? And I'm not talking about, us, evolving from a certain kind of animal. I'm talking about an evolution in the increase in love, the increase in considering other people's positions, increase in ways to do things better as time goes on, and maybe increase a better opportunity. I would suggest, for example, poverty is still around, but proportionately, I think that we've gone in the right direction proportionately.
I would agree.
Oh. Big time.
Yeah. Right. And I think that's, but job's not over. Right. But that's a prophecy. Actually, Jesus said, you'll always have the poor.
That's true. Yeah.
He said, you'll always have the poor. Me, you will not always have, he said, which is interesting. He said, me, you won't always have. So his me in the flesh is different than his me in the spirit. Even if you look at Luke 24:44, he says, these are the words I spake unto you when I was yet with you. Hey, wait a minute, Jesus. You're telling them that right now in resurrected form, according to the scripture. He said, oh yeah, these are the words I spake unto you.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. But I think this goes right back to what Paul said when he said, we no longer know him in the flesh. He has a new name. He's an exalted one. How could you, right? He's not he was, you put it this way. You can't put him on a cross now.
There you go. Yeah.
Right. And that's part of our hope, right? I think that's that whole celestial kind of idea as part of our hope. And we've traded that in for some bad eschatology. But I think this is a great example that Brother Joe has brought in here where, he says, when he says wash you, make you clean, he's not saying go take a bath. But I'm suggesting to you strongly that I have a feeling the way they've been taught so literal.
But right? That's what the English words say, Shane.
Yeah, like that's it's like because you're right. That's what it said. Wash you. He must mean cleanliness is next to godliness. That's what he means. It's like then right away he says, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil. Learn to do well. Seek justice. Relieve the oppressed. Right. Judge the fatherless. And what he clearly means in judging the fatherless, he means like, make some good calls for these people, and plead for the widow, right? And I think that's where the Christian influence is, right? Because now widows do, right? They can get potentially, right? Like at least Canada has like, there's a Canada pension plan, right? Set things up. My dad has a pension, and then my aunt, for example, I lost my uncle. My aunt still gets part of his pension right there. Like that's what but again, I'm not talking about the Sunday buildings, am I?
Right.
I'm talking about the government and the corporations. That's the scary part. The very beast that they all think is in Revelation is what's essentially, giving my aunt her pension so she actually has a roof over her head. And somehow that beast is evil. It's like, well, it's the reason why she could still go grocery shopping.
Yeah. Wow.
Think about all that. And I think really there's got to be a rethink on this because, all I know is that I'm seeing, the plead for the widow, that those discussions are happening in Parliament Hill. Right?
Yeah.
What can we do to help people who have physical challenges? What can we do to help people with mental challenge, like mental illness, right? What can we do to help maybe somebody, a single mom or a single dad? Those conversations, I don't see any real practical healing for that in the Sunday buildings.
No.
Not on any major level. Not on a major level.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be the first go-to. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah. It's somehow become unthreaded from what the society and what the culture is. And I just feel like something malevolent. It doesn't necessarily need to be a supernatural malevolence. I think man has that capacity when it comes together just to create these big shadows that block out the light. And I really think that's happened at a political level. I just think our political class has been overtaken by these zealous, just self-enriching, just myopic people who just don't care about the spiritual health of the nation. They don't care about spirituality. I don't think these people have been trained. I think they have been trained to despise the expressions of genuine faith. Like if you look at the leaders of the world today, I think America's done some to address that, because I know Donald Trump gets a lot of flack, but I saw the Democratic Party as somewhat soulless in some of its expressions, and we see that in Europe as well. There's a soullessness that's got into the left wing. The left wing needs to find its soul again, and I'm not saying the right wing's perfect. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I just think that there's something. There's some voices that are probably just tolerated a wee bit more on the right because they have, because of that conservative kind of connection to religion and spirituality. There are people on the left who are spiritual, but I just feel like at the top, to be honest with you, the whole political system's a load of crap. Like, I think I'm trying to find the good in it, but I think we need to elect people who care once again about the spiritual health of the country. And I don't think that's happened for quite a wee while. I think we've ran our countries into the ground because we've just been disorientated, and selfish. And like that whole financial collapse in 2008, what was that all about? Like, what was that all about? Because there's been movies made about it, and they were using the housing market, and they knew this bubble was going to pop. And that to me was reckless. That was so disgusting, because I don't think any country has truly recovered. I'm not some big finance guy. I just know that 2008 and the collapsing of the housing market and stuff was devastating, and I don't think we've recovered from that. And I think that's a symptom of this commodification and just overly self-indulgent, self-serving spirit that's, I think, taken over from what the church used to be. And I think it's in the church now as well.
Yeah, like I take the position, brother, that like there's a thing in this area that they're talking about, like they call them smart cities. I don't know if you guys have heard of something like that.
I have.
Yeah, I've heard this.
Okay. My biggest issue is, is that I say to Christians all the time, I go, you can't sell something to people unless they have no better options. And if the smart city thing flies, do you think that some of that is because there's very little positioning? So I'll only tell you, like, when I was growing up, and we're not talking 1,000 years ago, we're talking in my lifetime when I was a kid, when my grandfather passed away, my grandmother was, living alone for a while. And at some point, my uncles and my dad, they got together and said, listen, we don't think she should be by herself. So they kind of teamed up and they all said, why doesn't she stay 6 to 8 weeks at each person's house, right? So my grandmother would hang around at our house for a couple months. Then she'd go to my, and it happens that, she happened to have the 4 kids and, shared the deal.
That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, it was a great idea, and we did it. And I remember it clearly because it was poor 12-year-old Shade over here had to give up his room for a couple months because Grandma took it. But it was kind of cool because they shipped me into the living room where the TV was, and that back then you only had one TV, right? And it was in the living room. I was like, yes, I get the colored TV. This is awesome. But anyways, I don't see as much of that. I see a lot of, Mom, Dad, maybe you should get into a little, one of those semi condos or one of those retirement homes, anything but like, here, live with us. Right. And so then these things become appealing. And then eventually some people have whatever, a little bit more, some people have a little less. And then all of a sudden they're older. So this convenience comes into play, right? Because no one's going to do the grocery shopping for you. So, right. And even if someone does, it's got to be convenient, right? Or whatever, right? Because, so-and-so is working and so-and-so's where we're too busy to help you. So, I see a lot of these things being introduced because of the fact that on many levels, once again, some of those basic instructions, like taking care of your own family, right? Honoring your parents, taking care of your own, which is something I think Paul talks about in 1 Timothy, is being set aside. These were basic. They're being set aside. So then who's going to answer the cry for help? Well, best as I can tell, it's going to be the government and or corporations, and then they find the solution. And so you can't sell that to them right? I'm just saying,
That becomes the church, because you will notice that some people treat the politics and treat the government with the same regard they treat the church and God. And that becomes the new, right? So I'm seeing the relationship here, right? Okay.
See, right? So the reason why so many people that are kind of outside of, let's say, religion are so involved in government is because that's where they're seeing the responses from.
Right. And you do see that. Oh yeah, you do.
You do. And that's this. Yes, there's some corruption, but can the church say that they're not corrupt at times? Oh, okay. So that's a moot point. That's a moot point now. So now it's like, okay, we got corruption here, we got corruption here, but here, right? They are, my dad did get that walker, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, grandma did get those new eyeglasses. They are giving her a little pension and she can at least, pay for her rent at her apartment. Yeah. Oh, wow. You know what? She does need they are going to send a PSW worker there twice a week now. She qualifies for that. How about the Sunday building? We're a little busy right now. Okay, well then back to the government again, right? So I'm seeing this kind of government worship, if you will, because
the Democrats
that's who
love to worship the government here. At least down here, they love it.
Yeah.
What's drawing them to it, though, is the question, right? The best as I could tell in Canada, what's drawing them to it is because the government is giving them something to chew on.
Mm.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. The immigration thing here in America is Like, I get it. We don't want our country flooded with a bunch of people the way they're doing it. Like, yeah, come to America, do it the right way, though.
Yeah.
But the party is giving them stuff to come here. Like, they're offering them things, and they're saying, you're going to vote for us because we're going to give you this stuff. You know, giving them social security numbers and that kind of stuff. I'm not I'm not on board with everything Trump does, but I agree with, you know, don't flood the country with people like that.
You know, it's interesting though,
100%.
if you look at Isaiah, the same chapter you mentioned, Joe, excuse me. Boston Joe. In verse 7, he says, strangers devour your land in your presence. It's overthrown by strangers.
Well, that's
so what I'm suggesting is that there could be an element of judgment on a spoiled nation, because I still say God is God, right? And he still judges the nations. And when I see that, he says, your country is desolate, your cities are burned with fire. And I think we all know that burned with fire might have an element of allegory to it. It's basically, it's going down. That it's not literally necessarily burning, right? Your land, strangers are devouring it in your presence, and it's desolate. It's being overthrown by strangers, right? So what I'm suggesting to you is that I do oftentimes wonder, you know, because I believe Canada and the United States of America we're kind of spoiled nations now. And I wonder sometimes, you know, that sometimes we reap what we sow as nations, right? And I do wonder sometimes if that's a judgment, you know, upon a nation to say, okay, well, if you guys, you know, aren't going to participate and you're going to make your government call all the shots, well, guess what? They're going to call some other shots too, and you ain't going to like it. Wow. It's just something to think about. You know, that's kind of how because I look at this as pattern now, right? I look at as a full preterist. I look for pattern, you know, and I see that oftentimes when strangers are coming into a land and they're devouring it. Now, if strangers coming in and can enhance the land, then I see that as a blessing. But if strangers are coming in and devouring it and harming it in some shape, way, or form, well, I do wonder. I think Christians should be talking, but of course, you're not going to talk about it when you're always looking at it. Well, that's, you know, it's all supposed to go down, you know, it's going down in hell in a handbasket kind of the ship is sinking anyways, then, right? As opposed to us saying, well, what can we do to have allow people to come in because we care about our neighbors and we want people to be in safe places, but at the same time do it in such a way where it's legal, it's appropriate, and it's well balanced, so the people that are already here don't have to be grieved too much. You know, sometimes we might have to be a little inconvenienced, but not to the point where we harm our own families. But when it's the strangers are devouring it in your presence and it's desolate and it's being overthrown by strangers, well, you might want to ask yourself, is God still judging nations?
Yeah.
Well, I have
it seems that way.
A problem around here, and a really big problem is the homeless people, and they're not, you know, here illegally. They're homeless people, and they're in everywhere. They live out in the forests, or, you know, fairly close to town, so they can get in, and they make encampments, and they're loaded with crime and drugs, and they've been given options, you know, to get help, but a lot of them choose to stay like that because they don't want to be told what to do. But I just see it getting bigger and bigger and bigger and reaching everywhere, and I'm concerned about that because I don't know what with the state of the economy right now and the tariffs thing and everything, everybody being losing their jobs, booted out of, you know, losing our park rangers and all this stuff going on. There's just going to be more and more homeless. So what's going to happen? I mean, are we going to have to return to a feudal state, you know, and have fence around our small towns and guards? And grow our own food. I don't know. It's kind of scary, but I
You've
mean, I
got a
don't
vision.
think it'll
It's a
get that
vision.
bad. But it's like,
That's we are so spoiled now. What are you? Do you think we're gonna have to grow our own food?
See, this is it. This is it.
Oh my god!
well,
do you think I'm
we
gonna end up
put
having to milk
onions
my
in the
own
garden.
cow? Am I gonna have to do that thing with the cow where you go
Oh,
like
no.
this with a pail? No. Please tell me it ain't true, Willie. Tell me it
That's
ain't
it.
true, Jackie. Tell me it ain't true that I'm gonna end up milking a cow. Please.
No, I'm thinking of getting a goat.
Oh yeah, here we go. There you go.
Or goat
Well,
milk.
to me, this is part of the stewardship issue, right? And the fact is, if America has a lot of homeless people, then there is that question of why are you guys dishing out so much money to other nations all the time when you get, or why? What's with the refugee crisis when you get so many people that could use the help at home? And the thing it happened in Glasgow. So Glasgow put out a notice there saying asylum system risks damaging social cohesion. Glasgow City Council warns, because they're spending tens of millions in this bottomless pit, and people from all over the UK can come up to Scotland and get a house much quicker. So they're doing that now. And Glasgow City Council is like, well, we've just screwed ourselves. And that was the same story in New York City. It's the same story in all of these towns or big cities that say, oh, just come here. Everything's fine. We've got endless resources for everyone. And it's like, the fact of the matter is, no one has that. No one has that. We need to be sensible. And that's another issue that I see in politics is they cannot predict negative consequences to actions. They just can't predict them for some reason. It's like, let's just do all this thing all at once, all the time. It's like, wait, don't you think there's maybe going to be some negative consequences? Or is it deliberate? Is another question. Is it deliberate? Are they letting this happen for a reason, which might be a bit more sinister? You know, is there something else going on here?
Like the
Well,
California fires, they say those were set deliberately.
Yeah.
It might be a rumor, but
No, you
and
don't know.
same thing with Maui too, though. Like they just a lot of stuff in Maui got destroyed.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
You know, and the I think the sheriff was involved in both of those.
Well,
I was listening to Sam Tripoli, and he goes on some deep rabbit holes. But I was, hearing that there was a sheriff from actually the Las Vegas shooting went to Maui, and that happened under his watch in Hawaii.
Yeah,
And
there was big questions about that.
same thing with Boston, though, too. Like, the mayor of Boston went to Congress to testify, and she straight up said it. She's like, we don't even ask them if they're illegal. We just give.
Wow.
Like, we just help them. And it was all Democrat mayors from sanctuary cities.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, well, the crime is down. Like, yeah, well, even the FBI said you're not reporting it. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah. Yeah, there's issues, man. There's deep structural issues. And I think unless we get some kind of spiritual health back into our countries and just back into our hearts as human beings, then we're going to see these things multiplying. And it's gonna look bad. And the problem with that is that certain Christians will get carried away with it and think, well, these are the end times. And it's like, well, it doesn't have to be the end times. It can just be troubling times that we have to work through. But people are already starting to predict things like, oh, Baron Trump, he's going to be the Antichrist. It's like, nah, guys, come on.
Oh,
So
man,
it's not the Pope. It's not the Pope anymore.
Oh no, it's not the Pope this time.
Sorry. I guess I'm not up on my latest Antichrist.
Well, the Pope did survive a wound of some description, so maybe he is like a beast.
Yes, and plus Trump, I think he got almost kind of clipped in the ear there.
Oh, that is the head wound.
That was a head wound for sure. And
yeah.
So clearly that was the sixth seal. But anyways,
clearly that was the sixth seal.
So But, you know, like
You can blame it all on Hal Lindsey.
yeah,
Oh man.
yeah. I mean, it's that's yeah. So I think the other thing is like you're right. They can use it, but again, it is just another time that there's always been kind of ups and downs in nations. There always has been.
Yeah.
You know, so I that it's not a marker. It's kind of like, remember in First Thessalonians where it says, you know, when they shall say peace and safety, and then sudden destruction is going to come. It's like, okay, use that one as a marker. Good luck with that, because like they say peace and safety like at the local pool.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
like, how am I good? How is this a marker? You know, it's not going to be a marker. It was clearly a specific kind of peace and safety that Paul was talking about that was in their time frame. That's why he says, and they shall not escape. That they existed, but you guys are the children of the light. You're not of the night. That day won't overtake you guys as a thief. So it's very, very clear that's not going to be a marker we can use today. Because it's just not it's too, it would be just so vague, right? Like, so so it would just, I think that basically what's happening, in my opinion, is that, you know, a lot of folks that should be and could be probably doing some pretty cool and decent things to help out aren't, you know, they're kind of throwing in the towel. Based on this idea that, you know, that it's all going down, as opposed to participating in and maintaining some kind of, to reduce some of the volatility on some level. And, you know, not one person by themselves more than likely can't, you know, although sometimes you can, you know, have a very few people do big things. But that being said, even if everybody did a little bit, I think that it would feel a lot better, and then people would be a lot more encouraged. I think that this idea, you know, that's why, I mean, as you know, that's why I did that End Times in Disneyland video, you know, because it just doesn't, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't vibe with the text. And it really does create, you know, this kind of convoluted positioning. Like how can you be, you know, suggesting you're in the end times, and I just saw you click a button on Amazon to order your favorite LED lights, and they're on your porch the next day. That's a sign of the end times. Like, where is that? Show me that where it says that in Matthew 24. And towards the end time, just before the Son of Man comes down in the clouds, you'll be ordering something on Tuesday and it'll arrive on Wednesday. And in fact, another sign of the times is you going on carnivore, and you're going to want to eat bread, but you won't be able to have bread because of those carbohydrates making you too fat. And therefore, you're going to want to order that egg white powder over the internet. And that'll be the sign of the beast, when you have to have your egg white powder from Amazon.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my. That's when it's all going to fall apart. That's like, where is that? It's not even close. So, you know, it's so they're in the end times, and then, hey, I can't wait to get my new iPhone, like all at the same time. And I'm also seeing that kind of hypocrisy even in there. And that's that's whether they want to admit it, this is what's making it crumble. So how many times I hear Christians say, you know, they're going to try to take away cash. And I'm like, okay, then put down your credit card. Like they're still taking it today, and well, I want the points, and I'm like, okay, listen, man, like, what, you don't live by your own principle. Like,
what exactly do you want?
If you want cash to stay, is there a particular reason why you keep whipping out the card all the time? Then, you know, and you know, like, or they're gonna track me. Okay, then go with a flip phone. Like, what are you doing? Or don't have a cell phone. What do you mean? No, I gotta have a cell phone. Okay, so here it's end times because they're tracking you, but God forbid you don't get the iPhone 16, right?
Right.
You know, they're trying to make it so that we can't own anything. Okay, then why are you leasing?
Right.
Well, because, you know, it's cheaper. My accountant says it's better for my tax. It's like, okay, well, which one is it? Do you want to own it or do you want to lease it? Because they wouldn't be able to lease it to you if you wouldn't lease, right? So, right, but no, they say they're trying to make it so we can't own anything, and then they go and they lease things. And I would suggest if you can afford to pay $1,000 a month, I would assume then more than likely you could, again, I'm not sure what everybody's lease is, but just to say, if you can afford 600, 800, 1,000 a month for your vehicle and you care about ownership, well, then I'm guessing you could have probably put a small down payment and try to buy it so that you could at least own it. Right. But they don't, they say, oh, look, they're trying to make it that we, right. They say one thing, but then they operate so that they're actually helping them get away what they're saying that they're trying to get away with. So they're trying to make it so Joe Blow can't own anything, right? And then says, I'm going to lease my hot water tank. I'm going to lease my phone. I'm going to lease my car. I got to lease everything. It's like, well, wait a minute here. I'm going to put everything on a credit card all the time. It's like, okay, well, I'm not really sure what you expect to change if you're not even living by the principle that you're defining for yourself. You're actually doing the opposite. So I kind of just see that contradiction, that convolution, and it becomes very confusing to people, I think.
Oh, massive. Yeah, there's so much inconsistency in the beliefs that confusion is just, I don't know. I feel like Christianity is a vending machine with multiple flavors of confusion going just now. It's not great. But what I really like about this is, I was talking about atheism at the top of the hour, 5.5 hours ago, and what we're doing now is offering, I think, a much more robust critique of Christianity than any atheist could muster. It's like they're standing on the outside just venting this raw emotional energy, whereas we're standing on the inside like, wait, we can see the architectural, structural problems here. There's this, there's that, there's this. And I think we are actually less tolerated than the atheist. The atheist to the Christian is just a Christian waiting to... an atheist is just a Christian in waiting to Christianity. But we are the heretics. We are the blasphemers. We are the evildoers just because we have a slightly... Well, maybe not slightly, but we have a difference of opinion. But we still, we still worship God. We still have a relationship with God. But that means nothing to these people, to these Christians, so-called. And I just think that's quite interesting. So I don't think that's ever going to sell to an atheist. Hey, atheist, you really want to be a strong critic? Come and join us. It's like, I don't know if that's going to win it. But what I'm saying is, I feel like the critique that we offer has a bit more, a bit more utility, right? There's a bit more to it.
I think atheism comes from the place of more concerning itself with the idea that it's all a myth, right?
Right.
That's what they're always going for. It's all a myth, right? So they just kind of critique the Bible. Oh, there's a talking snake, or like that. That's what they go for. It's all myth, that kind of stuff, right? So it's really just. I mean, you could turn around really if they're really, and that's the thing. Like, it's like, well, then you could really go against any religion overall, period. So I think that's why that their arguments are kind of just, trying to turn everything into a myth, really, ultimately, right?
I think so.
But our criticism is more actually where we're holding up a mirror, right, to the people who are claiming to have the Spirit of God, to be worshipers or lovers of God in relationship with God, right? And by the way, I would include other religions when we're making these critiques. I would.
Right.
So, but because we're in Christianity, we'll prioritize it. But I would have no problem saying to people in other religions, well, you should be driven to care about these things too. Yeah. That said, we hold up a mirror and we're willing to say, look, we're being hypocritical here. Right. We can't say, right, hey, we're the ones that are responsible. We're the ones that have the Spirit of God, but just in case you're hungry, you need some clothes and you're not feeling well, don't call us. Like, whatever you do, don't call us. Okay, really,
Yeah.
because that's what the hospitals and the schools are for. That's the government. They take care of all that, Matthew 25 stuff. We just tell you about Matthew 25.
Yeah,
And
we just
and
tell
then
you about it.
we just tell you about it, and then but the actual doing of it, yeah, there's all kinds of people out there that do that. Okay,
Yeah.
when you come here, we're gonna tell you the rapture's coming around the corner. That's what we're gonna do. So that's what we do. So so we hold up the mirror and go, look,
You don't make sense.
This doesn't make sense, and I think you reversed the order, and I think you've prioritized things that really are not fundamental to the faith at all, and at best they're traditions, and there's nothing wrong with a good solid tradition, but they don't override, right? The tradition doesn't override the primary calling and the greatest commandment, right? And making sure there's a good functioning body happening, and I think that's part of the reason that we're the heretics, because we're actually the people actually on the inside saying, have you guys taken a good look at where you're at these days? Like, really? Because and that's the biggest thing to me.
No, I think that's perfectly agreeable. Yeah, perfectly agreeable.
If it's funny because, again, the danger of full preterism and people in full preterism willing to challenge a lot of those things, right? Which includes, scary enough, the Lord's Supper, right? Because what does it say in 1 Corinthians 11:26? Do you guys remember?
Yes, it's a symbol to a point, right? It's a ritual to a point, right?
Until he comes. We do the Lord's Supper and we show his death until he comes. What's the implications to that?
That we shouldn't be doing it.
Right? Like, literally, that we're actually, right? We're literally not, like, it's not, so it's because we show his death until he comes. And that I'm going to suggest, I think what Paul's getting at is that when that temple is destroyed, they're going to know he's alive. Once his prophecies all come to fruition, right, that he pronounced, then we're going to show his death until he comes. And we know that Paul's teaching that when that temple is destroyed, that's the final nail in the coffin of the evidence of his exalted position. Because his prophecies come true, right? Because until his prophecies come true, they're going, whatever. But then when all his prophecies come to fruition, boom, right? So now imagine walking in, right? And then this includes the Protestants too. Imagine walking in there and going, this is great that you guys think this is symbolic, because I'm not even really sure it's that, actually, but
yeah.
Anyways, go ahead, pass me that grape juice. Like, I'm not really sure, like, right? Because it's right. It's a huge thing, right? The Lord's Supper is a big thing in Christianity, right? But meanwhile, Paul is giving it as an instruction until he comes. So it's one of the biggest traditions that we have. How about the fact that, and this would be controversial, no matter how you slice it, but I mean, the celebration of, of Christmas itself, right? That's controversial. Now, I love these traditions. I don't have an issue with any of these traditions, but it's the elevation of the tradition. I think that's a biggest problem, right? I think because there's even that virgin birth, like, at no point, I'm always amazed, actually, that nowhere in the epistles do they Paul never speaks of it. James, Jude, John, they never speak of that, and yet we've made it a huge deal in Christianity, right? Right. One of the biggest events for Christianity, I would suggest, is Christmas. I know that Passover / Easter is another one, right? But those are the two big ones, right? But there's a lot of implications in that.
I think part of the interesting and probably quite exciting implications of it then would be in the construction I use metaphorically, of a new church. looking at what it would actually look like and how it would behave, because you take out certain rituals because they've been completed, like the Lord's Supper, and you put something else in its place, right? Like the celebratory feast or whatever it is. It's like there's an opportunity here to build out a brand new expression of the faith that maybe not brand new, but reinvigorated, you know. So there's something exciting about that.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I think I might have to call it a night. Animals are revolting.
Yeah,
Where do you live,
my
Jackie?
dog
Or
has
like
them.
what's the area you live in? You don't have to tell me the exact area. Just what's the zone?
Grace Harbor.
Okay. So in the United States, though, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Jackie, it's always a pleasure. It might be for the first time I've done this, but it's always a pleasure.
That's been fun.
Yeah.
I'm glad I finally got up the nerve to come on. Say hello.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Glad you did. Well, I'll bid you a good night then. Okay.
Okay.
Bye then.
If you carry on, I'll have to watch it tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll leave it on. I'll leave it on as long as MD wants, or as short as MD wants. But all the best. I'll speak to you later.
Okay. Good night, Joe. Night, Shane.
Night, Jackie.
Good night. Good night, Jackie.
And then there we go. I hate that it says kick guest. I think that's quite a rude expression on here. It's like kick the guest. It's like, all right.
Kick the
guest. Kick the guest. That's funny.
Oh no. I don't know how much longer you guys want to rock and roll for. Just let me know if you are wilting and we can tie it in a bow.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're probably it's probably later for you guys, but for over here it's 3:45 a.m., 3:47. But
yeah.
Okay. Because yeah. To me, it's I think that I think they're, guys. I mean, all I can say, I know these are dangerous things to kind of talk about, but the reality is the law of Moses, the way it was being operated. There was a purpose and a time for it, but it came to an end. How it was operating came to an end. And I do think whether it's, in the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, I think how this thing runs is gonna have to change in some shape, way, or form.
Yeah.
I just don't see it, really having any great effect moving forward if it doesn't start to re-examine its position in all of this. And I think that I think some changes are coming down the pike, and I think probably hopefully with all religions really to really reconsider how they want to operate, right? Yeah.
Well, it would be very interesting to me if the thrust of full preterism got into other religions, right? Like Islam has its own eschatology. Well, what if Islam started to hear our arguments and it was like, well, wait a minute, you're saying Christ arrived in the... Because they're waiting for Christ to return too. That's part of the Islamic end time story. So if we can get in there, that's actually probably a bit more dangerous. Like to go in with Islam, especially in the UK, you know what I mean? It's like people get stabbed, I mean, the great people, I'll get arrested if I say the wrong thing. Great people, all I'm saying is the extremists are not so great,
Yeah, I mean, the I think at the end of the day, it's right now Christianity has a futuristic mindset of a return of the Messiah.
Yeah,
and full preterism says no, we don't wait anymore, and I think that at some point that's going to be very appealing to a lot of people. I think because then they might be able to turn their heads towards participating in improving things, making things better.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, my whole mindset changed with preterism. Just it was pretty wild. I was telling Willie about it. It happened during COVID, and I remember the first time I actually heard of it was through a chat with Brian Godawa and Rob Skiba. And you know what? I was really pissed off when I heard what Brian said. I was like, and then I thought about it and I kind of avoided it for a while. And then I had that encounter on X with Perosia 70. And he's like, yeah, apocalyptic language. And so I looked into that. And Keith Sinclair, he kind of floated it over to me too when I was like,
Yeah.
wow. It was just like a big wow moment after I heard what was actually being said with the apocalyptic language. I was like, that changes a lot. I'm not like, I was scared at COVID, at the beginning of COVID. Like in my head, I didn't even tell my wife this. I was like, okay, I just started reading the Bible, and my mom sent me a couple Bibles, and yeah, I learned what preterism was saying. I was like, wow. So I'm not afraid at that point. I'm not afraid of what was potentially going to happen because I had already debunked my rapture thoughts. I wasn't going to wait for a rapture. I was probably going to go through a tribulation. Now it's just, it's not that anymore, which I'm very thankful for. It's like a huge weight off my shoulders.
Oh yeah. Massive.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, this is again, but I mean, anytime you challenge the status quo, it's quote unquote controversial. But like, what I think that the whole C19 stuff really exposed the, and again, this is just my position. People don't have to agree with it, but I saw so little work from the people in the congregation to maintain the informed consent and to maintain medical privacy. That my position was this is most appropriate, and I'm not suggesting that they can't offer any kind of medicine, but I should be able to choose without any kind of threats laid upon my shoulders, and that was my position. And how few people who agreed with me that were supposedly Christians but weren't willing to go and do the peaceful protests, so I just saw how weak really ultimately they really were. And and how they didn't follow through. And I couldn't help but think to myself is, again, there's that, okay, so you believe that this is wrong and we should be, and same thing when they introduced inappropriate, what I thought to be inappropriate things for school, curriculums for school. Again, some like just no, like, I'm like, well, hey, what you can do. And particularly in my area, it's actually not hard to do at all. Actually, Ontario is very, very friendly for homeschooling, and very simple, not a lot of work at all. Like literally literally a stamp in an envelope is all you got to do, is just let them know, here's that, we're homeschooling. Okay, no problem. So you have that freedom, and almost nobody did it. And so once I'm looking at them going, okay, so what I'm seeing is people that they don't like something, but they're not reacting. They're not coming up with a solution to the problem because
That's a good point.
Right? Because they're not acting in the moment. They're always waiting for, Jesus to come down and fix it, like Captain America or something, rather than saying, well, okay, what does your wisdom tell you? You don't like that curriculum? Okay, well, why don't you see what you could do about, changing the scenario and step out in a little faith. And I got to tell you, man, this sounds horrible, but I'm almost glad that they introduced that horrible curriculum.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, I got to tell you, it's such a blessing to be able to do what me and my wife were, because I wouldn't have done it because that wasn't the plan, right? That wasn't the plan. Yeah. But then when they introduced the curriculum, we changed our plans. And I got to tell you, man, and by the way, during that COVID stuff, right? My phone started ringing because people the kids had to stay home.
Interesting.
And all of a sudden, I went from the enemy to, hello, can you give us a hand? How do you handle this? How do you handle that?
Yeah.
Right. So it turned around really nicely, actually. So I'm just saying, people don't. If you're thinking in that term, you're not going to at least say, okay, well, what do I believe, right? And what do I want to do? Kindly, courageously, peacefully. But what do I think is right? And I told my children, I said, I'm going to go, because in my area, there was an actual, like at the bridge, we blocked the we blocked the area, and we kind of held up the bridge, and we were out there, and I told my children, I said, I'm going out there because I want you to be able to decide for yourselves what kind of medicines you take. Okay. And they're like, okay. And they saw me march out there in the middle of January, standing in front of cops, and with the bulletproof vest. There was a tank. There was a couple snipers.
Yeah,
wild.
wow.
Yeah, got a little video on it actually on YouTube of me talking to the police officer about some of the Canadian laws. And again, whether people agreed with me or not, I exercised that right to express what I thought was most appropriate. And I think those are the types of things that that God has blessed our countries with, and we have to exercise them. And I'm finding a lot of people in the Sunday building position, they would just, if the pastor said, well, just stay home. And so they just did. And so they were quite, dare I say it, useless.
Yeah, I mean, that non-reaction that they had is all that's required to let something that's, disconnected from goodness to prosper. And what you've recommended there is really innovation. It's innovative to courageously move against something that you see is going to have dire consequences, especially if you're one of the few to act upon it. Because like you said, it might turn out people end up turning to you for solutions, for guidance. So there's a reward to responding to a courageous call to action. And there's something good about disrupting the progress of, I don't know if malevolence is too strong a word, but it certainly seems like some kind of negativity, to disenfranchise the people and to remove their sovereignty and their freedoms. Nobody likes that. Nobody wants that. And yet nobody acted. Very few people acted, I should say. People did act, but it should have been a cultural moment. And it was a cultural moment, to be sure, but it should have been everyone. It should have been like 87% of Canadians decided this was total BS. And instead, the numbers tend to be like 45, 50% and stuff. And it's like, that's not good enough, It's not good enough.
And a lot of those folks, were the ones that did stand up, complained a lot during the whole time, saying, I can't believe my church, my pastor, blah, blah, blah. They're not doing anything. They're not saying anything. And then once it kind of cooled down, sooner or later, they went back to what I call the Christian community centers. They went right back there, So once again, they just kind of went back to the routine,
Yeah,
So that's kind of how I see the Sunday buildings now. And, I kind of see them as Christian community centers. That I at this point in time, that's kind of how I label them. And I know that hurts some feelings, but I have no other, I just have no other title for them. I just don't. When I saw how they operated there, when I saw, at least in my area, again, they weren't telling people to homeschool. They weren't encouraging people. They weren't even saying, listen, we can help you guys do it. Like, they just did nothing really. At the end of the day, they just kept whatever status quo, and that was that. So they didn't seem to challenge in any shape, way, or form. So I'm just wondering, why then what kind of effect is that really going to have? They're just kind of blending into the background, is what I'm saying. And I think as time goes on, the full preterist positioning is the one that's going to probably bring things back up into, back into a new form of handling, I think, ourselves as congregations.
Well,
at least I hope.
blending into the background would be a blessing for some of these things, because I go through high streets in Scotland and some of the buildings that used to be churches, they don't blend in, and they've been converted into carpet shops, like discount carpets and stuff. And it's like, that's embarrassing. That's not just fading away into obscurity. That's embarrassing. This is a house of God. It's been turned into a marketplace. It's like, didn't Jesus flip tables over this? You know, like,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah. It's but again, you know, the question really has to come back to, if that has happened, is it because when people were met with challenges, right? They never got the answers there.
Right.
Right. The responses didn't come from there. So, right. Because you know, because I'm not one of those folks that disconnects, you know, a lot of the physical realities from the spiritual realities, right? So when it's harder for someone to be encouraged about, you know, God and fruits of the Spirit, if they're, you know, no one's willing to help them, if they're whatever, if they have trouble walking, if they have troubles, they're elderly, if they're having some financial difficulties, if they've been harmed in some shape, way, or form, you know, that kind of thing. When they have some kind of cry for help, the people that respond, right, is, you know, that part is necessary for the spiritual healing to happen.
Yeah,
I think, you know, so if people are going to the big GOV for the solutions, you know, their day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month solutions, if they're the ones that are going to have the solution, then the people are going to go there, and that's what they're going to propagate, and that's what they're going to talk about, and that's where they're going to point to, you know. So I've not heard one person come up to my dad, who, Lord willing, in this May, he's going to be 88 years old. Not one person went up, hey, have you ever tried to call, you know, such and such a church? Or, hey, you know what, I'll talk to the people at not one person's ever, hey, you know, they all go, hey, did you, you know, call whatever, you know, Green Shield? Did you call, you know, government, for people who are your age who have trouble walking, they might help you with the walk. Like, everybody just constantly go to these, right? Right. So it's kind of like, he's not hearing them say, you know, call one of the Sunday building people, maybe they'll help you.
No, and it's got to the point now where you just, you wouldn't expect it, but it's good to bring up, it's good to be aware of the fact that the church used to have something of that. It used to be a place that you could find support that was meaningful and powerful, and I guess that refreshes us just to take the time to reflect on that and think, actually, we could be something, because it did happen before. And even if it took 2,000 years to build up again, maybe we could build it better. Maybe we could be our own kind of, you know what I mean, disciples of an era 2,000 years in the past. There's great ancestors way in the future reading the testament of Shade Joe and Willie T. I don't know, something like that.
Something like that.
Oh man.
Well, Willie T was dropping stuff off of his shelf on a regular basis throughout the meeting.
Yes. Instead of doubting Thomas, it was clumsy Willie.
I love it.
Oh gosh.
Oh man. Well, guys, it's been great. Thank you so much. I saw you guys going live, and they said at first I was going to click on to, and I clicked on, I started listening, and then I saw that Joe was on there and Jackie was on there. I said, and then I saw a link. I said, does he got a link on? I said, I'm just going to click on
a link on there. Well, it feels like a natural stopping point here. So, Joe, do you have any concluding sentiments to share?
God bless you.
And hey, wise words, man. I like it. God bless us all.
Let's spread that love. I mean, that's what my wife's finding out too, that it's about love. And she's new to the faith as of a couple months ago.
Wonderful, man.
So I've tried to explain our context and everything. So, but no, this was awesome, you guys. It was good to talk to like-minded people and people that I've interacted with before. We'll have to get Keith Sinclair in here sometime. We'll have a Scot, an American, and a Canadian, and a Brit.
There we go. Yeah, let's get the full trifecta or
It's like the league. It's like the League of Nations from a couple years ago.
Love it. I love it.
Oh man, that'd be awesome. I'd look forward to that. All righty, guys. Well, this has been an absolute pleasure, and yeah, I'm sure we'll catch up again soon. All right. Good night, guys.
Grace and peace. Good night.
Night.
See you later. Bye now.